one, another one. Here we go. How I like that. We back from another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. You came in alone, now we leaving you by yourself. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it. Nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. We gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. Go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Do it again. Tell them I'm from another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. I like that. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. I like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm from another one. Tell them let's do it again.
You guys are awful.
She's gonna get a second. He's gonna find three.
Sid left in the 1v2 on this side of the map.
Off the rebound.
That is unbelievable.
This does get contested. Petroza with the double.
Styles up a triple. We are in for one hell of a season.
Welcome back. Day 3 of the Call of Duty League for Black Ops 6 kicks off, and as we see, there's been a lot of emotion from all sides of the stage. Celebrations from some shocking upsets, some great premieres of new rookies, and the return of some familiar faces.
And what's crazy is if you mix the action on day 1, all of our predictions and pick'ems went out the window with an opening win by the Minnesota Rocker, followed by the loss of the defending world champion.
Absolutely. Welcome back in, everybody. It's your mother's favorite trio. Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. And
Hi, Mom.
Nameless,
Love you, Moms.
I want to start with you. Shout out to all the moms out there. What have you seen so far, and what do you think changes by the time we get to Major 1?
I think there's a lot of parity in the league right now. I feel like everybody's learning from each other, and they're going to sort of have to copy. It's a copycat league. We've known this for a long time. You learn after the official matches. But as it stands right now, the only team that has stood out to me has been the LA Thieves. They look like they're a tier above all the other teams as it currently stands. We'll learn with the last match of today if they're dominant.
We'll get to that in a moment. First, though, we got to revisit some of the biggest plays in our new favorite segment called Burgers and Fries. Let's take a look and find out who's showcasing some buns plays, who is frying. Shotzi absolutely frying, goes on a 10 streak. A little bit later, helps out the opposition.
Yeah, what does he do with it? He tries to give some extra kills to the enemy team.
A little bit buns there.
Little buns.
Hey, Dashy forgives you. So does Kenny.
Even Shotzi's not safe.
ARs are good guys. Here we go. Play number 2. It's Beans and Toronto Ultra. Who's more impressive, Beans or Joe Deceive so far, the new additions up north?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think I might have to go with Joe just because some of the movement he was using with that Omni was absolutely disgusting down here in computer. As we're watching it now, parkour, easy peasy. That's definitely some fun.
Pulls out the knife for the zip line, making a case for it to get GA. Nevertheless, fries for Toronto Ultra. Sitting at 2-0. They have been frying. They deservedly so. Get the fries.
Keep cutting them up. Pull out a sniper, too. Let's get weird. Here we go over to Nero, Minnesota Rocker. 2 game 5 round 11s. I'm going to say it bright and early. This team, not always doing it, but at the end, they're frying. It will close out 2 rewinds.
Yeah, it's insane when it comes to the Minnesota Rocker because just when you think they're out of it, they battle their way back in. They've been absolutely frying the competition.
Minnesota Rocker, can they keep it going is the question. We'll also see LAG back in action. Miami, though, the first team to hand out a 3-0. They do it over the Falcons. What were they doing yesterday?
Yeah, you couldn't lose your first map bringing Rencor into the roster, right? You're going up against the Vegas Falcons. It gets down to the end, and Real had to call game, finding 3 kills on the rotation, icing it up at the end, and hitting them with a little bit of movement, getting the fries, baby.
I love the fries wiggle right there. Well-deserved Real. They take a very close hard point, convincing wins in Search and Destroy and Control. Atlanta, after falling to Toronto Ultra. We just got to look and see what's going on with this squad.
You got to win those. MC. Now, that's somebody I never thought would win a straight-up gunfight versus Beans.
8-18 from Celium at that point in the game. I'm going to call that a burger. I don't expect the Buns to be around long there in Atlanta, but they're looking a little sloppy to start the year.
Yeah, I mean, to say it lightly, right? You're playing up against a new roster. You get the burger for that one. On Skyline, that's a map they should dominate.
And, of course, let's close it out with arguably the most exciting screen in Call of Duty, if not definitely the most exciting SMG. Hydra has been a man on a mission. 70 kills across the 2 hard points, 41 deaths to go with it. Ridiculous KD, and the pressure he brought was amazing. He was frying.
Yeah, I think anytime we talk about Hydra, it's definitely going to be some fries. What do you guys think he has with his fries? What's his choice of dip, if you had to guess?
Oh, he's a mayo guy, 100%.
Yeah, 100% mayo. Yep.
With his fries?
Yeah, the French,
so
you know,
He's an aioli guy.
they get down with some
sorry,
aioli. Good call.
Yeah, he's
you know?
an aioli guy for
They're
sure.
above normal mayo over there. Shout out to Gotaga and crew. Let's take a shout here at LA Thieves. This is the team that had the most hype coming into the new season. They lived up to it in their premiere. Let's take a look and see what they got done in their 4-game series against Cloud9. Remember, this should have been a 3-0,
Yeah.
but Thieves blew a 5-2 lead in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just got a little bit overconfident because they were beating the hell out of them. I mean, seriously, the hard points, just absolute dominant display of HP on every level. Exactly how you want to play it in this game. And it's almost worse than it went to game 4 because they beat them 250 100. Like, if you're Cloud9, you almost wish you got 3-0 because now you're sitting there like, dang, are we ever going to be able to beat those guys?
Dan Ghosty fans in fantasy complaining, but he did murk up 4 minutes of hill time. But if you're looking for Slayers, Scrap was popping off on the AR, and Hydra, a ridiculous performance on the SMG. Allie, walk me through some of his numbers.
I mean, my God, his first series in the CDL, he already set the highest kill record that he has so far with 41 kills in map number 4. And it's just insane to me because he does this in every single title. One of the most consistent SMGs and literally the best in the world.
We've had Zuma crushing on watch parties for years. Scump was doing it all last year. This year, Nadeshot is in the mix, and here's what he said on his show last night.
Number 40.
Yeah, brother.
Done. Hydra.
The first win for LA Thieves. God damn it, I love to be a Thieves fan right now, gentlemen. We just hit 10,000 viewers. The boys just got the first win of the 2024-2025 season. Holy shit. We should have won 3-0, but we'll take the 3-1. A win is a win, and boys, we look f***ing dangerous. God, I love this shit. This year just feels a little different, all right? When the team steps into the fucking arena and the matchup, no matter who we're playing, I feel like we're going to win. I feel like we are expected to win. And let me just say, I haven't felt this way about a roster in a long fucking time, gentlemen. And that makes me more excited than I could ever explain to y'all. Listen, we might not win every event, but we're going to be near in a good position to do so.
Now, Nadeshot may be a little bit biased, but we're going to see LA Thieves take on Atlanta FaZe. Do you agree with Nade? Are they the team to beat in this showdown today?
Yes, they're the favorite right now. They look like the best team in the game. We saw the preseason tournament where they beat FaZe in 2 best-of-5s. FaZe come in, and they look sloppy. I think LA Thieves are going into this. We should dominate them. That's how they feel.
And, of course, we got to call out the head-to-head matchup. Scrap versus his rival, Draza. Scrap has had Draza's number, but this is a new team for Scrap here in 2025.
It is a new team for Scrap, but it only looks better for him when it comes to this rivalry because Atlanta FaZe right now is 0-1 and maybe a little bit overrated where LA Thieves are living up to their hype.
Let's take a look at where we have sorted things out after 2 days of action. 8 games in the books. 2 teams are going to finish at the top 2-0. You're going to see 3 more teams unbeaten at 1-0. LA Thieves is in that mix. And on the right side of your screen, it's been rough for the Falcons and 5 other teams shocked in the opening 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting in a world where like Cloud9 or Optic are going to be 0-2. They play each other today. Both, similar results. And then you look at Atlanta FaZe. If they fall to Thieves, they'll be 0-2 as well. We could have 2 of our top 2 teams from last year, 11-12.
Let's talk about the team that handed Atlanta that loss. It was on opening day, and it came in a 4-game series against Toronto Ultra. Beans and Joe Deceives coming in against Simp and Abizi, and they get the job done. A lot of opening duels won by Joe Deceives. That was a difference maker in the search. But as a whole, it looked like there is no issues in the Toronto camp right now.
What's great about this is Toronto versus Atlanta has been a tale as old as time for the past couple of years. So the fact that with even the new roster, they're still able to take these W's, and a new storyline of Joe versus his good friend in Abizi. I think this will be an absolute treat to watch all season long.
Yeah, they've had the toughest schedule so far. I had to go up against FaZe and Surge, and, make quick work both of them. Toronto look absolutely unbelievable. The retakes on Protocol, Search and Destroy, money. You're talking about why you picked up Beans, like to slay and be good in Search and Destroy. So far, so good. Bring in that extra energy. If you were concerned about the comms, no need anymore, and they're going to be hosting a major.
And of course, Toronto, they've got teams around the world, and we're heading to Madrid, Spain. That is coming up for the first major of the season. Come on over, as Toronto will be hosting the event in Madrid. I expect to see a lot of Miami Heretics fans in the venue as well, Alley Cat.
Oh, absolutely. And what's crazy to me is Toronto's already usually such a great event that we've had in previous years, and they're like, let's treat everybody. Let's go to Spain for the first event. Why not? I'm really excited.
Adam, Allen Crew, keep killing it. I see what you guys are doing out there. Let's move it on to the other 2-0 team. There's only 2, Toronto and another purple squad that goes by the name of Minnesota Rocker. We were worried about this lineup. Tons of individual talent. How would they perform without a quote-unquote leader?
Yep.
Not an issue so far, Nameless, but it has gone the distance. 2 round 11s.
Has gone the distance. They picked up Paul X to be the Search and Destroy guy, and boy, has he delivered some electrifying moments.
Yeah.
Huge 1v3s. Geo has been as consistent as ever, but it has been gritty, right? You have to still improve from these matches, and one guy that I would like to see pick up from last year is Estriel. He's had a very, very slow start, which I think has given them trouble in closing out some of these series, but nevertheless, the grittiness that they have is a good sign if you're a Minnesota Rocker fan that they might be setting a good floor.
And off the back of that, like for Minnesota, like Estriel is their X factor at this point. We literally saw in the match yesterday. Slow start, he picked it up by the end, and that's when they made the comeback for the win. So definitely the player to watch.
Just kill Paul X at the start of Search and Destroy. You might have a chance. That's what
Push
I learned from
out.
yesterday. We got to talk about another squad that is in action. It's Optic Texas, our world champs, coming off the 2024 championship with the crown. They run into Boston Breach, who hand them 2 S&D losses. Today, it's a get-right game as Optic takes on Cloud9, who was handed the L to Toronto last night.
And it's not getting any easier. Boston Breach was in the bottom of the coaches' poll. Very low expectations, and they came out swinging, especially in that Search and Destroy. And that's where Optic Texas seems to have their weak point. And Cloud9, we saw how comfortable they were to come back yesterday in that game mode. So this could be an exciting series.
Yeah, to give some Optic fans a little bit of copium, we saw Shotzi's maybe dealing with a little bit of pink eye or something like that. Wasn't feeling that great. Still was frying, so maybe the energy just wasn't all there for the team. And then on the other side of that, they're not good in opening series. We've seen that for the last couple of years. Played Heretics last year, opening series they lost. So typically they start a little bit slower. But for them, the main concern to me, Chris, Alley, is Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
That is when they struggle. We saw it last year prior to champs. They get into these ruts where they can't win S&D. Too individual.
Did you say Shotzi had pink eye?
Yeah, I was like, something was messed up with his eyes.
You get that, right? Shotzi, wash your hands, young man. That is going to be our schedule on the day.
He was still frying,
the first fight of the night is going to be LAG versus Carolina. Royal Ravens with Slasher in the mix will be taking on Kismet. And 3/4 of that World Championship subliner squad now playing for Gentlemates, Alley.
I mean, we have a banger to open it up, but we also have bangers all day long. We get to see the Miami Heretics and Rencor take on the Vancouver Surge, and the absolute banger at 7:30, Atlanta FaZe versus the LA Thieves, arguably the best team that we have right now.
Day 3 of the Call of Duty League starts right now. was watching Endgame last night. Couldn't stop thinking about Slasher as Thanos. He makes his return. He gets the first opening win for Carolina. Today, he's playing alongside Gwyn and TJ from last year's Royal Ravens and the new addition in Vivid.
I mean, what I saw from the Carolina Royal Ravens was just a lot of resilience against the Falcons. They tried to maybe kind of get some situationals and the hard points, but it was the likes of Slasher, you know, the vet on this team, and TJ Halley to kind of bring things back. I think my biggest focus for this squad is going to be how they continue to gel together, because it seems like the chemistry isn't quite there just yet. I feel like they should have been much more comfortable versus the Falcons.
Yeah, this is a tough first matchup or second matchup for them too. Going up against Gentlemates who are coming off a Game 5 loss. Like these guys, they should be one of the better teams in the league, especially in Search and Destroy. I'm excited to see Carolina. Slasher, definitely match MVP. He's got to do it again.
The Gentlemates have entered the CDL. They pick up the Los Angeles Gorillas. They're now officially the Los Angeles Gorillas, mate. But let's take a look at this lineup, because these are very familiar faces. You have a young star, a French superstar in Linz, trying to fill the role of Hydra amongst Kismet, Skies, and Priesta.
I mean, this roster is disgusting. Again, I will say it again. I can't believe that this got to fly under the radar. You have the 3 world champions, and you have Linz, who was in contention for Rookie of the Year last year. And from what we've seen already, is he has continued that. He is disgusting at this game. Unfortunately, they do fall short, but I don't think that takes away any of my expectation from them.
Nameless, if I'm looking for overs and unders, here's my maps and modes. Where can Linz score me some big ones today?
Oh, man, hit both the hard points. I mean, if you could take like a maps 1 through 4 over, take it for Linz. The man is an absolute beast. And whereas they will be getting them kills, they're going to have to make their kills count a little bit more. I mean, they outslayed on that map number 1 and lost. So looking to run it back on Vault, see if they can actually capitalize and close it out this time.
Match is ready. Last time, I went with Kismet and crew. I had faith. They lost a round 11 in Search and Destroy. They do not allow that to happen. Today, they get it done in 4. I'm going to kick things off in our Scuff Pick'ems with Gorillas.
I really thought you were about to say Carolina for a second.
Right.
I was like, that's crazy, Chris. I'm also going to go with Gorillas. I really love this roster, and I have very high expectations for them.
Nameless?
I'm going to go with Carolina. I got Slasher, Thanos, and the boys. In the Black Order, they get it done.
And fans, where are we landing? Also feeling LAG. Nameless going rogue. Last time he was alone, he was right. We'll find out if he's got it again. Let's send it over to Study and the guy I'm beating in fantasy football today. I hold shift.
Whoa! We're going there already? Man, we're both making... Well, actually, I'm making playoffs. Puckett has to beat me if he wants to make the playoffs in our league. So we got that going on. Wow, we got a really fun series right here, Jay. Pumped to get our first look at the 2025 year. I know we've seen a lot out of both these two teams. Some things good, some things maybe not so much. Where's your headspace at in this head-to-head?
Yeah, the Gentlemates, they went all the way to a Game 5 versus Rocker. Literally all the way to the very end at that round 11. Unfortunately, fell short there. But they had a bunch of maps in that series where they could have walked away victorious, potentially close it out in a 3-0 or a 3-1, but they get it all way to a map 5 and unfortunately lose that round 11. So I feel like this is a bounce back series for them. And on the opposing side for Carolina, we expect them to take care of the Vegas Falcons. And they did just that in every single respawn, but every single respawn was pretty damn close. So going up against Gentlemates today, it's going to be a lot tighter of a series. Can Slasher, like the Death said, have that same all-star performance again?
Yeah, it really is kind of a tale of two different rosters here. Ali said it perfectly. This Gorillas mate team, it did feel like they kind of got away with one under the rug here. 3 world champions, and you put Linz in the mix, and yeah, there were moments last year where you could really see what his ceiling might be. But the fact of the matter is, here's the real simple story. Linz, he has not just been great, he has been everywhere and been great. He finished over so far through this weekend, 2nd in hardpoint engagements per 10 minutes at 54.5. The person above him, the only person above him, is Hydra. So the French are taking over, and for LAG, that means great news, although obviously the start of this lobby seems to be a bit of a bounce back restart for us.
Yeah, that's some good company to be in, though. If you're up there with Hydra, you know how much pace he sets with that SMG. You saw how LAT looked yesterday in that series versus Cloud9, especially in the hard points, but if he's going to continue to play like that, that's why I think when you said it perfectly, like this roster is going to be like one of those rosters we expect to do well, because you said it, 3 world champions. You add a player like Linz, who's basically a mirror effect of what Hydra's able to bring. So You got the same coaching staff of when they won a world championship. This is basically the same exact system they had 2 years ago in Hydra. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's just try to fit Linz in. This time, Kismet, he needs to step up a little bit more in that slaying department. But these guys know what it takes to win. They just have to, they shook off that loss in that map. I mean, that first series, they did bounce back here.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it, you know, Kismet, I think after last year, we had kind of this meme of, was it going to be 99 Kiz or 0.99 Kiz? And I think so far what we've seen is that this dynamic between him and Linz really does feel very familiar to what we had seen with him and Hydra in moments when they were brilliant in years past. The other side of this story, though, is I think just the simple idea that Priesta and Skies together have been really good at locking down lanes and allowing the opportunity for these SMGs to essentially do what they want, where Linz can essentially be allergic to the hard point, where Kismet is the one entering once he gets good information. So it did feel like this team had a really solid start to their opener.
Oh, yeah, especially with Skies, dropping like a 1.4 with that lead AR role. He's going to need to be that guy now, where he's putting up those massive numbers in the slam, because if you think about the kind of player that Priest is, he's a guy that can do it all. Kismet's thinking about the objective, and then with Linz, he's just the raw SMG talented slayer that you're always going to try to get. But with you losing players like Hydra on your lineup, but you losing players like Sliver on your lineup, someone has to make up in that slaying department, and Skies showed that he can do it, at least in that first series.
Let's take some time and speak to the other side here in the Carolina Royal Ravens. Obviously, you've got the idea of TJ and Gwyn are back together again for another year. And those two, I think in particular, had showed us that, yes, we're getting the same consistency that we kind of came to know in certain regards from last year. Gwyn in particular, I think, of course, being one of the top overall rookies that we've had in recent memory, he popped off against Vegas. The story, I think, here, though, is not necessarily what are we going to get from Gwyn and TJ, but like you kind of briefly touched on, Slasher had a great re-debut, and that's exactly what you want to quell some of the possible lingering doubts that this roster had on paper. But the wild card here is, what are we going to get from a Vivid player who, let's be honest, has not locked down as a secondary AR a lot lately? I mean, it's going to be a sort of new role for him, and it did look like there was a couple of unfamiliarities for Carolina, especially in the respawns for Vivid.
Yeah, but for a player of his caliber and the brain that he has, I don't expect him to not really put up big performances with this AR. It's a new role, like you said, that he has to learn, but it's for the betterment of the team. Even with him not putting up the best numbers, that's where you get slayers like Gwyn and phenomenal performances out of Slasher, the veteran presence, who you said makes his return back to COD this season. Sometimes all you need is a little break, a little step, a little time away, get your mind right, go to the gym a little bit, eat some good food, and then you come back ready to rock and roll. And this is a guy who's been playing COD ever since I was in the league way back when, and he's still putting on a show. So Slasher, you continue to lead these young men the way that you are. You're going to have a great season.
Now, I want to kind of dig a little bit deeper into both of these two squads because, you know, the storyline so far for this LAG team is the fact that they have seen both of their Search and Destroys played. They lost around 11 on Rewind, but Carolina on the other front did not look particularly great in the Search and Destroy on Skyline when they played up against Vegas. Now, we talked a little bit about this kind of before we went live, and I think it holds true. I think if you're someone who has watched the Call of Duty League before, this is not news to you. But Search and Destroy is often where we see the biggest skill gap early in a particular title. And we're seeing, I think that's going to be a major difference maker, not just on these opening 2 weekends, but it often paints itself as the difference maker for the entirety of the first, maybe even half of the year. So for teams like Carolina and LAG, I think a lot of the focus has to be about what you can do in the search, but we'll save that conversation until we get to map number 2, because we're in for real this time. Carolina taking on LAG. Let's get it on.
Into the mix fest of the P1, 2 for 2 on the trade battle. You have Vivid, who's trying to control his way over towards top cat, but he realized that his teammates have control of the middle of the map. Let's just drop down and start soaking up some time.
Looking good for it so far. Takes some cover. TJ trying to zone out the reinforcements, but shut down immediately by Linz. And that SMG duo. Kismet, Linz gonna find a 4 for 2 exchange. Gwyn picks a little bit of punish up, plus also pulls a 50-50 spawn for Carolina, which Vivid is able to at least get some reward on as the rebreak is on the way.
Yeah, it's a good place from Vivid to come off spawn, realizing that he is gonna get that parallel side. He gets one and allows his teammates to not have that much pressure still around that P1 area. And now his teammates are going to win the rotation over towards Noob. You can already see Vivid trying to create layers to the front side of this P2 hard point. He's going to be holding down the top of this catwalk area and all of the gorillas surrounding him.
Yeah, Skies, I thought maybe just got an eye on him, and it looks like that was indeed the case. And now Slasher trying to also zone forward, needs to quickly track back over towards the hard point as LAG have found entry from the front. Down in the corner, just down to Kismet, laying prone, just doing his little flipper in the pool, able to at least take down one, but the clicks respawn from Carolina allows them to get back in for more time.
Yeah, that's massive plays right there from TJ from the backside of that HP. He's able to find 3 in the feed. Now soaking up the hill time, but already in your face is going to be the Gorillas. Lins finds himself on a double, trying to make it a triple onto Vivid, but already job well done. 20 seconds still to fight for. If you are the Ravens, we got to try to flip this map on its head. You do not want these spawns for B3.
And I think the thing about it, again, looking at the sample size of 1 when LAG had played Minnesota, we were really impressed with the speed and the tempo of which they played the macro level of Call of Duty. Good rotations, good quick breaks. The question is going to be, as we get from 3 to 4, have they learned and improved? Because Minnesota found some really easy breaks going to P4. TJ's working on the backside, opens up with 1, but there should be a trade from Lynn. Or will TJ able to help out for 3, and that's going to lead to Carolina time on the hard point.
That's big time players making big time plays. TJ Halley, the sole man rotating by himself over towards Zart, is able to find a 3-piece to secure the spawns for his team. We talked about how the Gorillas needed to improve on their setup from P3 to P4, and they already showed that they have not fixed it yet.
And it's all ARs right now for Carolina. All 4 players opting for the long-range weapons over the top of what is often one of the mixiest hard points on the map, if not in the game. But TJ carrying a 4 spree now moves forward with help from above. TJ shut down just by Skies, but still, the time for Carolina is incredible. And with 10 seconds left, keep your eye on the minimap. Baguar, big money hill control.
Yeah, this is where the game could potentially get out of hand if you are the Gorilla mates, because now you need to find a break on a very difficult hill to do so, but already showing a lot of presence over towards street area. Just can you find an opening kill? TJ and Vivid combine for 2. Vivid finds 3. The last player alive over toward the street. The slide omni movement, too good from Vivid. Make it 4 in a row. Carolina flawless on their first hole.
And this is something that I know we kind of had these moments of question marks. What was Vivid going to be able to provide? But when he's in his flow state, he's always been one of the more aggressive flex players in his time in the CDL. And if he finds rhythm like that, he can be hard to deal with. An opportunity here, though. 24 seconds still remaining for LAG to flood on the bottom side of the minimap. But again, it's Slasher, it's TJ. They find 3. Last one to grab is Kismet, and he's going to be traded out quickly as Carolina will get the scrap time.
Yeah, they're going to find themselves up now by 60 points going into the second half of this game. Gorillas need to make up for it. They need to make sure that they're maintaining these spawns for that P2 side. So far, everyone in control. You do have 1 player in Skies who is going to spawn out, and I don't think that Carolina has gotten a read on it, but the player coming off hold, Slashers takes care of him. It's already 2 dead. Now you pounce on the hill.
It's just down to Kismet. Just trying to survive as long as humanly possible. Can only take 1 with him. So 3 members for the Royal Ravens still existing. Sky's trying to work on rotation over towards New. In his way is Vivid, playing on the shallow side of the pool, but shut down immediately. Now here we go. LAG start to find themselves favorably in the kill feed. With the clearance at the hard point itself, they will jump back in and start to dig into this deficit.
Now look at the spawns coming in all around that minimap for Carolina. You're going to have Gwyn coming freely on this pin spawn, but a perfect positioning out of Sky is able to take care of him. Still 20 seconds to fight for here, and if you are the Gorillas, you need this time. But it's not going to be easy because all the trades are abound, and you have a Slasher able to find a double for the potential final 15. You need to maintain these spawns, or the game is going to be over.
Looking solid for right now as Carolina try to make their play through the catwalk. Kismet shuts down 1. That will stall out this rotation, leaving just Slasher to take the route man route all the way around the back. Stuns landing, backside patio. Brisa, knowing he's in trouble, cannot challenge this angle. So LAG will have to bunker up inside the hill. Trophy system keeping them safe for now. And with that little bit of support, it's enough for a couple of kills to come through, and that will stop Carolina in their tracks.
That's beautifully played right there from the Gorillas. To play a really tight setup, not let anyone slip on by, but it turns into a 2-on-4, and Slasher somehow, some way is able to maneuver his way from the back of that hard point, come through the front side of the truck and find a double to now open up a break for Carolina. Still a lot of time to fight for. The spawns are a little bit sticky. Only 1 player left from the back 4 Gorillas in Carolina. They needed to break it. Now they're really starting to pull away with this game.
This has been absolutely dominant from this AR line of Carolina. And as they're looking to finish up the scrap time and rotate to New, they're still finding kills. Let's take a time out and listen to the Royal Ravens comms.
I'm close.
Okay, might spawn hold on.
Maybe. I'm sitting mid, dude. First half,
What weakest?
I'm playing closed.
probably top part. I'm gonna play ball late. Yo, midline, barely.
On their side pillar,
One's midline, one's probably top part of me too.
I'm going mid.
One two top part. He's mid statue.
Statue once or twice. I'm in vault. Liz, top part, Caesar's.
One more shot trophy. One
did. One's just still back trophy. Mid kiss. I'm strapping our time. Wait, in the vault look like, or you? I can't tell. I'm gonna try to get some of this time.
You didn't put me ball to me. That one shot is.
I sure try to help. Big control lens.
Ball dead.
Big control lens really weak. Two to the weak. There's no one there. There's Caesar, I think.
He's on the truck. On the truck.
I'm out of right.
Mid, 20 mid, bro.
We're lower.
Flank.
You can go all the way.
Flank pressing.
Flip.
Stay alive.
Close out him once away. He went back. He's pushing to big control. Lens.
Stay alive.
He's already under you.
He controls. I killed one. Mine's spawned up. Below me. Absolute.
You're standing over there. Len's in spawn.
Just stab.
Sure,
Len's my flank us. One shot top. What? One in new. He's going top art.
I'm named top art. Middle me.
I spawned deep front.
One small ball. 100%.
Our dead.
Vault it. Top it on hill.
They're gonna spawn out.
Spawning all the way up. Top hill, Caesar.
Top hill, dead. Cutting the mid corner. I'm one shot. He pushed you backstairs on me.
Good top.
Backstairs, top. Line, left. Pressing. Yo, Art.
One still top hill. Yeah, you can go in front of me.
His was Art. Kid.
Top hill. You stand up top. And one's there. Dirt Caesar weak. Dirt Caesar. He's weak and out.
He's just me. Crossing right and one left. Left lanes. That's
big.
On time. Two. They spawn in the back as well.
Statue.
Backside hill, kids.
One shot.
He's back right corner by the staircase.
Downstairs, Caesar. There is backside and statue. I'm just down front. Door. He's going back door. No.
I'm holding the right. I'm in you right now.
White crate, peach big.
I'm shooting at the right.
Show me right. Alright, 3 old. What did you jump? Well, you guys are 3 old and 1 art.
Art dead.
Well, Jay, the follow-up after the second hard point, really mixy. LAG started to bring it back. What's your takeaway after the Carolina listen-in?
Just right there for the Gorillas. They did everything they needed to. Put themselves in a position to try to chain that P3 through the P4, but you get no time off of P3 because of the way that Carolina were playing it to simply keep you off. They weren't really focused on the spawns, and then when you rotate over towards P4, since you already had the spawns, your first attempt, you instantly get broken in on. So what could have been a 120-point swing, they only get about 30 to 40 seconds there. So slowly but surely fighting their way back into the game with Kismet finding that double leads to nothing else because Carolina have the numbers. Now they're back into the hard point.
Absolutely the case. Slasher having a master class, 29 and 16, still on 3 in a row. And look at him doing the work, just trying to hit the earlier out with still 20 seconds to fight for. That's a little bit of extra space and time for Carolina to get closer and closer to that 200-point mark. Lynn's trying to do it. Oh, he's been good at this before. The walking triple kill from day one. He gets 2 here, and that's going to lead to some space for LAG to rotate quickly to P2.
Yeah, creating these layers is what they need because they need a flawless hold here at P2. Try to get themselves back into the game. A route being hit from TJ, able to win the one-on-one versus Kismet. Where is he now going to spawn? It's going to be all the way across the map. So it's the teammates now approaching from the front. That's 3 dead. Last player alive in the back is going to be Linz, and a flawless play from Carolina on this P2.
This team is moving. They look unreal. And a lot of it is coming again off of a first blood on these motions from their AR line, giving themselves chances at 4v3s time and time again. Gwyn trying to survive inside the hard point, up and down. Just a single pump, he's good for it. Kismet at range really can't do anything, but you got to still try to hit something here if you're LAG with the clock starting to tick against you.
Yeah, you can't give all this time. Thankfully, they opened up with a double. Relieve some of that pressure, but TJ watching that cross from that mid alley is able to find 2 of his own. So you got Vivid playing with the door, trying to get back into the hard point for that remaining 15. But now you're just going to walk away still with the 70-point lead. Only needing about 30 seconds to close out this map. Number 1, you have Gwyn now fighting that one-on-one for the rotations. Big plays have to come in from Kismet here.
This is just leader's advantage gameplay from Carolina.
Hello.
Having a tough time finding Kismet, eventually does, but he puts this pressure on LAG to have to fight the war on 2 fronts. And as they turn around, knowing they need to try to keep the left side of the map, Carolina find the kills on the hard point. They clear things out, and they even get a little bit of extra time from Vivid before he's finally shut down. LAG need this time, and they do get a 4-down feed to start earning some of it.
Yeah, they need all this 30 though. You need to chain these this time with a couple kills at the very end of this hard point to potentially flip them all the way across the map. But when you have such a lead the way that you do if you are Carolina, you can afford to hit routes like this. TJ with the double. That makes 3 dead in the feed. Last player alive is going to be Priesta. They already have the info on them. They can no longer win it here, but they all as well have the rotation over towards P4. This might be GG.
And just look at the effort from Gwyn and TJ to zone further forward, knowing your ARs have already backed up into new. This should be last chance here for LAG, and Slasher's not even going to allow them to see the front of the hard. Oh man, Slasher's on 37, 4 in a row. Carolina putting a beat down on the Gorillas mate squad out of LA, and Vivid has instantly quelled some of the map one doubts from last they played, because wow, that was an AR masterclass.
That's a stomping right there, man, out of Carolina. Obviously versus Vegas, we watched them in every single respawn go down to the wire, but that was a lot more clean out of the Royal Ravens there. You win a majority of your rotations, your ARs were dominating from start to finish of that game, and you completely outslay the Gorillas in that map number 1. With all the pressure you were setting with your SMGs, with the presence out of your ARs, that was beautifully played out of the Ravens to open up the series 1-0.
And it's just, again, the idea of them pulling out, I think through the majority of the map, 4 ARs, just locking things down. Don't allow a single member from LA to move across the map without being contested. And more often than not, it really did feel like it was either Slasher or Vivid finding a first kill on those big rotational moments to give Carolina these 4v3 moments that just says, all right, Gwyn, TJ, go run. Go hit those extra routes, bump a little bit further forward, just take more of the map. I mean, that was absolute perfection from Carolina in my book.
And it all starts from like the very first part of that game. When they start off getting that P3 to P4 chain, they find themselves up by 60 points. This is when those SMGs now have freedom to hit those long routes, to open up these plays for their ARs, and their ARs to take their sweet time just holding down these lanes because of the time that they have, and they're knowing that the Gorillas have the pressure on them to make up for it. So if you are the Ravens and you're going to continue to play hardpoint like that, just strictly fundamental, obviously when you're getting the kills, it makes it a whole lot easier, but that was just a perfect game plan to open up in this map number 1. Now, if you are the Gorillas, who showed a lot of dominance in their search and destroy, we know what Kismet is capable of, as well as Priest and Skies, because they won a world championship together through their search and destroys. But Carolina, they got the same thing on the opposite side. You got Slash, who's been playing SD for a long time, TJ, who's phenomenal, and also Gwyn, who's even young and coming, but dominant in search and destroy. So this is going to be a battle here.
Yeah, it really will be. I think the thing, though, about it, again, is, you know, after what we saw against Vegas, granted, it was on Skyline, it didn't look particularly comfortable for them. Yeah. So there is this level, again, of this Carolina team needing to kind of show us what they have in store. And so, again, we're going to see some unique maps in this pool compared to what Carolina had versus Vegas in their opener, starting with the Rewind first and foremost, which, again, let's be honest. I mean, we've seen this map a handful of times already on the weekend. It's a lot of make sure you can play your numbers out correctly.
Yeah.
And for LAG, hey, there is a little bit of history there because they were able to really kind of put their foot on the gas when they were playing up against Minnesota in a number of moments, especially in the first blood category.
Yeah, the first blood category is what they needed to fight back for, because in that map number 1 versus Minnesota, they actually went 0-8 in that category and still won the map 6-2. And that's due to the fact that they were playing a little bit of Vault. We know how Vault Search and Destroy can go. You drop down into Vault to plant the bomb. One of the SMGs got to open up with a damn kill, but you can still hold setups in that 3v4. The only difference is now when you're playing Rewind is when we got the chance to watch the Gorillas on the map, it's just when the game started to get slowed down a bit, you have the SMG start to get a little bit antsy to try to make that play happen, and unfortunately it came back to bite them. And then when you get to the later stages of the game, around that round 11, you're giving up the bomb site for free because no one wants to make that mistake. And it's still because this is a new roster, like 3 core guys that played together, won a world championship, but you're trying to implement Lins into that style because we know what Hydra and Kismet were able to do when they were that dynamic duo in Search and Destroy. You're trying to get Lins and Kismet to do the same exact thing.
So talk to me here, again, because you're my pro player on my little duo here. What are we looking for in terms of not just the tempo, but how much of a difference maker is it making that trophy systems are taking a little bit longer because the rounds are coming through so quickly to actually be earned? Is this one of those games that you look at and say, you better have your nade spots down before you start to make any motion towards actually hitting on towards a bomb or retaking onto a bomb site? Because it does feel like that's been a lot of the strategy that we've seen so far for our squads.
Yeah, especially early into these rounds. Like, nades can go over the top side of the Rewind building. You can hit them all the way at that P2 truck right off the respawn. And then early into these rounds, like you said, just thinking about that objective in the back of your mind. Do we have every single angle cut off? We also have to make sure early into these rounds that we are accounting for how many stuns and how many nades are getting invested so we can keep track of that going forward. But without trophy systems, it's very difficult, especially on Rewind, to work that bomb site over towards B. So early on, you're probably going to see a lot of pressure in towards that DVD area.
Love the idea of it. All right, that's the small, at least at a glance, breakdown. What are we actually going to get in practice, though? That's the big question for LAG. A map that they have played, it was a round 11 loss versus Minnesota in map 5 when they had played. So what have they taken away from that previous experience? I think in particular, you look to see how much more value will there be on their lives in the first 30 seconds. Because like you said, the first blood category was not great for them. In particular, Skies went 0-3 when they played against Minnesota in both searches.
Already into this round, though, for the Gorillas. All the investments of the stuns and nades over towards this B site. Kismet just going to send it on in for that first blood, but that can come back to bite him because he is the bomb carrier. They still have the numbers, now making it 2v2.
Bit of a pinch on the way as well. TJ playing from the backside of this, Slasher on the opposite. Skies looking to zone forward over towards this backside alley, and they will collect the bomb. But again, tracking back to B is no easy feat. So they're gonna try to re-wrap this, and Slasher finds himself just caught on sprint. So now it comes down to TJ for the 1v2.
And he has an SMG, no tax in the back pocket. It's a lot of time to work with if you are the Gorillas. So they're slowly working their way over towards Burger. Just trying to clear out the mid street, using the buddy system to their advantage, but 30 seconds, eventually the objective has to be on their mind, and I'm thinking it's gonna go over towards A.
Sure feels that way. TJ, what kind of timing will he have? Currently just existing over the top of the B site. Now making his move to enter into DVT. Can he catch Priesta? He sure does. Now very doable. He even gets a look at Skies. The 1v1, he knows the bomb is down. And TJ has the benefit of the clock. Now through storage. Here comes the follow-up check. Skies sees him, and TJ knows not enough time to plant. Just run, stay away, and that's going to be enough to secure the 1v2 in the opening round for Carolina.
That's perfectly played right there out of Teach. He catches the timing onto Skies for the bomb carrier. Then when you turn it into a one-on-one, actually Skies was the last person alive. Just not enough time to work with. Within only 15 seconds, and the guy you're thinking that's going to get the objective goes down, then you instantly get spotted with a shoulder out of TJ through mid-courtyard. That's just the experience right there kicking in for the young man. Carolina take the first round.
Now we've got a 4-man flood avoiding the opening frag over the top from the defense. And look how quick this is for Carolina. Straight on in towards the dumpster, and then beyond that, LAG is going to have to play retake here, Jay.
And this is why LAG needed to show fixes versus Rocker. They were giving up that A-bomb site for free. This time they take it away from them.
Oh.
But they have no presses over towards B. The first blood comes in from Skies, though. Man advantage Gorillas.
Great defensive retake nades. As soon as they clear out A, they're able to get some damage done, but it doesn't make much of a difference. The team shots from Slasher and TJ are flawless. And now Slasher from a place of superiority on top of the trailer track. That's enough to get TJ again on this pinch around the back. Timing is perfect. Kismet is absolutely stuck in a Bermuda Triangle of Carolina Royal Ravens. They go back to back.
And that's just a beautiful blind counter right there out of the Ravens, man. You get no early investments from your nades, but you realize there's not any pressure into a courtyard. No one's sitting on the backside of their 18. Let's just get this bomb down for free. Thankfully, the nades, you got everyone on Carolina rocking that flak jacket, so no one's going to get one naded for that first blood. Once that first kill happens, the trade is instantly there, and then the crossfire setup from Carolina, too strong. As they secure the second round, great plays again from TJ on that repinch.
How much of that round do you think is going to play a bit of a mental deterrent to the LAG defense? Like you mentioned, they were struggling over the A site. They full stack it. They've got some set nades over towards B. That still doesn't work out. So remember that to see what they want to do in their next defense. For now, though, trying to get away from a lot of these stuns and nades from Carolina that did land early and will be Priesta for first blood. TJ wants to find the trade, but Skies is there to help support. And this looking like a flawless round unless Gwyn has something to say about it here for LAG.
It's a 1v3. Yeah, not going to be able to get out with his life, and that's beautiful patience right there out of the Gorillas. Realizing that, okay, there's a couple nades coming in through DVD. They're already hitting our stage. They're probably going to be the aggressors on the round. So they find that first blood, actually the first 3 kills before Gwyn is even able to get a trade. But way to stop the bleeding if you are the Gorillas right there. But now to go back to what you said about their defensive setup, with them getting caught off guard early on and towards that B, do they go back to the setup that they had on day number 1 of watching them play the map with just stacking over towards courtyard to not allow that to happen again?
See what happens. Again, those secondary nades from their defensive setup around A over to the B site were good. They were landing. Just didn't work out for a first blood. And this time, Carolina going to spend a lot of their opening utility right off the rip. And for LAG, no, this is the exact same defensive setup they had previously. Sky's going to re-wrap back over to make sure this back B alley is safe. TJ with the RCXD will get to work scouting out where this defense is.
And you should be able to at least spot a couple players sitting outside a courtyard. But he's going to back down the players from the Gorillas out of this A side to open up that site for Vivid to potentially go for the bomb plant. It's now with 55 seconds left. You get Gwyn to take that glass control, but look at the Gorillas already making the adjustments, pushing their way through warehouse.
Yeah, Gwyn was trying to stop it, but gets caught. So now 4v3 for LAG. But the RCXD is still in effect and is keeping the defense at arm's reach. Finally gets shut down. TJ can now make his motion forward, but this is anything but comfortable for Carolina trying to get this bomb planted today, and they've lost their bomb carriers. Vivid drops Kismet off the backside. Easy follow-up, and it's just down to TJ for what would have to be a 1v4, and he does not have a lot of time to make that happen, and the shutdown will come through.
Yeah, that's just beautifully played right there from the Gorillas, man. They realize that, okay, an RC's coming in. It's going to back us out of the A site. They don't just give up the A site for free. They still put a lot of pressure over towards the Gen area to find that first blood. And I think that's what really hurt Carolina there for Gwyn dropping first, because you had two players in towards the site. You could have worked that objective still with the RC car abound, but once he drops, you have to get out of the RC. Then the second player drops at the same time because Vivid tried to make a play with that bomb. Just great plays from the Gorillas. Again, just slowing down these rounds. Tie up the game at 2.
Okay, let's reset things back towards neutral. And let's keep an eye to see what our trophy systems are going to look like, because they should start coming through here pretty soon. Carolina taking a very passive approach on the backside at B. It's a double stack there with the trophy system to keep Gwyn and Vivid safe. Defensive stuns will get information that Priest is playing outside the RV. Follow-up nades will not land, though, so again, we stay 4v4.
Curious to how many players have tax left, because we saw all those nades and stuns thrown up in the air. Linz is going to have a frag in his back pocket, but now they have full DVD control. And with the bomb going down, Carolina going to need to try to find some success in this 4v4 retake.
Wow, and Slasher just takes a slide across the front doors. TJ over the backside at Burger, shut down by Linz, but from the front, Carolina starting to build some pressure on this retake. Both LAG members stay alive, stay healthy, but they need to catch an angle on the bottom. They both run into Gwyn. Opening shots are good, a little bit of collateral damage, which Vivid can follow up on, and Carolina reclaim their lead.
That's just beautifully played right there from Carolina, specifically Slasher, just edging his way up through that mid-street to find that bomb carrier as soon as he goes down, because he was with the SMG in hand. He was probably going to put himself in a position to play close and up and personal to try to find a kill around that site. But when Slasher opens up with that first kill, even though TJ gets traded, you're already showing a lot of presence in towards DVD. So you force the Gorillas to back on out, and Gwyn plays it to perfection, watches the rotation over towards Street, gets the info on both, and they secure the successful retake on the defensive side to take the advantage again. 3-2.
What about that first blood from Slasher, though?
He was crawling up the mid-street like a caterpillar.
I'll say it. But wow, huge first blood. Carolina take advantage. RCXD earned and utilized immediately. And that's got to be from LAG's side. Yeah, sure is. It's Priesta who's controlling it. He's staying safe all the way deep towards the backside of B. And this is essentially now a 5v4 because the RCXD is just playing this little wiggle on the corner.
Yeah, it's basically, you cannot go over towards this B side. We got all the info on this side of the map. And then the ARs from the Gorillas, you can already see, take a lot of control of Burger and mid-street. So they have all the crosses in towards DVD. So if you are Carolina, you got to work your way in through mid-zig.
Yeah.
But with only 45 seconds left, now that RC goes down, the play might be at B.
A couple of delayed defensive nades, not going to land for much information. Now a late trophy system is placed. Carolina trying to get themselves set up for this B execute. Keep your eye on Kismet, number 7 around the back. Slasher, he's turned, and he's going to be able to at least fight back to bottom. Now here comes Carolina. They're going to isolate, and they will find the kill. Can they rewrap this back into A, though? Skies is still watching a bit of a cross, and now Linz is here to help support.
Yeah, Linz has to try to make a play. You don't want to allow this bomb to go down for free, and when he tries to peek, Slasher makes him pay for it. His second on the round in the 3v2 is Carolina. Priest Sky's got to try to clutch on up.
And Skies is completely caught up. Slasher able to confirm where Priest is located. This would be a 1v3 for him. Still tagged, but on the regen. Has Gwyn a bit more at range. Stun will land, and here comes TJ on the side. Easy follow-up, no worries there, and we're staying this 2-round for 2-round exchange. Carolina up 4-2.
And that's where the experience comes into play, specifically in Search and Destroy. They realize, okay, 30 seconds, we still got enough time to rob this bomb site over towards A. But once they gain that info onto Kismet, you can already see the chemistry is there for this young Carolina roster. Everyone turns around to isolate him. You get that first kill. Now we have the man advantage advantage. We rotate over towards the site because the rest of the Guerrilla members were playing for that B pressure. So you get the bomb down for free. You catch Linz off the guard through that mid street. Just easily well-executed plays out of Carolina, now up 4-2.
Nades once again ceremoniously over the top. Neither really finding much impact. Our third RCXD now makes its way on the field. And look at the aggression here. Hold on a second. TJ's making a play. He's already gotten deep through. Skies. All timing is decent. TJ still goes 1 for 1. Trades are decent. Back and forth we go. And we're left with a 2v2.
Got Gwen and Vivid trying to clutch on up Priesta and Linz. Not trying to get put at game point. But that bomb is going to be now over towards the A site. And it's an all-out mix fest in the back of the spawn.
Oh, timing here could be everything. Vivid.
Oh my God.
Sliced his way between 2 different LAG members. He will get the full clearance that nothing is B Street. And it's one of those moments where no information is good information. You haven't seen anybody, so you have to know that they're playing somewhere through the middle of the map. And it looks like there is a bit more confirmation here as Gwyn keeps his sights up towards the front doors at A.
Yeah, no information, like you said, is good information because Vivid is clearing out all of that right side. So Gwyn has to know that they're playing around that mid-street area. He might have put himself in a perfect position to potentially clutch this round.
Has he seen them on this rewrap back over to B? Sure seems to have. He is chasing shadows right now. Timing is everything right here. He sees Priesta. That's going to be enough now for the popover, but Priesta wins his 1 versus Vivid to the 1v1. Not a lot of time remaining. Gwyn, he's going to have a chance at the gunfight, and he does take it. Priesta can't believe it. Had an angle, had an opportunity, but it does not make a difference. Carolina find themselves on map point.
Just greatly executed on that 2v2 scenario. The fact that Vivid works his way all the way through the street, even though he gets some really bad COD timing on the backside of Yellow to spot either one of those players, just the info that he was able to get and then give it to Gwyn to realize where the play was coming in. He spots those players through the middle of the street, working their way through courtyard. And I thought once you get that first kill off the bomb, you probably want to run away with your life, but he did not want to get bad COD timing there. Clutches up in a one-on-one versus Priest, and now Carolina at game point.
Bit of a hit through this back electrical worm. And how about LAG still in that same defensive setup? 3 members right inside and on top of A. Skies likely to take the rewrap back to the B street. Counter nades coming out for LAG, but Carolina have hit the brakes here. So none of these defensive nades are landing whatsoever. Now there's just got to be confusion here for LAG of where are these guys?
Yeah, this is tough. This is a tough play to try to read here because you invest all your attacks to try to gain a little bit of info, but gain nothing. There's already another RC car sitting on that B site. It's clearing its way out for Carolina. Now you're just going to work that objective.
4v4 post plant. Slasher gets confirmation on where Skies is positioned, but the opener goes the way of Kismet on the mid-zig. Linz right behind some of the play. He still stays concealed. Slasher, what can he do? Gets an opportunity at Skies, cannot convert. Follow-up should be decent here from Gwyn, but instead, Gwyn just takes the back seat. He's got the Hellstorm. He's gonna try to win the game with this right here. You have to try to chase him down if you're Priesta and Linz. Do any of these missiles connect? The first 2 will not. The last bit of ordnance goes over to Priesta's direction. He'll land. That's 6 in a row for Gwyn. A 1v1 with Linz. 13 seconds on the clock. And Linz is taking the patient approach, but how long can he wait? Apparently just long enough. Linz finds Gwyn on the mantle, and that'll be enough to extend the map.
He didn't get it.
He didn't get it.
He did not get it. He did not get it. Carolina walk away victorious, Alan.
We zoomed out, and I thought he still had 7.5. Couldn't see the clock. Oh my goodness. Just enough time, and Carolina will take flight on a 2-0 edge. And we'll take a look back at it because we literally zoomed right out of the 1v1. I thought the timing is right here. He's got 8, but he accident. Oh no!
That's so tough. That is so tough. It's like when there's a weapon at the bottom of a zip line, you're just picking it up every single time. But Carolina clutch up in the search to destroy. Gwyn puts the team on his back in those final couple of rounds to earn himself that Hellstorm. I really don't know what Priesta was doing in that scenario. I don't know if he thought every single missile blew up at that point, but he just walks out, gives the free kill to Gwyn, and then with only 15 seconds left, it's very difficult for Linz to try to locate where he is and also stick that defuse. He was able to find that kill, but just not enough time to work that defuse. And unfortunately, Carolina take the search and destroy, even on the back of Vivid going 1-7. It was multiple clutch rounds out of Gwyn and TJ. They were really setting the tone with those SMGs, a beautiful game plan to completely counter what Gorillas were going to throw at them. And now they're up 2-0 in the series.
And once again, it's another map where the first bloods just don't seem to make a difference. LG come out 6-2 on the first blood advantage, but still lose to the opposite score. So theatrics, drama to finish off that round number 8, but it does keep Carolina in a position of major control here, and they look good. And I know the desk has a lot to say probably about that. So we'll swap back to you guys, and we'll see what conclusions we have to draw.
There is one person brave enough to pick Carolina. Again.
Yep. They just look good, man. They're a very good team. You know, solid on all levels. Search and destroy. That's what we expect to see from them in the search and destroy game mode. Having players like Slasher and TJ, and despite Vivid having a bad game, still able to run away with the dub.
How do I get Slasher off of a truck, or any annoying player who watched Slasher play and is now going to do it to me tonight?
I don't know if you can get him off the truck, Chris. I'm going to be very, very honest with you. Switching gears a little bit, though, off of Gas in Carolina, LAG in that search and destroy, what I didn't expect is just how uncomfortable they look in this game mode. They clearly seem to have feel the missing presence of Hydra and the pace that he sets, because throughout like round 5 and 6, if you go and watch it back, like they just look uncomfortable. They're not really hitting things out together. And when they do, they're giving themselves really bad timing, as if they don't trust each other to hold flank or watch something, maybe some miscommunication. So a lot of work to be done for LAG's S&D.
The LAG mates trio, won a world championship 2 years ago.
Yep.
What's happening right now?
Yeah, I mean, well, one, you're trying to figure out this game. It plays obviously way different than the last 2 titles that we've had. And then in Search and Destroy, like, you have to play together in this game. You saw so many rounds how Carolina pushing up towards the B Street, using their attacks, and then wrapping back and isolating Kismet. Where in past years, Kismet had so much success being a guy on an island, making a huge impact play. It's not going to work as well this year, given how the map design is and how you can play together and bait and switch the whole map. So I think they just got to figure out how to approach this game.
Give them a little time. Well, they have at least one more map. Let's take a look back, though, at the hard point, because if they hope to win this series, they got to win the second one. What went down in our first?
Yeah, let's hop into drawing conclusions. So this is rotational success. We're going to talk about this one as it stands right now. The map is tied. It's going to be like 5-point difference. And right here, you have to make a big play if you're the Carolina Royal Ravens. So what I want you guys to do is notice here on your mini map, this is TJ Halley. He's making a rotation over towards New, trying to get control of the building, right? And he knows all the players are spawning here. So if anybody's going to be wrapping back, trying to get favorable positioning, they're going to be coming this direction. So I want you guys to see sort of how this plays out, though, because he makes a really heads-up play when he gets over towards that building, which we'll jump back into the minimap and explain more. But as it stands right here, he's just looking for information. He's trying to find players. He doesn't exactly want to engage, and I'm going to tell you guys why here in a second. We'll pause it. He's waiting for the time to dwindle out and it to be the new hill, because he wants to spawn everybody back here, because if he spawns everybody back here, his teammates can turn around and play those cuts and basically pick up all those kills, giving them perfect positioning and a ton of time on this hill. So let's watch him slay some fools. He's going to pick up a couple kills, waits for the time to expire, picks up the first one, looks over front and gets another kill, and then turns around for the 3-piece. So using his brain, using his gunny to clear everybody out. And then as you can see, they're all spawning. Let's get this map right. Oh, there we go. They're all spawning down here, and the rest of the team can turn and refocus their attention and dominate this hill. They then go on to go up by about 70+ points and blow the game wide open.
Trigger discipline. Love to see it.
Do love to see it. And TJ was doing this throughout the entirety of the game, right? There was multiple times where he had an open lane, was able to abuse it to set his team up for success.
Yeah, he was that guy. So many rotations, and that was a big one.
Well done. More conclusions being drawn.
Yeah.
Thanks for helping us revisit that one.
Up top.
Killing it on the Telestrator. We also have a man killing it in the game. Let's take a look at our scum play of the game. It's early. I wanted it right now. Isaiah Quinn, a.k.a. Quinn, doing Quinn-like things alongside Slasher. Walk me through this final round.
I mean, Gwyn is just that guy this whole search and destroy. The last round obviously was the nail in the coffin. He has the crews to work with. He's going to call it. It's why they went over towards the B site. He's not going to catch them with the extra missiles, but he will find the kill on the Priesta. And right now, he just has to play time time. Go and check the bomb just once to see if you can get this player off it. And unfortunately for Linz, he gets the kill, but isn't able to get the defuse.
I like Gwyn kind of tweaked at that point. Like if he was sneak defusing it, he would have got it. You just gotta wait a second. And the only reason they win that round is because Linz has a blunder and reloads instead of hops the bomb instantaneously. A wild round success nonetheless if you're Gwyn, but man, that was crazy.
6-2 the final score. LAG getting beat up in S&D. Coming up, though, we have a Game 3. We're going to Control, and I'm told the casters are ready to party. Vault is coming up next. Sticking with your team, I'm sure.
I'm thinking they're getting a 3-0.
Is this going to be a 3-0?
I don't think it's going to be a 3-0. I think we'll go to a map number 4, but it could go Carolina's way.
Shift and Study. It's your show. Take it away.
Yeah, we're always here to party. You know that. That's the way we rock out this way. No, it's been a good series so far. It really has been. I know the scoreline may not necessarily suggest it based on the 251-61 and then the 6-2 there. But again, the conclusions that were drawn, absolutely perfect. Key moments that Carolina keep finding themselves on top in. That's kind of the storyline for me right now.
It's just those quick decisions that need to be happening for Carolina. They're making them very, very quickly with this brand new roster. So if they can continue to do that, they're probably going to walk away victorious in a clean 3-0 because we watched them play this map already versus Vegas, and they were able to walk away with obviously 2 defensive rounds, 1 attacking round. Very, very easy work for them. And on the opposing side for the Gorillas, this is another map that they fell short versus Rocker all around number 5, and that's due to the fact that they had back-to-back offenses to close out those rounds. Even the trophy systems could not save them, but just the way that Carolina are playing right now, everyone's in sync. If you are the Gorillas, we need to see a little bit more teamwork, and I know it's going to be very difficult because it's still the beginning of the season. You need time, and that's what the Nets touched on in the middle of that break.
And the other part of this, it's something to kind of keep an eye on here as we jump into the Vault Control, is that Linz was really limited in terms of how much he could do on the map thanks to the AR presence of Carolina. Will that still be the case here as we jump on into the Control? Very different game mode, but Slasher trying to make a play around the back gets shut down, and this could lead to a pretty early stack. Next contest is a big one here for Carolina if they're to stop this A progress.
Yeah, second segment already about to come in. Every single time a Carolina player trying to go for a route, they are getting easily read and taken care of. So time is going to be extended already to 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with. And you can already see all of the Gorillas dropping down in the vault. Let's instantly try to make our way over towards B.
Haven't touched it yet, and now Slasher has a chance to really break down some of this forward motion from LAG. The only player they have not found yet is Priesta, and he is
big plays
all the way over towards the bottom side of the map. Although the thing for here is Carolina's defense also has some forward progression towards this LAG spawn.
But Priesta is able to find at least 1 kill towards the back end. Fortunately, he is going to fall. Now you're just hoping that the rest of your teammates can take a little bit of map control away from Carolina as they show a lot of presence in towards mid. Kismet and Priesta combined for 2. And now if you are Carolina, make sure you have your nades in the back pocket because they're already here.
Kismet trying to bump a little bit further forward, shut down by Carolina. All 4 guns we're looking
beautiful
at. The turn as Gwyn finds Priesta as well. That's going to push back LAG's offensive attempt towards B. Linz trying to stay safe. Bottom side vault tagged up as TJ trying to find the hunt. But very patient, just does not check his corner fully, and that'll be enough for Priesta and Linz to turn the tides just a touch. But all things told, 19 plays 18, minute 13 on the clock, and we've got a pretty even affair here.
Okay, Gwyn's on 5 in a row. Unfortunately, the double chow from that pool area and towards bottom vault is going to be able to take care of him. It's already been a minute wiped off the game clock. And still a great setup from Carolina around that B point. You have Slasher being the safety net on the side of those palm trees, just making sure he's able to at least eliminate 1 player on that point, but Linz is able to assist his teammate. So that first segment is going to come in, and that's 3 dead.
Yep, this is it. Gwyn trying to contest. He gets shut down. There's 2 players on. Second tick of progress. Going to get locked in. Third will quickly be on the way. Kismet watching the cross to try to stop these Carolina defenders from even touching the zone. They've been able to take 1 off. Can he get the second? Yeah, he sure can, but he cannot get there to touch in time. The last remaining member for LAG able to get the 3rd tick, and with that, the offensive round.
That's great plays right there from the Gorillas. Every single time they needed to work out of their base, they showed a lot of presence through that mid-map. Consistently try to have players working that overextension. It's not set up easily for Carolina, but it all starts with finding that kill onto Slasher. Once Lynn catches the timing through mid-double doors to take care of him, you know that all of Carolina are playing nice and slow in the back of their spawn. So take care of the farthest player pushed up, get on the point, force them out of their positionings, then eventually get the stack going. Great opening attack with no trophy systems out of the Gorilla Baits.
Yeah, that's huge. We've seen that a couple of times, though, so far. These opening 2 rounds have often gone the way of the offensive side, which is Not what I've experienced in ranked play, I'll tell you that much. But we'll see if Carolina can respond here. Again, every segment of the 3, once they get locked, they're locked forever. 30 lives to try to make this happen. If you're new to Control. TJ over the top. Gets a look over towards Priesta, pushes him off the angle, but they don't track down Linz. And that's enough for him to keep this LA defense very formidable over the top of the A zone.
You can already see they're taking away that B Street control. They're trying to work their way over towards gold, force all of the Ravens to overextend over through that pool side. And they're just going to waste a lot of time trying to locate where these players from the Gorilla are. They are effective again on the trade. 2-2 split now, but Priesta with that double is going to keep the numbers in their advantage.
Gwen just trying to play a little bit of whack-a-mole from inside the bottom part of vault. Shut down Slasher, catches Priesta, bursting through the doors over towards gold. That shuts down some of this defensive least effort to control the B Street. But the thing about this is there's just no eyes at all over the top of A. Carolina just do not have a lot of options right now.
Man, they don't have a single segment as well, so you gotta try to make up for it in one of those categories. And with only 30 seconds left, you gotta get a move on it. You have a little bit of cat control, a lot of presence around this mid-map area. Just need the kills to go with it. TJ strikes first, but again, the effective trades coming in from the Gorillas keep them in the man advantage situation.
And the SMGs for LAG are just having a field day right now. A combined 20 and 11 for Kismet and Linz. Down to the final 18 seconds. Clock will stop as Carolina jump on the A zone. Priesta from the low ground takes care of the offensive contest, and that's enough to drain out the clock, plus the segment. It's absolutely beautiful from LAG. Last player is TJ up top. Do they get a chance to even touch this? Vivid may have to try to dive on in. Gwyn over the top as well. They do get a moment of contest, but Priesta around the back will take care of it. One more to find in the form of TJ. Oh, doesn't finish his food, and that will do it. Wow, dominating defense as LAG go up 2-0.
Whew. They're looking great when it comes to this situation, to where every single time the mixes is coming about, when all the gunfights are going down, they are just putting themselves in a position to come out on top in those man advantages every single time, slowing down the pressure from Carolina. Not a single segment earned on their part. Now a tall ladder to climb to try to fight their way back into this game, because now the Gorillas are in the full advantage. You got all 6 segments complete. You got trophy systems going into this attacking round.
Yep.
They might be able to extend the series here if they continue to slay the way that they have been.
I know our ops team also wants us to mention the fact that Priest is on 5. Getting closer to a potential hellstorm. A little bit of friendly fire off the opening team nade. Kismet trying to make something desperate happen over towards B. This kind of feels like this is trying to open up Priesta for a chance to get a couple more eliminations over towards B Street, but that goes completely awry. Priesta up and down over to the palm tree. Gets kill number 6, working closer and closer towards the Hellstorm, but is having a tough time locking down probably the other 3 kills he's going to need at least if he wants to get this cruise.
Well, look at the map control he's already taken away from Carolina. Can he try to play his life? No, the double chow too strong from the Ravens. 45 seconds to the play with. Now the Gorillas have changed their focus on the pressure over towards A, as that's already 3 dead in the feed. Linz having himself a map alongside Kismet. You said the SMGs are roaming around, having a good time. First segment complete.
Yeah, nearly both of them sitting at double positive. Second pick still being worked on. Linz shut down. Here's a chance for Carolina. 3 straight eliminations, 1 more to find. It's Priesta. He's able to keep the play at least remotely alive over the top of A, but he is being chased and he will be dealt with. So that's all 4 down. Second tick of progress depleted almost completely. And how about Gwyn through B Street? Able to, again, put a little bit more punish on this LAG spawn.
But now you have to put a little bit of rotation coming in towards that B Street, because once Gwyn falls, you can start to work your way up and potentially put the Gamecock at a pause if you want to work your way over towards B. But they're just trying to use this as a decoy, hoping that their teammates can find a couple kills around that middle of the map. The Gamecock does come to a pause, but Priest is the only player in a position to try to make something happen.
LAG doing the job that needs to be done, though. 17 plays 14. They've dug into this life deficit pretty darn nicely. Gwyn trying to get it done himself. That's a 1v3 he's just elected to take, and he gets punished for it. Third tick locked, and yep, here we go. Just a 2 life advantage. Make it 1, as LAG will get the full A zone, meaning they get another minute to try to opportunistically get over to B quickly.
Yeah, they're already on it. A lot of presence around vault. You have Lynn sitting on the side of those palm trees, just watching that top window. That's 2 dead in the feed. Gwyn through vault, has to try to make a play.
It's another moment where he's got to find himself in a 1v2. Takes care of Skies. Priesta not on the zone, found by Slasher. Back to a 2 life edge. Vivid also confirms the information that Kismet's playing over towards the back of their spawn, and they do not want to let him stay here safely. But at the same rate, Carolina making sure that LAG are tested and taking the long route off of their spawn of their own.
Oh, but the timing right there. out of Kismet to get out of the backside of that P4 building. You still have 2 players from Carolina trying to locate where he is, and this should allow the Gorillas to push right up through the front. Now you're able to spot Kismet. Everyone should start to turn. Throw your nades at the point.
Yep, Slasher takes care of Kismet, stopping the clock. Now down to 37 seconds, a 9v6. LAG still working through the middle of the map. Carolina, knowing that their back is secure, have gotten a little bit further out of their spawn. Priesta has TJ in trouble. Semtex out. Vivid with the supply of support. How about that? But may not make a difference. Kismet takes down both. And now it's just down to trying to find where Slasher and Gwyn are. 20 seconds left for the 7v4.
Yep, Gwyn's in a great position to at least find one. Slasher wins his one-on-one across the map. Only 2 players alive. Now for the Gorilla mates. There's with only 10 seconds left. Carolina are going to be able to stay alive unless Kismet turns into a god at this point of the game. With only 3 seconds, you got to find every single chill. Try to get onto the point. The last player alive is going to be Linz. He's able to find a double. Tries to turn on the Slasher, but Carolina stay alive on the defense.
Yep.
They're down by 10 segments, so it's going to be back-to-back offensive round wins if they're trying to close it out in 3.
Even in that 3rd round, scary moments for Carolina's defense, but like you mentioned, it will have to be back-to-back offensive rounds due to the difference in the ticks that have currently been captured. And I, again, had to keep going back to this LAG front line. The SMGs are looking much better here on the control compared to the hard point.
And right there was the micromanaging of Royal Ravens, just not losing track of players. I think that's one thing I've seen so far throughout this entire weekend, is that when you allow one of these SMGs players to get lost in the back of your spawn and just roam around the map with you not knowing exactly what he's doing, that's when the game starts to get out of hand. But with Vivid giving that calm, that knowing that Kismet is there, once they get that kill in the Kismet, everyone starts to approach their way on forward. Just good job to keep track of everyone to make sure the game is stable.
Yeah, this opening breakoff, super important for Carolina, and it is not going well. Gwyn at least gets one back, but that's a 4-for-1 exchange. And look at the pressure that TJ already feels coming off spawn. On the opposite side of it, Vivid trying to deal with as many LAG defenders as they possibly can. And that's not bad, 2-for-1 on the trade. And that's going to lead to an opportunity for Carolina to get eyes on the A zone.
But look at the pinch coming in from Linz. He might have timed this to perfection. He finds one, is able to find a double. Still one more player alive in Vivid, but with everyone falling, you just want to hold your position. Trying to catch anyone from the Gorillas, trying to put your teammates in a little bit of a spawn trap, but finds that opening kill onto Kismet. But with 40 seconds left, with that double, this is where you go away.
And they get information that Skies is also playing just over the top of the A zone. Good nade into this back U-Haul. Vivid pushing off both defenders. Allows Carolina to pause the clock at 34 seconds and stack a little bit here for the first tick. Second on the way. Linz are able to shut down Slasher. Skies from the top gets a second. And now Vivid has to keep this masterclass alive, and he almost gets the lineup for 2, but instead it's shut down, and LAG will continue to contest this second tick.
Yeah, and that's where Carolina cannot have all 4 players in towards that middle, around that 8 point, because you give up that catwalk for free. And then all of the Gorillas attack that side of the map. They're able to hit a couple pitches and find a little bit of a break, but they work their way back on in for that second segment to come in. Only down by 1 life, should be able to extend this game clock, because I don't think the Gorillas are going to give it one more push.
And Gwyn's just trying to see if he can take advantage of some timing. Linz sees it, doesn't make much of a difference, and Gwyn's now on the hunt for Priesta. It'll be TJ who finds him first. Now it's just down to, can you reduce this defense to have to play out of their spawn? Gwyn trying to be a thorn in the side, but gets shut down. Carolina keep things level, though, making sure LAG are still at least somewhat reserved on their defensive setup. It just comes down to what kind of damage can Kismet do in their back line.
Yeah, Kismet's just being a nuisance. You have 2 players coming off the respawn trying to locate where he is. Thankfully, Slasher is able to catch him in a situation where his teammate already finds a kill, and now you have this route being hit from Gwyn. He opens up with that first kill. Can he find anything more? Because they're going to spawn so damn far away from this point. Just going to fall into the hands of what Priesta can get done on this pinch.
Well, first take gets locked, second on the way. Priesta, there's the pinch. Vivid, who had stayed alive through so many different nades, cannot exist through the pressure of the flank from Priesta. Skies gets a trophy down, but loses his life. That's enough to keep this clock stopped at 42 seconds. Linz, little wraparound over through Lion. Good help from Kismet, and now LAG can take their full focus to TJ, who does get cleared off the point, and the clock continues to tick away.
And that's Big P-Dog, man, hitting the long route with that AR all the way through poolside. Wraps his way over towards B Street, just finds one, and continuously is blocking that close gold spawn to make the game a lot easier for his teammates. Now with only 25 seconds left, last hurrah here for Carolina. 2 players fall. This might be over.
Sure feels that way. It's going to have to be TJ to touch the zone and stay alive on this 1v1 with Kismet. He's also trying to help out Gwyn, though, on this pinch, who needs to get involved, but TJ will drop. 8 seconds remaining. Has to be Gwyn to touch. He's been seen. Skies with the pistol out. Going to try to get right behind, and he does find the kill. Last 2 seconds. Kismet will fall in the zone. A chance to touch, but not for long enough, and LAG will get on the board with a 3-1 control.
Gorilla said, not today. We are not getting 3-0 in our second match. We're going to show a little bit of fight, and that's exactly what they did. On that vault control, all the ARs, even 3 at some points of that game. We're able to hold down those power positions, keep track of every single player. And then when you need a big play to come in, when it started to get a little bit scary, just Priest hitting that route, winning that one-on-one gunfight, catching a player coming off the respawn, and just blocking those close spawns for Carolina. Made it easier for the Gorillas to stand strong on that defensive setup. They stayed with Carolina in the sling. That's what it really came down to. You had the SMGs applying that pressure around the middle of the map, not really giving up these segments easily to Carolina, just always in their face. Great plays from the Gorillas from start to finish of that map to now at least force this map number 4.
And again, it's the SMGs for LAG that just have a much better time on control here at Vault comparatively to some of the limitation that they were kind of meeting in the opening hard point. They finished in a combined 54 and 42. Not bad whatsoever considering how much they were flying all over the map. So with that in mind, now we take our attention to Skyline for map number 4. Both teams got a rep on this, and actually both teams found very similar results. 251-79 for Carolina against Vegas, where LAG found a 250-175 versus Minnesota. And I think the storyline here, Jay, at least in my mind, is whose SMG line is going to step up again, because this map can get furious.
Man, we were watching Lins the first time we saw him on Skyline, just 3-piece after 3-piece. So that's going to be fun to watch, especially on the smallest map that we have in Hardpoint. Going up against the likes of TJ and Gwyn, who can potentially pull out that second SMG if need be. But this is going to be a mix fest because we know how fast Skyline can be. But the teams who usually tend to dominate this map are the teams that can slow it down as much as they possibly can. The little things, the micromanaging of realizing, okay, I got an SMG pushing out towards low piano. I got to make sure I'm blocking out the backside. Oh, I got an SMG pushing out towards bar side. I have to make sure I'm blocking because these spawns can be so sticky at certain points to where if you give it up for a small second, that pitch is going to be developing.
And that's something that I think we saw the adaptations from Carolina get really, I think, heavily noticed when they were playing up against Vegas, because at one point in time, that was a 175-175 game. And
yeah,
it didn't feel like Carolina were just not controlling the macro sense of the map all that well until it mattered the most. You know, going from that last P3 to P4, that's when you really saw, I think, Slasher in particular, shut down lanes, allow Gwyn to find more success, just doing what he wants to do. So that's kind of a game plan element that I think we really need to keep our eye on here to see if Carolina have been able to resound themselves to be better when it comes to controlling the map.
And then on the opposite side for the Gorillas, when they squared up against Rocker on this map, it didn't start off so hot because they lost basically every single rotation in the first half of that game. But then they made up for it with Lins popping threes, with them hitting rotations. We're able to dominate that second half of the game and start to pull away with it to at least force that map number 5. So they're super confident on this map 4 to at least get it to that game 5.
Indeed the case. I know there's probably a little bit of chatter to see this LAG team, again, after the lengthy first match that they had versus Minnesota. Could they find a way to get this thing back to a map 5 and find one of our first reverse sweeps of the year? Feels like based on that control, things are starting to click again. And again, going to a Skyline with the potential of map number 5 being on red card. Feels like anything can happen when you get to that map, so
yeah.
Who knows?
You could definitely take an elevator and find yourself on a 3rd story. Who knows what's going to happen if we get all the way to red card. But I think the 2 plays that I really want to focus on were the game changers in that map number 1, at least on the side of Carolina. If you can get Vivid to go out there and slay, and completely slay with either that AR or that SMG in hand, that's going to make it a lot easier for everybody else on Carolina, because that's the guy that we're expecting to just do the dirty work, to make sure his teammates are in a great position to win the map. You're thinking about Gwyn getting those kills, TJ with that SMG being the aggressor, and Slasher just holding it down with that AR. But with Vivid setting the tone in slaying department, if he can do that again, they're probably going to close it out. And on the opposing side, I'm really looking at Priest. This is a guy who I'm so high up on a player of his caliber, which he's able to do every single thing on the map. He can pick up a pistol, he can pick up a riot shield, a sniper, AR, SMG. He's able to get the job done. So on a map like Skyline, where he's potentially going to pull out that 2nd or 3rd SMG at some points, he needs to have a great day as well to try to force this game 5.
Again, if you're tuning in late, The synopsis over map number 1 was an AR difference. Slasher went 38-23. On the other side, Priesta 18-30, Skies 21-33. And you mentioned again, Vivid was also +6 at 30-24. So the ARs for Carolina really did a lot of the heavy lifting in map number 1. Do we expect that to happen again? That's the big question here as the opening battle does resort into a 2v2. TJ, bottom side Jim gets help from Slasher, and Carolina can get the early time on P1.
And they already flipped the spawns. That is exactly how you want to come out when you're not spawning on the preferred side of that P2 HP. But as soon as I say that, Gorillas find 3 in a row to at least find an early big. But now you got Gwyn, the player on my fantasy team who's so far getting me a lot of points this weekend. Sitting at 3-1, holding down top cap while his teammates are soaking up this P1 time.
Not a bias caster, by the way.
Nope, none at all.
Team Nate out of LAG has them limited in terms of what they can do around the hot tub. And Slasher, again, the timing he's finding is absolutely perfect. And with Gwyn also holding on to a third AR here, it's just the ARs for Carolina are not allowing LAG to move across the map in any form.
They just got him trapped, man. Now you win a perfect rotation over towards P2. Gwyn already finds himself on 5 in a row. He's realizing where the pressure is coming in, but it doesn't matter. You drop down and no one is there for you to kill. So it's a clean 4 dead in the feed for Carolina. Now you can take a little bit more map away from them, push your way over towards Bar, make it 6, gives the comp to his teammates. Gwyn can do no wrong.
And LAG are in hell right now, trying to stretch across that middle end of the map. TJ, aggressive motion, only able to find 1. Lynn still stays alive, 30 seconds to fight for. Spawns are still good for Carolina. Do they get a read on where this hit is coming from? TJ picking up the piano side. Gwyn still staying very active over the top middle of patio. Trade so far decent. LAG find a way to crack themselves into the hard point for now, but can they finish up? No, the answer is very clearly Carolina favored, and they're going to get to 75 off 2 hard points thus far.
And you already see on your mini-map the positioning of Slasher, the vet of this team, thinking about the next big play. And if we can secure those spawns for that P3 to P4 chain, that could be even easier, but he is going to fall. Now the pressure from the rest of his teammates through the middle of the map, with Gwyn finding the double with that SMG in hand, and early break is in.
Trying to get the regen as LAG off their spawns over towards the patio side, flood back on into kitchen. That's a clean kill feed, and look where Carolina are spawning. This is not where you necessarily want to be. You need to pick up these lanes, and wow, they just run through the middle of the map. No one even sees this. TJ's going to try to play from back staircase. Priesta holding him back for now. The hit from the front, though, also developing simultaneously. So LAG really being tested. Trades are decent, but Carolina will win out on the old time of 23 seconds to fight.
And this is what happens when you grow yourself such a big lead in the beginning of the game. You can afford to hit these long routes, to try to pinch those spawns, play the mind games versus the Gorillas. They find a little bit of a break for the potential final 20 seconds, but Priestess is trying to play his life on the back of the new hard point. Unfortunately, is going to get bait and switched. But at least his teammates are still going to get those co-spawns. Now you just got to locate where the hell does Slasher go.
And he's out of there. And finds Lynn. So now a 4v3 the break attempt.
Oh, man.
Oh, mercy. He's able to find the second. Kismet, Sky's trying to hang on. Carolina will have Slasher spawn right on the...
Oh, man.
And he's going to take down another double. Now it's just to the fight inside the hard point. Vivid in a prime spot to lock down Lins, and Carolina can do no wrong.
And what'd you say, Alan? LAG are literally in hell. They're thinking they're getting all the kills around the back. No way Slasher's gonna get that close spawn on the backside of that picnic table, but he comes off spawn, catches the double, and secures the back spawns for his team. Now up by more than 100, the Gorillas have to fight for every ounce of scrap com that they possibly can. So 20 seconds here at P4. The pressure's still gonna be here though from Carolina.
Just trying to fight for every single second. But LAG, a moment where they can breathe. Scrap time secured. Just under 100 point game is reset back over to the hot tub, waiting for it to open up his Kismet, but Gwyn finds him immediately. And now look at the map control, the mini map. Carolina have a position for TJ to just go rogue as soon as the hit starts to develop. He's also soaking hard point time, and LAG, they have to find this kill quickly, and they do. Okay, here's a moment. LAG with the 4v2 opportunity over P1.
They're now soaking up this hill time, but you need a lot of this time to try to get yourself back into this game. The way that Carolina are playing, though, you can see they're just holding. They are not pushing up past that 50-yard line. They don't want to potentially spawn the Gorillas behind them. They just want to kill everything right in front of them. That is a clean 4 dead again. Still 30 seconds here at this P1, and the Gorillas now have to push through this and think about that next hard point.
And they're getting caught on sprint. Vivid just zoning off top bedroom, right back into the hallway.
Oh, man.
It's for Skies. Woo-hoo-hoo. How about Carolina? Vivid on 5 in a row. Does he get a read on the players trying to hit through the top side of the halls? May not need to. Help is on the way. You've got TJ who spawned in Narnia, but Vivid still holding his own. Gwyn following up, and Carolina all over it, but they do lose spawns, and LAG will take advantage of that.
Yeah, LAG with the numbers should be able to bombard their way back into this, because this P2 tends to be a money hill. Just cannot allow someone to slip on by, find that first kill, and then spawn you all the way across the map. Because then everyone else around that hard point starts to panic a bit. But 20 uncontested seconds. No one watching the overextension to the low side of kitchen. So Slasher strikes first. TJ and Gwyn through the front doors are able to find everyone after that. 4 dead. Spawns all the way across the map. Another break for Carolina.
And one thing we did see in LAG's matchup versus Minnesota to open up their CDL year was that they were prone to just being too bunkered up, giving away too much space where they can't even confirm information. And look at the result. It's just an immediate break and a convincing one at that. And you look to the minimap again, and yep, our ops team is right all over it. Slasher trying to get the early damage done, but he will be shut down. LAG have to win this P3 to P4 rotation or this game is over.
Just every time you think LAG are fully set up at a hard point, that first attempt that comes in for Carolina, they make it count. And then you're spawning all the way across the map with that much time left to try to even contest it. You already have to chalk it up and start thinking about that rotation. But even that isn't easy because you got players like Slasher who are already hitting it nice and early. Still almost an 100-point lead. 40 seconds to fight for here at Bar. And if you are the Gorillas, you need all this.
DJ making a route around the back. Carolina knowing they have the spawns locked. DJ off the pinch will only find one, but now it's just down to the 1v1 from the front. Priestess stays safe. A little bit of support from the trophy system keeping him alive, and that's enough for LAG to win out the majority of this P3 time. But look at the setup for Carolina. 3 members waiting for the new hard point to open, and TJ will open with the first blood on top of that.
You got one Sparrow who spawns out, so he's going to be blessed with a free pinch. Can Slasher try to find the third onto Kismet? No, the movement too good from Kismet to keep himself alive in that play. But slowly but surely, already applying a lot of pressure over towards Stone Steps. Can Kismet find another? He is going to be on 5 in a row, but once he falls, the back spawns are supposed to be secure, but he gets blessed. Now it's your turn to take this time.
Okay, moment here for LAG, but again, they have to win this hard point out, right? TJ catches one inside the wardrobe, shots to Kismet. That's enough for Gwyn to follow up. Confirm the assist to TJ. Waiting for the regen, and then the hit will be all 4 members from the front. Little 2-2 split. Skies sitting behind the tub. Nothing he can do from there. Carolina just floods forward, and they're finding every single kill. Lance trying to block in the back, but he gets shut down, and Carolina in a position of control to possibly put this game out of reach.
And it's just the patience, man. Everyone clutching up in their 101 gunfight, setting up crossfires. And eventually using that aggression to spawn them all the way across the map. Liddy, go. Welcome back, brother. You are shooting completely different. Ever since that little bit of a break, man, but only 5 seconds remaining here at P4. Carolina only need 35 seconds to call series. So with this much time still in the lead, this is where someone of those SMGs can hit that underground round if they want to.
And Slasher up top, not even being contested at top bedroom. Shuts down Linz inside the hard point. Priesta trying to survive over towards the gym, and nope, not gonna happen. Linz following up, but you can feel it. It's just getting really one by one they come, one by one they fall. LAG absolutely obliterated as Carolina continue to tally more time on P1, and Gwyn gets to work locking down the high ground.
And this is the 3rd time where the Gorillas do not want to be fighting from Platt's side. They want to be the team holding down from Piano, because look at how difficult it is to get past the ARs on the side of the Ravens. Finally, an SMG is able to get on through, but for how much time? Linz is able to find a double. Still the spawns in the back pocket for Carolina, and Gwyn is just dancing with death. Catches another double in the back pocket.
Just a hot swap between the AR and the SMG. Getting it done. Priesta tracked down, backside P.
Oh my!
6 in a row. He's got possibly 7 and 8 in front of him. Oh, and he wants it. Little heat check out of Gwyn. Shuts down everything. TJ on the follow-up. It's perfection. Carolina, a masterclass here on Skyline. One more chance for LAG to try to break. Vivid's been tagged, but he's still shooting back as LAG will be absolutely thrown out of Skyline. A 3-1 affair as Carolina find a win.
Whew. Them boys just played some great fundamental hard point in both of the maps. We're talking about out-rotating the Gorillas basically on every single hard point, but on that skyline, not allowing the Gorillas to at least get 1 or 2 players to set up a pitch around Piano. They had them trapped. That P1 to P2 chain, I did not think it was going to be that difficult to try to break on in, but that was their saving grace there. They did not allow anyone to sneak on through bar. No one to go through top hallway, and if you slide out of battle bedroom, you got Slasher with that AR. Watching from Piano, just gunning you down. Carolina, a new squad, who the coaches had them ranked all the way in the bottom echelon of the teams. They come on and smack the Gorillas right in the mouth, close out the series in 3-1, and start off 2-0 on week number 1.
Massive opener from Carolina. Slasher in particular, of course. Again, I think there were a lot of just lingering questions. Which Slasher were we going to get? Well, we got the hollow one. We got the one that you could send to the TGC and get tons of money for. He is unbelievable. And then again, I think just on top of that, you want to talk about the complete squad. You've got Gwyn, who's flopping back and forth between an SMG and an AR. Vivid, a couple of moments where he's been able to put together streaks, but he also finished with over 2 minutes of hill time. That's letting Slasher, again, do what he wants to do, and that veterancy was massive, Jay.
It's very, very scary when they're playing like that, because if Slasher is going to put up those numbers in year, 12 or 13, it's going to be a very difficult team when they have all the fundamentals in play. But enough from us. Let's bring the desk back in.
Thank you, Jay and Shift. Of course, a quick finish for Carolina.
Allie's down bad, bro.
I don't know
But
if she
their
felt
number's 2, so I'm going to stay there for the rest of the year, actually. It's on purpose.
Los Angeles making you that depressed already.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. All right, Gorillas and Kismet leaving the lobby early. You know it's a bad day at work when you can get in Kiz's head. So let's talk about what Carolina was bringing to the table. What was the most frustrating part of their game to deal with today, Nameless?
Yeah, well, I'm going to start things off before I get to that. And Gataga's probably feeling like he got fleeced right now. These guys do not look like world champion caliber players.
Right?
I mean, seriously, but let's talk about Carolina, man. Unbelievable. Like, off the rip, we knew something was going to be a little bit different from them when we looked at that first hard point. TJ playing effortless rotations and Slasher looking like he's back in prime form. We're on a Treyarch title where he won a world championship before. He looks so comfortable on this game. And then Gwyn in the respawns, like pulling out a sub AR, didn't matter. He was going nuts on the skyline.
My God, they got slammed. That's simply what it was in that map number 4. I couldn't believe my eyes. It wasn't even the fact that LAG was necessarily playing poorly. They just couldn't win a pivotal gunfight. Every single time that they had an early rotation, it was Slasher or Gwyn just doing things like that on them, and they just could not get a foothold in this map number 4. I don't know if it's the pace of this game that they're just not used to, but for LA Gorillas, mate, they've got to figure it out soon.
Nameless, I'm still trying to put up 30 kills in a hardpoint game, but Gwyn dropped 30 non-traded in this game number 4.
Silly.
Is this LAG not understanding the spawn system? Because multiple times I've seen Kismet, Priesta, whoever spot up at the top of the stairs getting shot in the back. Or is it just Gwyn playing his routes?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both. I mean, obviously, you know, they're great players. They understand the spawns, but the processing of it definitely a little bit slower than you would like to see if you're a Gorillas fan. I mean, we've seen the P4 both times. Like, how are we not retaining the spawn back there? We're getting broken on that hill from up top bedroom. That's unacceptable, right? If you play ranked, you know how much of a money hill that can be. So growing frustration on the side of Gentlemates, like, you're not winning search and destroys really, and you're losing hard points by 100 plus. It's getting bad.
Carolina looking strong here tonight as we open things up against LAG. A 0-2 start for our purple squad. It's now time to bring in last year's Rookie of the Year, off to a fantastic start. Gwyn, talk to me about that search and destroy to kick things off. How's this team feeling in this new game mode for Black Ops 6?
We feel great in S&D. That first S&D loss versus the Falcons was not the best show. We kind of went away from what we talk about, but we're very confident in S&D. We feel like we're one of the best in S&D.
And it shows, for sure, in this series especially. Gwyn, congratulations on the win. I am now picked against you guys twice, and I've lost both times. I'm a little silly, my bad. I want to ask you, though, when it comes to this game, when it comes to everybody else, you know, the coaches poll has proven to be a little wrong already in the opening weekend. Where do you think you guys kind of stand right now in the league? Where do you stack up?
we're fighting for top 4 for sure for a chip. That's all I know.
Oh, yeah.
I'm confident with these boys, and they're all confident too, so we're going to make some noise happen this year.
Awesome. Gwen, I want to ask you, you played with a couple vets now. What's it been like to play with Slasher so far? Obviously a world champion, back on a Treyarch title. He has a ton of confidence. How's that affected you in your game?
It affected me a lot. Honestly, having someone else that is, even though he's a veteran, he's still insane at the game. He's literally just on phase, like one of the best players in the game still. So he's given me a lot to work on. My comms have always been my weak point, so he's been really hammering me on comms. I've been trying my hardest to get better at it, and I feel like it's kind of improved a lot so far.
Gwen, I got 2 questions for you. First one, last year you couched yourself. After having a tough matchup, you made yourself sleep on the couch. You didn't deserve a bed that night. What would need to happen in Black Ops 6 for you to couch yourself again?
Another loss this stage for sure. Gotta lock back in if we have that, but that's not gonna happen. So
more realistic.
We're staying on the bed, hopefully.
Yeah, more realistic question for you though. You are playing against a very strong veteran squad, world champions on the LAG lineup. How did you guys get the best of them in the hard points? Did it feel like they don't have a full understanding of the rotations, or are you guys just on that game mode?
I feel like we were on it. Especially that last map, they couldn't kill me. So I don't know if there was much they could do. So I felt like we were just very confident, and it showed.
You guys are looking great. Congrats on the win tonight.
Thank you.
That is Gwyn. That's Carolina. Nameless has picked him twice. 2 times he has been correct. They now join Minnesota as a surprise at the top of the leaderboard. LAG a surprise at the bottom of the leaderboard, but they're off to a fantastic start when it comes to the watch parties. Let's take a look at some of the big reactions from Gataga, Broken, and crew.
These are the homies right here, man. Legends in the Call of Duty scene. And hey, don't worry. One will go through the hoop soon, fellas. Don't worry.
It's just a slow burn. It's just got to build up. You've got a very talented roster, world champions, a trio that won a chip together, and Linz, who was a contender for Rookie of the Year last year, and he still is having his moments already. I just think maybe this is a team that's going to take a little bit of time to get the ball rolling.
Can we just talk about this watch party, though? You got 3 chairs set up in the front. You got a couch party, and in the back, boys lounging. That is a vibe over there. I would love to be an LAG fan over in France.
I would love to be an LAG fan. I mean, if they were winning.
LAG mate still looking for their first win. They'll be back in action next week. For now, though, we got to take a look at what's coming up in the future. We got Miami versus Vancouver. Carolina getting the job done in match number 1. Who do you have next, though? You going with the Spaniards playing for Miami or the Frenchmen playing for Vancouver? I guess he's from Belgium. Luza?
Yep.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Oh no, I'm dead. I'm dead. No way.
Did I self-revive?
Nope. Honestly, it works out. I'm starving. Bristol calls these my old man chips. We're watching Joe while I eat a bunch of tacos. Did you win? How do I have the same amount of eliminations as you?
Yeah, that's some horseshit there. There's no way that's true.
No way.
They're doing the CDL song.
No way.
Fame here. Fame, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. Happy to be here.
Fantastic interview as always from Fame. Wonderful lad.
What do you want to say to the fans out there that's been supporting you guys?
Fuck Optic, fuck the green wall.
Vamos! And that's going to do it for me and Vico here on the stage.
You heard some words. Scrap and Draza now getting the opportunity to go toe-to-toe. Who gets the final chance to head to Twitter? We're about to find out.
Vancouver may have the best intro, but they didn't have the best finish to their first matchup. Going to a Game 5 against Toronto last night, they finally fall in that round 11. Let's take a look at 0-4 Abuza, Nasty, and Hixie. I think the big surprise for us was just how good Hixie was at slaying in this new title, Alley Cat.
Absolutely, he was slamming. He opened with a 5 on that Bolt hardpoint versus Toronto Ultra. So for me now, the expectation's a little bit higher that they're able to keep pace in this game, because I was worried with Hixie and Nasty being a more objective-minded, slower players that they wouldn't be able to hang, but they proved us wrong yesterday. They weren't able to get the win. Now they're going up against the Miami Heretics that also like to set the pace.
On the other side, as you mentioned, it is Miami, and they are coming off some confidence. A 3-0 over Vegas to start things off. Rancor undefeated since entering the league. Real, fantastic day one. How do you rank the Heretics right now?
Yeah, I think it's tough. I have them in the top 8. I like this roster. I love Real. I think he's one of the better players in the world. And Meadows back on the SMG just seemed right yesterday. So I think this team definitely has some work to do in the hardpoint game mode. A little bit too close for comfort. Real to make a big play. But aside from that, they look good.
Allie, is there anyone who can take Vico's place on the mic? We just saw that fantastic clip during COD TV.
I don't know. Maybe when Rencor gets a little bit more comfortable, because he was kind of confident in that interview yesterday. So give him some time to warm up.
Hear me out, Miami. Bring Vico to Madrid. Just see what happens. All right, let's take a look at our maps and modes for this first best of 5 between these two teams. Rewind, Vault, Protocol, and Red Carpet. Who wins with a double dose of Rewind here?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Vancouver, you want to close this out early. Like the Protocol yesterday, the Protocol hardpoint that we saw versus Toronto, it wasn't good. The Money Hill, they had no idea how to play at bottom computers. So you're looking at trying to get a 3-0 here if you're Surge.
It's time to make our Scuff Pick'ems official. The Oracle has been on his game after starting 0-4 with the community. Nameless is on fire. Take it away, Nameless. Where are we going?
I'm going to go with the Vancouver Surge. I think they get it done. They look pretty good. I like Hixie. I got Surge.
All right, Allie, you want to see what the fans did, or you want to go next?
I can go next. Okay. I kind of feel like Optic Texas right now, you know, the defending world champs, first weekend of the season, they kind of got slammed. I'm getting slammed right now, trying to defend my title. I'm also going to go with Vancouver Surge. I think this is going to be a really close matchup, but I think I believe in the Surge boys.
I don't know why, but I like Real.
You should do it. You should
Vamos,
do it.
baby.
No, I support this 100%.
Opportunity for Allie to catch up. I will start the day 0-2. Probably the fans are siding with the Surge. We got Miles and Chance on the mic. Miles, I got this, right?
I think you do actually have this, Chris. This is a very, very cool matchup. Super, super stoked to see. For me personally, the biggest question, do Vancouver have what it takes to roll day to day and perform like they did yesterday against Toronto? Because that was a hot Toronto, and that was a great series, Chance.
Absolutely. And I think even for like sort of the state of the year that we've had for a lot of these teams, like, you know, there's a lot of things that still need to develop, but some of the teams that we might expect to be lower tier have been performing. And now these two squads we're expecting to be like in that sort of top 6 range. Heretics, you know, lived there on occasion, depending on the stage last year. And if Rancor's an upgrade, who knows how good this team can be. And Vancouver has already begun to exceed expectations, looking like a very strong squad. So I think this is a fun match. I think this is one of the matches that will be fun all year long as well. And also, Miles, I'm just happy that we get some more Rewind.
We do. We get a double dose of rewind. You hit the old triple arrowed. When you have to get that VHS right back to the start. It goes... None of you kids know. None of you kids know. Joe was chirping at Clint, thinking like, "Oh, is this like your childhood?" It was mine too. Actually, for many people. Here we go. Mapmon. Heretics. Surge. And a hard point. And so far, I mean, it's all Vancouver. This is a real delight off the rip. Not an easy thing to do to hold on to P1 here, though, Chance. As we see, there's a lot of ways into this fast-forward video store.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty much a perfect opening break. Main Slayer Hixie just getting that first intro kill, and 04 just flies and wins the gunfight to flip the spawn. So Heretics might have been able to sort of get that P1 control back, but maybe long-term Surge are going to be happy. But honestly, for 20 seconds that are left on this P1 time, I'm thinking Heretics right now happy to just be those collectors.
Yeah, very much so. Soak it away, lads. Soak it away. You are going to see Abuza probably hit that point on the way towards New, but there's a lovely awkward battle taking place in all the various laneways here on Rewind. Look at that mini-map. There are players all over the shop. Lucky's managed to find himself in a Vancouver sandwich, and he tasted good. Hixie puts him down. New hard points up. Backside of the stores. Game calls it street. I call it a lot of fun. Watch out for that car heady as well.
This is an atypical look, too. You get one of your main SMG players that is sort of forced into the AR position towards the back, but we call it a god spot for a reason. Hixie, unfortunately, just gave up timing, so Real's able to pierce the setup and get his boys inside. So, talk about main Slayer Hixie. Well, that's a moment where you needed the IQ to show up, but, hey, the pinch is in. He tries to take it back, but Real on an 8 spree, by the way. The only player for Heretics that was trying to pierce through P2, and unfortunate for him, not enough to get it done.
Pull out the Annihilator. Do it! I don't know no GAs about no Annihilators. Let's see what you got with a 6-shooter from hell. Vancouver with a slight lead. Going in on our next hard point. Out by the dumpsters, out by the trash. A wide open space. This is where streaks will be very, very handy. Not gonna happen for Real though, still. Nice work! There we go with the Jackal. Beautiful stuff. Hard points ready to go, and his boys are in.
I mean, he just died off of an 8 or 9 spree. He's already back with a 4. And yeah, he's the man you can't get past. And finally, off the back of that electric start from Real, Heretics have just now taken the lead.
That's a great bit of work. A big hit now from Surge. Oh no! Raincore cuts out the reinforcements. Makes that hit look like nothing. Now you're gonna have to go back on a spawn. Surge, once again, a bit of a journey, and this is all time and trophy systems there for the Heretics.
Dude, could not care less about Lucky getting hill time. Real is again going on a spree. He's got 16. Thank you very much. The cutoff kill, the man that cannot lose a one-on-one gunfight, takes the double chow to finally take him down, and look who's there for the cleanups. That is a full map white spread coverage. Heretics right there thriving on P3. I mean, slammed that door shut, and Real, I mean, again, 17 and 4. The man of the map for the moment. This is kill record pace and then some.
Yeah, for sure. See if you can keep it up. And again, whenever you go across the board to Rancor, he's picking up 2-piece after 2-piece. He is the cut-off man. And so far, so good. Hardpoint still in their hands. Real holding on tooth and nail. Here comes Surge from the outside in towards Beepers. But it's a big one again from Real. Backside of the hardpoint now. 04 trying to make entry through one of the many entrances towards this hardpoint. And I don't think it's going to happen. Hixie.
20 and 4.
It's Real. It's just 5.
We are in a Real masterclass for the moment. Surge at least have control and have stabilized on this P4. Maybe should be good to go for the final 20 seconds. And now that Real's forced to slide in, may be able to just die in these moments. So he is faltered all the way to 20 and 6. Look at the pressure Heretics are bringing to the table, right? They're taking the fight right to them. You know you're keeping these spawns pinned in the back, so they're going to be set up on new as well. And the man that they are putting inside the hill is the man of the hour, Real. 20 kills, want some hill time too.
Will the Reaper of Rewind continue to do his thing? Yep, yes, 21-6. He just non-stop, man. A wide open hard point now for the Miami Heretics to get comfy in. Watch out for the nades. Here comes the rest of the squad. But Real, the front line, how many can he get? Before damage brings him down, Hixie knows how to bring down that monster. It was not a silver bullet, it was a frag.
Yeah, and the frag's going to be the unfortunate thing because Real, Mr. Do-It-All, in the time, the two-piece, the AR, the SMG, doesn't matter. He's just not the trophy guy on the team. So he can only do so much, but as he pulls out an SMG, back in for the close Zig fight, you can see his entire team is just falling, and, well, that means he's going to get cut down too. Now you got, again, Vancouver flipping the map, maintaining the spawns. Abuza already getting those frontline kills, and we'll just see if Real can keep up this pace because this team is certainly slowed down.
It's a victory of sorts if he can manage to pick up another kill record there. But all this being said, Vancouver have kept us a 5-point game. Magnificent work from the boys of Surge. Back over towards P1. That first go around was a fun one indeed. Rincon, Mr. Two-Piece himself, and he managing to find one. Once again, it is Vancouver with the numbers and the hard point.
It was 0-4 that really started to turn around for the squad. He went on a 6 spree, but now Vancouver may be happy that the Real onslaught has come to a close. They got the left side spawn set up for P2, and, well, you think you're going to slow him down, and that hill instantly gets broken, and the Heretics players snapping into position.
Yeah, has it ended? Is it over? We'll find out. Right now, the answer is no. The answer is it's a two-piece. Over to Medals. Lovely tracking there. Through the rented movies shelf. 144 and climbing. Again, Heretics are just winning some big ones. Great looks over towards P2. Surge, again, playing a lovely game of hardpoint, but they're just unable to keep up with the slaying pace right now. Will we get a bit of a hold here? Surely, on the second hardpoint.
That's a great bait and switch, though. Real's baiting for Rencor in this moment. You have all 4 players on Surge trapped in this back left corner. Rencor, this might be food for fodder. Everybody's stuck in the back end. I just don't know if he's going to be prepared for 2. It's both the AR players that are just simply stuck, and Nasty, the last man alive, trying to hold things down. But this is still right now Heretics just soaring with the pressure, but unable to get those back spawns from Nasty. Surge, hold on.
Yeah, great work from Surge. He may have been broken, but Heretics unable to find a solid foothold. Real trying to find it here on the backline as well. I'll tell you what, folks, Heretics are absolutely soaring. Let's go for a listen in and see how they sound.
No sé, dime, está mi pila, está en fondo, meta. Está con la con el medio, está con la esto no son 7, ¿vale?
Una bala, absoluto.
Vale, voy a pushar en medio.
Son 2 scrap,
vale, chavales, tengo el petal. Voy a pillar está por la izquierda, uno ahí derecha, los 4, vale, y uno medio. Estoy contigo. 2 por dentro, ¿vale? 2 en medio, 2 P1. Doble a la esquina derecha, Luki. Yo tengo mid, doble, está mid muerto, falta uno mid pilas, vale. Muerto. Ya mi pila no lo veo. Punto está un tiro, Wiki, por fuera. No, mi pila, una bala. Está al lado izquierdo. El punto. Bueno, está muerto. He cambiado a la derecha. Vamos a la derecha. Un gran aquí dentro, otro en abrir media, abrir media. Uno mitos te va para el P1 ya, Chema. Voy a hacerlo de fuera del fondo, ¿vale? Un muerto.
Vale, voy a hacerlo de fuera del fondo.
Cuadro nasty.
En su lado. Otro más arriba el burger. Uno. El burger, creo.
No le veo. Bacauto está muerto.
Quedando más dentro del burger, lado chal, ¿vale? Dentro burger muerto.
Vale, chale, dos por la carretera del medio, ¿vale?
Carretera, por
tengo full yo. Muerto uno, vale, jugar time. Estoy yo out.
Son buenos 60,
vale, bien. Tengo 2 medios. Un tiro a buzo. Creo que van a hacerlo de fuera del mapa. Fuera del mapa, Hixi. Si te apoyo fuera del mapa, Hixi. Si te apoyo. Era más. Hay una de derecha. Está muy con piña, tío. 2 pilares de medio. Derecha, muerto.
La gocha, se me deja a la izquierda,
Close, un tiro punto uno.
Toma deep, muerto.
Suave arriba, 2 tiros. Ya está, me hacen son spawn.
You got Real out here doing his best sharp impression. He is the best in the lobby. 35 and 15. Can't be stopped getting the cutoff kills. He's literally done everything you could ask for him to do except throw trophies, and that's just not his job. But the trophy players right now trying to soak up this hill time. Heretics have thrived on Rewind.
Oh, man. Real es un monstruo. And he's still going. 38 and 16. Can we break 41? That's all I care about now, folks, because this hard point, Vancouver have been absolutely slaughtered. It was looking good until the second set. Can they find a second wind here? Couple in the feed. Surge fighting for it. Big old pinch, though. Metals is on that. Real and Rancor spawn up as well. Lucky now playing the front line. If he times this right, it could be huge for the break. Hixie caught unaware. Now the push towards the point. Will he get the two-piece? Will he need the two-piece? His teammates now all angles. Sending Real. Firing the kills. Gets number 40.
This is kill record 40. Ah, well, there it goes. The trophies have been the only problem Real has had all game.
Might be a stick there from Lucky. No, Hixie fights forward. Real, here comes number 41. Or if we jinxed it, we did. That sucks. 20 seconds left on the point, though, and Vancouver are still in it. Metals, he and Rancor clean up P1, looking for the win soon.
And he just running down as well. Trap those players and gens. He can afford to push the pace. And here comes Real. Can he at least tie the record? Absolutely cannot. Well, we do go to new time, actually. You only get to 2:49, so a little scrap fest. Everybody's going to have to flood in towards P1. Who wins the foot race? Well, going to be old Heretics in there. Real calling game.
He called game at what, P2?
Yeah,
P3? 8-1. Like, all right, he's on something today. I don't know what the Spanish equivalent of Weet-Bix is, folks, but that boy ate it. He's feeling great today. Vancouver, a lovely performance yesterday against Toronto Ultra. Today, they have had the wind sucked out of their sails by the Spaniards. Wow, what a game of Rewind that was. That one went pretty fast. We had that one on the point 125. That was a speedy map.
I just saw those player cams from Vancouver Surge. They had that 1,000-yard stare going on. When they go to sleep, I'm just worried they're going to see Real in their nightmares.
Yeah, wasn't that speedy? 10 minutes. Incredible stuff. Well, here we go, folks. 40 and 21, the final score, 29 untraded, and just shy of 4K damage. Hixie, though, to be fair, actually put up more damage than Real. He put up more damage than Real. You going to fight me on that, folks? The numbers are there. You can't do any more than that. You can't do any more than that. But either way, a very impressive look from the Heretics. Great pace. I think the brakes were solid as well. I mean, again, Vancouver playing fundamentally really good. Nothing was too wrong. You're just getting slapped about. And that was a tough one to handle there. Heretics coming out strong.
And you're right on the fundies, right? The fact that you had an 8 spree going on for Real, where he actually was in back P2, causing all sorts of problems. So it's not like he's purely playing for the kills. He's making the right plays on the map as well. Vancouver were still able to stave off the pressure. So the game plan was there. They simply could just not handle the heat. And especially the P3 is where things really started to turn around. I mean, just Heretics. So icy in the moment, keeping like the spawns on lock, nice and controlled, having those moments for Lucky when he's surrounding Jen, slowing the pace down when you need to. So a very dynamic look, I'd say, from this Heretics squad. But yeah, no, make no mistake. Ultimately, just a pure Real montage in effect.
Yeah, but you're doing everything seemingly right. You can't seem to count for that. Good work out of Real. That was a magnificent map. We'll stay on Rewind for the search and destroy. If his smooth moves across this throwback map are anything to be seen there on hardpoint, should be a good search as well. Vancouver Surge, no shy strangers to a solid search and destroy game, so we'll see how they get the bounce back here. They're going to sorely need it. Controller's been a little bit iffy for quite a lot of teams in the league so far. Heretics, fantastic opener. High energy gameplay, high energy player cams. Exact opposite there for Surge.
Yeah, that is just a depressing look, but bounce back, go new. S&D is a very different game mode for the reason, but that near double helixes. You had Vancouver Surge fighting back on a P4, keeping things close, but ended up just getting blown out towards the end. But it's very comforting when you have a player on your team dropping double kill after double kill. Makes everyone else live that much easier. And curious as whether or not Real can keep up the pace, because honestly, he's been the best player, I'd say, on Heretics and S&D as well. Like, the man's been a menace, not just the 1.9 in the respawn, but he's also been a first blood machine. So definitely going to have to keep an eye on him. Make sure he's, you know, if you're Vancouver players, that's Operation Containment. Figure out where he's going to be coming from, get that intel, and just try to quell the pressure he is going to bring on the map.
He's the Real deal. That's what we've been calling him since he joined the league last year. And that is a map that proves it. Here we go, folks, into Search and Destroy. Rewind. Vault Control, obviously. Protocol Hardpoint, though, that's what I'm very interested in. If we can get a Vancouver win here in the S&D, we get to go to Protocol chance, which was very fun yesterday. And, of course, red card S&D for Game 5. Seems to be a bit of a recurring theme here in the first weekend of play in the Black Ops 6 season. It's just what we're seeing. Who knows if that's going to be something that keeps coming back. But either way, good fun. Game 5s, plenty of those round 11s we've seen on Red Card as well. I mean, whoop, damn, it's been spared to stuff. But either way, mate, Vancouver, how are we feeling, Chance, after that first one? Is this a team that has a sort of strength of character to bounce back, to find that sort of mental game?
100%, especially so in Search and Destroy as a game mode, right? Abuza and 04, both two of the most clutch players we have in the league, even as rookies. They were able to bring that ice. Hixie, while he's been the main slayer for the squad in Respawn, still heavy on the objective in S&D. No stranger to getting tons of bomb plants off, so any game plan that you want to execute in this game mode, Vancouver are going to be able to deliver. That being said, it's not as if Heretics are slouches in the game mode, but definitely the type of map I expect to be a battle.
Here we go. Map 2. Heretics be on attack first. We'll see them make their way over. Again, the nades are pretty accurate now. We've had enough practice. We've got the timings down. Both sides of the map get a fair share of fragmentation love. Semtex is popping off in the distance as well. It could be a bang out over here by Glass. Real looking for that first.
This is just such an awkward little setup, right? 3 players in Glass that are sort of putting the pressure just on the other side of that indestructible wall. And Lucky has a big responsibility as well. 2 players potentially working on the flank, but he's playing distant. And looking at the minimap, Vancouver are trying to hunt Lucky down. We'll see how long Lucky can live.
He's doing it. Wait for the timing, wait for the numbers. Here we go. Ixie gets the first in. Oh, gets ready for the second fight as well. No shot punch though. Real gets his first. 25 seconds on the clock. 3v3.
And that's just no time. I mean, Nasty's cleared out the back spawn, but you're going to have to start flooding in towards this bomb. You got 10 seconds before somebody has to hop in. I think Lucky might have just done enough, making the live easy for the rest of his teammates. Lucky's sitting there calling out, I'm getting tagged in from players over towards the crate, 2 players working towards the back. Can I just get an ounce of help? And his teammates gave him more than that. And in the meantime, Rancor, the man that just gets to roam around for free, able to give you 2 in the round.
Yeah, lovely work. And that 3-lane setup here on Rewind. You hit the middle, you face the flanks, pinched from either side. Surge go for the one end of that beast, and it doesn't quite work out for them. Kudos again to Lucky for staying alive for that long, giving Real that first blood. Always call for help, folks. If you have a mic, use it in rank play. Little moments like that, show you why. Here we go in round 2, and it looks like we're inside to A. He's tagged.
Yeah, no stranger to getting the bomb down. Vancouver, no reason to hesitate, no reason to wait. Get the first blood on 04, get the bomb down. Vancouver already in perfect position.
Happy for this. Draw a line through the map. Don't let them cross over. You've got a couple of members of the Heretics now on the inside of the bomb. It's going to be Rancor and Metals. Stun's going to connect. And that's just going to give you a little bit more intel. Make some noise. Here comes the fight. Pressure on. Still fighting for the bomb site. Hixie takes a dip out. 20 seconds on the round.
804 has just been able to call out every single player, and obviously no time on the clock either. This is just a bomb plant, execute after the fact, and give 04 the ace if you can.
Rancor. He was there for the fight. There we go. Surge, bounce back. Great post-plant positions there. Lucky in the first round, 04 in the second. Respective heroes for their team when it comes to burning the clock for the other side after the bomb goes down.
And again, just an absolutely perfectly executed game plan on the side of Vancouver. 04 and Hixie get straight into the mix. Worst case scenario, 04 loses the fight. The trade's going to be there, and Hixie still probably instantly goes for the plant. I think it was Abuza that was just posted in absolute depths, sort of watching like that street cross, and that's why Hixie after the post plant was like, all right, we know one guy's over here. I'll go ahead and get the intel, and 04 is just allowed to roam around and be the Slayer for absolute free. The Heretics maybe want to try to take a page out of their book, or they're going to slow things down and play for picks. Real might be in the spot. How good is your trigger discipline? Not good enough, because Hixie is too smart. Checks the corner, gets the first blood.
Great job there on the approach. That angle from the other side of the RV. Able to catch him out. Same thing on the other side of the map now. Lucky, is he going to get pushed back? Oh yeah, big time. The tags are in. Abuza's now there to try to finish the job. Oh, good shots from Lucky. The hedge doesn't save him whatsoever. Metals through mid, gun down. Hixie finds his second.
ARs in the clutch moments.
Oh!
Clearing corners, not killing teammates. Also good news. But a 2v3 without the bomb down, 35 seconds on the clock on a map like this. You're going to have to get some freebie gunfights. And Abuza is anything but free.
Yeah, this time round, Abuza doesn't get tagged up. Full HP, massive win, Rancor 1v3. There's 20 seconds on the round. And that is going to be that. Great job. As Vancouver have held this round defensively, take the lead.
Yeah, Abuza as a pixel just shooting lasers. Not easy gunfights at all, and that is just overwhelming pressure in that round coming out of Vancouver Surge. Abuza gets the final kill, but I think it was Hixie again making that big impact. SMGs letting the presence be known, and especially so on the defensive end. If you just shut down the middle of the map, you're going to have a phenomenal time.
Middle of the map's a huge place as well, whether it's the front side of the video store or the interior. Massive, massive play space here. A lot of angles, so many different aisles to work with. See players surgically cut these areas up into more manageable pieces throughout the season. But here we go. It's going to be a headbutt. Here on Jens. 0-4 stun's going to land. Intel passed out. It's a messy one. He's managed to flush them back. Surge on the outside by the B-bomb site, waiting for those players to be pushed out.
And then now there's no nades for the retake for Heretics over on the site. And those players in Korea are just tagged up, weak, and slaughtered. Absolute kill box they were just put in. 0-4 handles Zig, and Lucky wants nothing to do with it. Vancouver Surge just handle them in that round. And again, middle of the map, if you can shut it down, you're going to have a great time. In 0-4, he gets all those nades and stuns baited out from these players and just gets the perfect call-outs from his teammates. And again, he is not a player with fear in his heart. Vancouver Surge answering the question, can you bounce back after map 1? Well, so far, so good.
Unbelievably well. Abuza finding his kill on the player down deep lane as well. So in that moment, wild communication effort there from the Heretics. Not a safe place to retreat to. They had no coverage there. And Vancouver Surge, easy pickings, fish in a barrel, etc., etc. And Overdoor's A once again on the fast hit now. Heretics trying to get in there on the bomb site. ASAP, or is it a fake? No, they're plus.
This is also bad timing. Abuza's going to get caught, but that does allow 0-4 to actually get through. And 0-4 leaves his mark, at least gets the first kill. We're going to have a mixy round.
Before the middle of the street, his legs are going to be sticking out. Nasty sniffs out Rancor. That's fantastic. This angle over the top gives you a ton of intel. Real through the side room. 0-4. What a win onto Lucky. That's sensational. And that should be the round. Hixie, a freebie for him and the defuse. It is 4-1 here in the S&D.
And that's just a good play and a good route to be able to get through. 0-4 finds the timing to get past the iron of either Lucky or Rancor. Can't remember who it was, but Abuza, it looks like he's just a free kill pushing out a burger, but that's because Abuza's like, oh, you let my boy through. That's a mistake. You're going to lose out on this one. And 0-4 absolutely delivers again. His S&D clearly has not lost a single step from last year.
No. On paper, they look good, and in game, they're looking good as well. Two Brits, a Belgian and an American, walk into a bar. Ouch.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Round 6.
And honestly, the way this map is played out, I think Heretics have absolutely nothing to offer Vancouver. Although we have seen players mess up with the old RC strats, and 0-4 is just going to full send it, but yeah, off the back of it, not a lot of space taken, and Caster Curse indeed. It is just the long-range gunfights losing their ones. Heretics have found their answer.
But yeah, this is exactly what they wanted. Does not take the mixy fights up close. Let's await the mistake. Mixy should be able to get this down as well. I mean, there's no hope. You see the setup here from the Heretics. It's all going to be on 0-4 to protect him alone, and it's never going to happen. That's a stun. Hixie gets away with his life, though, so now, lads, good luck. Heretics are going to be able to put a man on the bomb for the defuse. But wait, 0-4's got the big baby. The big wrap wins the first fight. If Hixie can get one, this becomes very interesting indeed.
And I mean, we're just running circles around each other. And no one's hopped the bomb either. 0-4 knows he has to go in and check it because Hixie hasn't, but they're about to clear the bomb. And Hixie gets hunted. In theory, this could be a 1v4, but Lucky has the intel. But 0-4 does have the time.
And the nade finds his kill. Checks the bomb. No one there. Brought down. Is there time? Yes. Oh my word. What an effort from Vancouver. 3 seconds shy of a 2v4. And the Heretics That was a nail biter for them.
Yeah, that got sketchy. If Hixie picks up 1 kill, and granted, Hixie is also dealing with 3 players that were hunting him down, so not like it was an easy spot in the slightest, but if he's able to get 1, I think him and 04 probably clutched that round, because 04's instincts continue to prove to be unreal. I was certainly on the list of people that just assumed he was hacking, but now he's playing the CDL. No, he is straight up just that good.
Just that guy, yep. Wow, what a fantastic attempt. Heretics do not give up the advantage in a very, very hard fought battle. Attacking round now for the Heretics, see if they can get some momentum going here. 4-2, not an easy stat line. A little bit of damage there, excuse me, from Metals. Oh. Bad news. Good trades.
Well, I was going to say it would have been good trades again, but he was not ready for player number 3. Real there to cover Renkor's back, and I mean, that's Heretics playing super passive, hoping Surge make a mistake, and yeah, they took the bait. A 2v3 though, Abuza and Nasty. And this positioning could pay off for Abuza. Again, not just 04. He also has had that ice, and Heretics know this. They do not want to make a mistake. They're waiting for pressure to roll through, but Surge have given them nothing else.
If that door bangs open, he knows the turn. He's got eyes on blue hole. Saw that. Uh-oh. He took quite a lot there and can't get away. All down to Nasty. Lucky stun check. Doesn't land. Can he catch the kill? No. Beautiful work. A little bit of momentum now for the Heretics. 2 rounds in a row.
Those are big wins. And Vancouver starting to give them maybe a little bit too much, or maybe not giving them enough respect. Round previous, just, you know, AR players taking those cross-map gunfights, just trusting their ability to win the ones, end up throwing that away. You just don't win the 50-50, and there in that round, Vancouver getting a little too active. And Abuza, unfortunate, just sort of baited out ever so slightly, but really just great work on clearing the space. I mean, they were so patient. Got to make sure you check Elephant and the native Rancor set up there for the kills. So Heretics letting Vancouver sort of play into themselves just a little bit too much. And an interesting round as 04 takes the bomb. That does mean Hixie is doing something else. He's driving the toy.
Got a bomb of his own. Can't get through the glass though. That's unfortunate. Oh no! Road rage!
Hello.
Road rage! Oh! Kill! Real simply does it all.
How the hell did he manage that?
It's Twisted Metal on the A-bomb site, and now the plant. Abuza. Stun's gonna land. That's problems for him. Bigger problems for Metals, though. He's got a lot of holes in him. Nasty finds a kill as well. What a round this has been for Rencor and Real. Now on the inside of the site. Good luck, lads.
And Hixie's cleared out the bomb. Real, you assume, is going to be able to get traded. Nasty's going to be here, and Nasty ends up calling the round, and there wasn't enough time to begin with. I don't know if that's like RC car tech, because I think you had Hixie trying to blow up the other RC car with his, and somehow 04 ends up dying. So I don't know what happens in that chaos, but I do know we've seen a few different teams use RC cars in S&D and do absolutely nothing with them.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that both cars exploded so close to him. Because he's going to be in the other side. Yeah, look, bang, bang.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's tech. He tried to blow up the other car. It just, for whatever reason, a massive explosion doesn't take out the other car. So cheese is the reason that 04 dies in this round. But Vancouver win it because they're willing to make plays.
Shoot the car. Doesn't do anywhere near as much. Wow, what a cool round. At that point, Vancouver search to tie things up, and 04 is feeling himself now. Forward he's pushed. Watch out for those VHS boxes. If that hit you in the head, it would really hurt, folks. Big plastic, heavy thing. You just don't know. Ask your parents.
Real might have some action on the minimap.
Uh-oh.
Rancor does get the first blood. And I was going to say, Nasty was just sort of exposed if he ever opened out the door and shouted, but you get the first blood, and now they're just going to fall into line again. Another round where you just get the picks on Surge, and they just fall like dominoes.
Well, that's it. Nasty, last man, 1v4. I mean, look. In previous rounds, Lucky had the good graces to throw himself off the map, but Nasty's like, sure, man, I'll give it a go.
And that'll pretty much do it.
That'll do it.
It's only hope.
The boys. Hold up. Nope, guess is a little wrong. Nice work out the Heretics. I think there's always a moment with me where I'm like, oh, anything can happen, especially in the CDO and the Heretics. You know, they're not making bad decisions, but teams just find these little lucky moments to catch a clutch on them. So it's never impossible. It's never impossible.
Never chalked.
It's, yeah, just truly never chalked. That calling card, very cool.
Word to major.
Point. Word to major. Still map point here for Surge. But the Heretics have pulled 3 rounds out where many had written them off. This round, this game is far from over.
Yeah, Heretics, though, it does feel like they're going to need to get this first blood. Because Hixie bomb in hand, again, this is a squad willing to make plays. And if they get the first bloods, it's still Ben Mixie. But this is just middle of the map dominance. The position that Metal's in is pretty on point. And now 0-4 is just going to be caught in between so many players, but Nasty there for the help. It was all for a bait.
It was all for a bait. Nice work on the opening trades. They're complete, though. Hixie, heard that. Heard that. Oh, nearly heard them all. Beautiful work. 2v1 for Vancouver. Can Rencor clutch up and force the round 11?
This could turn into a slow one as well. Vancouver have not yet collected this bomb, and Rencor getting active. Love to see it, and may end up having pretty good timing as well to work this flank. What bomb side are Vancouver going to work? B seems to be the call.
It might be. They're going to keep going by. Oh my good God. Rencor. Toesies.
Oh, wow.
That's game. There's no way. There we go. Numbers pay off. An early round advantage. You fought through with blood, sweat, and tears from Surge. Gives you enough cushion for the Heretics comeback. Fantastic work there. As the series gets tied up 1-1, we will see that protocol hardpoint as the battle between our two teams continues.
And all things considered there on that map, I'd say that's a very strong showing out of 0-4, especially. Him and Hixie working together, getting the bombs down, but even when Hixie is the one calling in the cars, 0-4, no complaints at all. Takes the bomb, gets it down straight away, always getting active on the map. Perfect little route through the 18 towards the end. His decision making in S&D. I mean, that is a massive reason they're able to win this game. It's pretty even on the first blood front, but Vancouver, again, maybe just tossed away a round or two when they had that 4-1 lead. Otherwise, it felt like they were in complete control.
Superb work. And once again, Real, we are continuing the sort of individual statistical dominance. Lovely work out of him. No changes there in the S&D. Damn, man. Not a bad series so far. Chance, we've definitely got some legs here. We will definitely go to that map 4, of course. But in the meantime, we're going to go to the desk and we're going to draw some conclusions, aren't we, team?
Hi, friends.
What's up, fellas?
Pretty fun series.
I'm in a new spot. This is weird.
Miami.
What's up?
Miami almost started 2-0 here. Were you guys nervous?
I mean, I thought it'd be close, honestly. I did think this would go the distance this series, but yeah, Miami looked real good. Real on that map, #1. Absolutely insane. You get to the search and destroy, and that's the Surge we expected.
All right, now, Allie, yesterday we saw a 5-2 crumble. It doesn't happen to Vancouver today, but it was dangerously close. What was happening throughout that search, the good and the bad for the Surge?
The good and the bad for the Surge was just taking space. You know, Surge is one of those teams that's going to be better at search and destroy anyway. And I think that the fact that they have a player like 0-4 on their team, that the second he realizes a lane is open, he is going to abuse it, really helps them in this category.
All right, we also have you drawing some conclusions. Allie's on the telestrator. Take it away.
All right, so we're going to go all the way back to the hard point. At this point, we are in the second set of rotations. The game has been neck and neck. Currently, Miami got a little bit of time off of P1, having about a 30-second lead. Now, the reason this is important is we're heading over to P2. So we move towards the clip, and you can see right here, if we zoom into the map, that Vancouver Surge is going to have the spawns currently. They have this early rotation. Now, what is going to happen if you pay attention to the mini-map as I hit play for just a second? Number 7, that's going to be Rencor. He starts getting into a gunfight. He is not going to find either of them. What he's going to do is play his life because they want to elongate the lead that they have already created for themselves. So what he's going to do, he's going to back up with his teammates and try to push out Diner Street because the last thing that they want is to flip spawns and lose the next 2 hills on the other side of the map. So if we go ahead and let this roll for a moment, we're going to find him back up with his teammates, find a kill, and all of Miami group up to make this push and keep them off the time. And they're also going to collect a little bit of their own as well. But again, the spawn is not going to flip. They do not want to spawn in this back corner. Their goal is to keep Vancouver in this corner and kind of box. So they're going to get time. They're going to elongate their lead. And now they're also going to be spawning on the other side of the map. Lucky is going to be the next player to come up. He is also now going to spawn over here, and he's going to play his life for the next hill. And what this does is allow Miami to chain the next 2 hills and essentially allow them to get the lead and win the hard point. And that's my drawing conclusions.
Now he's done drawing. Well done. All right. So Miami looking good in the hard point. Yep. Vancouver looking good in the search. But who's going to look good in control game 3?
Ooh, I think Surge, honestly. I'm still holding on to it, Chris.
Alley Cat, will we see more RC cars throughout the day? Will there be a game 5?
I don't think we're going to get to a game 5. I think the respawn is really strong for Miami right now, but Vancouver Surge, we've seen what they've been able to do.
Let's take a look at the bumper cars one more time.
This is straight cheese. I mean, honestly, how does the RC not blow up the other RC? If I'm Surge, I'm calling in and checking on my warranty of my RC. What the hell is going on? That's cheese right there. But anyways, it didn't matter. They still won the round.
Rip Blockbuster, Rip Radio Shack. That's where I used to get my RC cars. We're going to map 3. But first, take a look at the heat coming from Miami.
Well, a fiery intro video from our teams here in the CDL. Great drawing conclusions there from Ali. I learned a lot about how spawns work there on Rewind as well. Will I play my life? Pfft, absolutely not. I'm going to send it to the hill time and time again. No hills on our next game mode, though, folks. We're playing control, and you guessed it, we're going to vault. That's right, folks. Another potential nail biter here. Chance, what do you think?
I think we should just stop calling it like control as a game mode. Like, we're not talking about a game mode. We're talking about this one specific map that we're only going to play. We don't have to say who's the best control team in the game. It's who's the best vault control team in the game. It's the only thing that matters. We're going to find out between these 2 squads as well. If I've learned anything, SMGs are just going to run the show. But obviously, vault is a map where the tides finally might turn a little bit. Give some love to the Ames players, because some of us, Miles, have to block spawns. We're the only ones that do the dirty work, it feels like.
Yeah, there's dirty work to be done on this map for sure. There's plenty of dirty work to be done in Black Ops 6, actually. Quadrant spawns is a term I've heard thrown around a few times now by some of the big brains here in the scene. Let's find out what happens on vault control, folks. Again, I'm expecting another nail biter. I'm expecting another sort of round 5 bang out, but you never know, folks, what you're going to get here in the COD League. You're definitely going to get a protocol hardpoint. That's what I'm real excited about. Those have been spicy, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Get your milk ready. This one should be hot.
No trophies on the opening break. Nades are extra powerful off the rip, and well, that just messes with the timings that, by the looks of it, Heretics take full advantage of. They wait out the nades to the middle of the map, and then they just pounce. Hixie, the only man that's gotten behind enemy lines, so Heretics is going to be a single cap, and they're going to slay before they all jump the point.
Real still dancing. Whoa, gets another. He's just looking so good today, folks. Ranko watching the back. First segment A cleaned up. And there's Hixie. Found him out. Teamwork made the dream work. We're going to see the second segment slowly get captured. Real once again, the front man, making sure no one gets in. Dodges the stun, looking for kill number 4. Will they fly through the door? And will he leave them on the floor? We'll find out in a moment. They've opted for the window instead, Chance. Second segment done.
Yeah, they gave up. They did not want to push through that door anymore. It's only the last man standing. Even number 3 on the minimap right now, Nasty, was so concerned about Real's presence that he waited so long before he actually makes his move. But Vancouver, as soon as they get in, they get slaughtered right back out. A little bit pressure on the flanks, though. though. They win the up top battle, so now Heretics haven't stabilized. Can't jump on the point just yet. Need to find a couple of kills because Vancouver starting to dominate these power positions.
That was our very own Dr. Zeus moment there, Chance. One segment remaining at A. Rencor trying to make the entry. Good work here on the feed. Real and Lucky, they get theirs. That's going to be time to dive on the zone and get the capture. Once again, Nasty the man to hit the backline, and Abuza now. He's got a little bit of pressure towards the A zone. That's another big win, but you're still making the capture work out. Real holding on as long as he can.
And he just doesn't know where to look. Every single one of his teammates falls. Double doors is going to be open. Top hall is going to be open. Into power positions again. Vancouver just getting the bodies in the right spot at the right time. And if you're Vancouver, I mean, it's tied on lives, but there's only 12 seconds. You keep the pressure. You fight tooth and nail to keep them off A.
Your time's the big deciding factor here. You get in. It's still only a single man. Here come the reinforcements. Real. Can he keep his boys alive long enough? It might be the case. There we go. A zone secured. 8 lives left for Surge, and a quick hit on the B.
And 0-4 cleaned up as well, so this is just all guns forward. Lucky out here watching the cross for his teammates. And they're just continuing to win the gunfight. Snap's gonna get caught. That's 2 players down. You know one's out of the picture over by P4. The stack is in. 3 bodies on the point.
It's real fast.
Never mind. Never mind. My bad. My bad.
And probably wasn't his nade. It was the car blowing up. The nade in his hand, which kills Rencor as well. It's very awkward, and it's 5-8. So keep an eye on the next few moments. It's an S&D TDM second of play here. Lovely stuff out of Real. Gets himself an aims as well. Keeps the boys guessing on the other side. Now the final hit towards B, but look at that 3-man stack over by Gold. Vancouver, it's a firing squad.
Yeah, I mean, you just sit on the hill, contested, stop the clock, and hunt the final few players down. You got extra lives to make it happen, but you got to make sure you get the trades. Reality has 1 player looking over them, and both of the players lose the gunfight. We got a 4v3.
Yeah, they take the fights individually, not together. That is unfortunate. 4v3, 22 seconds to go. There's an opportunity to get in there. No, Nasty slams the door in Lucky's face. Metal's now going down low. Long range coverage from Rencor. 15 seconds to rock.
This is so delicate. Look at the moves. Charlie Hixie finally gonna fall. 10 seconds left, and it looks like the dam has broken. 3 players nearby, and you would much rather get the ticks than the kill. And that final player on Vancouver doing the heads up thing and making sure he dies. But that is still a clutch round on the attack there for Heretics. It got spicy. And then Vancouver maybe get a little too extra aggressive. Kind of the same thing happened on the A zone as well. You actually had Vancouver really sweet spot. Time was on their side. Could have surrounded the point, and really just the patience out of Heretics proved to be too much. And it was the patience in these moments as well where Vancouver, I mean, you got options. You can force them to get on the zone, but a little too quick for their own good.
Opening gambit once again going the way of Vancouver. A little bit of back and forth, but the back and forth no more. 1 man on A, and Hixie immediately trying to cause problems. Nasty keeps the flank safe, so now you got reinforcements able to flow through the front.
No hallway control, though. That's going to be a bit delicate. The nade's going to be a little bit too late as well. So the player that got in the hall able to make it out and make his impact. And Abuza knows might get hunted down, so he's trying to get out of dodge. Those Heretics players were swarming, but now he's trying to keep things mixy for his teammates, let him get back into position, let that play develop.
It's a bit of a broken record, but Real is 11-5 coming into our second round of control. Let's see if he can keep up the incredible production he's made all series long. 50 seconds left here on our round. Vancouver not able to get themselves back in towards A after the first hits. It's been 1 and done so far. A little bit of love towards B. And that's going to be a boozer now through that B street. A lot of battles now up top. Hixie, doesn't win that one still. More members of Surge here than there are Heretics, but it doesn't seem to matter. Oh, Metal's unlucky, final 3.
Yeah, you love when the AR player pulls out the much better gun in the Jackal and makes that instant impact, and Lucky picks up the 2Ps, dips down low. Makes it look so easy.
Lucky being an absolute pain in the arse. Over by P2, who's managed to find 1 in the feed, and he nearly got the second as well. Why not? Real pushed the front line forward. Heretics, another superb round. The offense was good, the defense even better. And in 15 seconds, this is over.
I mean, this has been a clinical round as well. 0 ticks rolling through. If there was any question about who's getting defense for the potential round 5, we know that answer. Heretics are going to have that absolutely locked up. And that's, of course, only if we get there. Effectively a slamming in that round. Round number 1 might have come down to the absolute wire, but Heretics now looking like they're built just a little bit different.
Yeah, very different. It's been a great look. was wondering how's this kill cam gonna go. That one
if you ever
really
get
weird.
a stick, you always get a kill cam. Same thing with Collat. It just gives it to you.
I love that, man. Shout out Treyarch. Heretics 1 round away from going up in this series. Happy to be rolling into that hard point, which they dominated first time round. This feels like a must-win for Surge in the long story of this series. For the Heretics, the pace has already been set. Vancouver, we have to see the comeback. 3-man hit down low, and it's a terrible, terrible attempt. About as predictable as a drum line in an Imagine Dragons song. My God, they just walked right into it.
That just feels like a GG go next kind of moment.
I mean, A's gone, mate. Toasted. Absolutely toasted. We'll see you later. The B zone now looking very attractive indeed for the Miami Heretics. Surge have been sliced asunder.
Yeah, I mean, the Jackal, it's just so much better than the Ames. It's really not even close. And right now, I mean, you're just hoping to hold this defensive setup for the next 2 minutes, but this is going to be a near impossibility. Lucky can be as patient as he wants. He's going to get art control. Nasty's going to spawn out, and every Vancouver player that falls, well, they're going to be stuck over by B4.
And first things first, it was A. Second things second, it's B. Lucky might have the drop here on Nasty. Yeah, sure does. Another 3 down in the feed. Bad timing for Surge. The B zone is being evaporated. It's a 3-man stack. Second segment gone. Lucky, the lone man upstairs. He's been cleaned up. It's going to be a nade. What have you got? Hixie over the top. Oh, it helps. But it is game. Wow. Control. Heretics. They take the lead comfortably.
Yeah, not even remotely close. I mean, round 1 was, and Vancouver dropped the ball maybe just a little bit, but honestly, Heretics more or less just clutched up, and that is just, I mean, a slammage in those next 2 rounds. Real looking radioactive on the map, and unfortunate for main slayer Hixie, just needed a little bit more help, but quite literally from the opening break, Heretics decided we're not losing a respawn to these guys today.
Damn, son. Okay, again, bad news. It's a respawn coming up next. Again, Real, lovely work in the kills department. Rencor was the man, though. 2,300 damage, leading the lobby by quite a bit, and that is a 20 and 12 KD. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful stuff. 3-0, you can't ask for more.
How often do you see Lucky going 11 and 11, 0 assists, least damage on his team? Like, that's a feed up kind of moment. And of course, you know, production on the flip side, Abuza struggled, Nasty could, like, you know, Surge couldn't get anything going. They just got taken and tasked the final 2 rounds. Felt like they almost gave up in the final one as well. There was nothing they had to offer.
And when Chris Bucket said to me, he's like, hey, Mars, can the Heretics do this? Like, totally, man. They absolutely can. This is a team still in a bit of a honeymoon period. And if the honeymoon period is productive and successful enough that you're really learning, you're really getting to know one another, you're really starting to build the foundations of maybe a family in the future, you name it, bigger house, bigger car, maybe even a pet. That's what the Heretics are in right now. Very, very good looks for them. And against a team like Vancouver, such we saw play yesterday, who were great against Ultra. That's just a tough one, man. I mean, Heretics soaring right now in the start of the weekend.
And this is the type of matchup I'm expecting, like, year-long to be a battle. So make no mistake, Vancouver definitely do have the possibility to bounce back. We crack the jokes about the respawn, but it's also, you know, a bit of a Team A, Team B sort of situation. So the first hard point, Miami's map choice. Well, the next one, Vancouver going to be a little bit happier to be at home. Except I got that backwards. Damn, that's tough. I was trying to set up that story. Nah, rewind is actually what Vancouver wanted. That's rough.
It's all right.
That's rough.
It's okay. We're going to go straight over to Protocol. That's the name of the game now, folks. Again, if you're a Heretics fan, or if you're Pocket on the desk, you're feeling fantastic about your picks, feeling good, the momentum is there. And Real, a big reason why his respawn dominance has been something else. Vancouver Surge are a little flat. Armchair psychologist. We were talking about it in the green room before this one started. And Schiff were like, I love all the player cams this year. We had a Beans montage yesterday of his player cam reactions from his time on Boston. Man, we're going to have one hell of a montage for all of our players after this season.
I mean, that's diabolical. That's a little messed up. I mean, these guys passion on the line, grinding 8, 10, 12 hours every single day. And we're just like, man, they look like they're in hell when they lose, though. Understandably so. It's just about the bounce back. And while Heretics get to remain calm, confident, ready to go zip line up and down on Protocol Surge, you just need to bounce back like you did on map number 2. You know they're capable, but This map is about to be a different beast because Real has been feasting in response.
Yeah, so I think is the big difference maker right now. Again, a team that is as capable and as fundamentally sound as Vancouver Surge, they just can't keep up with the absolute lunacy that is play from Real. He's just too hot right now. If you can slow him down and catch him out, make a couple of solid reads, stop a major play from happening, yeah, sure, you're right back in it. You're able to contest, you're able to contend, but he's just so tough to deal with right now. So hot right now, Zoolander. We'll see if that is the case though in Protocol, because again, it's a very different map, a different beast to Rewind, equally large, but a lot of levels, a lot going on. We'll see if it does play out the way we think it will.
And just a ton of potential for like high impact plays and flanks on P1 and P3, especially guys that are the route takers. You find the timing with the zips, you just all of a sudden shoot guys out of the power position, you take control of the windows, and it makes everyone's life so much easier. And then just what becomes, in my mind, a foot race for going down low to P4. I mean, we've seen pretty consistently, whichever team gets control of P4 first just has a fantastic time. It's like best case scenario for the team to try to break it, just makes things mixy and maybe is able to contest for 15, 20 seconds. But if you get there last, you are almost certainly going to lose.
Yeah, go to 4 first or suffer the consequences. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, over towards the SAM site. Smack bang in the middle of the map. Metal's first blood. You'll take that. Rencor getting involved from the top window as well. There's Metals again looking for his second, and lucky he's got himself the time. Great opener here from the boys of the Heretics, and oh, sugar, Real's in your spawn.
Yeah, zipping and zooming. His ARs win the opening gunfights. His life becomes so much easier. Now Vancouver, they just can't go anywhere. This is not the opening break you were looking to have, where not a single Surge player has a kill until 04 finally makes a dent.
He breaks the seal. Oh, and there comes Hixie with an 8. Possibility for a big break and a take back of some of the map, some of the time, but I don't think it's going to be happening just yet. Rencor on a 3. Oh, tagged up. Glass and some splinters there into his mouth. He's peeled off that heady for a moment. Good enough now to get your boys into the time for a second. Vancouver, you've also got P2 control. Bad news. Here comes Metals.
They also have quite a bit of pressure on the map as well. Nasty's going to fall, but you do have players a little bit distant. Abuza pushed out as well past Boat. Hixie just gets to sort of hang out in the hill. By the time Abuza falls, plenty of players here for the trades. Ooh. 2 players left up on either side, and unfortunately for Hixie, now you got to read his spawns. Heads up about it, but it just becomes overwhelming. The COD timing was on Heretics' side.
Yeah, great work, though, from Vancouver to take the lead back for a second, but now it's Heretics in the driver's seat once again, 04. He's fighting from the hill. Fighting indeed. Teamwork helps out. It looks like Real managed to get a kill with a concussion there. Don't see too many of those in the feed in BO6. Hey, nice shots out of Nasty. Can he get the second out this life? Hey, lovely moves. Lucky there, though. Hot on the trigger. Lead change once again, Heretics.
And look at that spawn as well, number 3. He's going to be out of the mix. So every player for Vancouver that falls, things can get dire. Hixie, these are the gunfights you have to win for spawn, and Metals is going to take it from him. You can see Metals as well. Talking about the foot race. Yeah, he's going to get hunted as well. This mini-map is chaos.
Absolute chaos. I mean, this feels like the Protocol special. Real looking to pick up a couple of those players who are hunting down his teammate. Are they out of position? No, they are not. Nasty, another big win there. Real not as hot as he has been in the series so far, 7 and 8. Rencor, though, picking up the slack in the kills department. He's been slaying it out. His aim's looking pretty, and that's awkward. And 04 will take it. We're looking at another lead change on the horizon.
This is a massive moment as well. You had the back spawns. You just lost it. Now you might lose the pressure on the hill. This could have been Vancouver going on a tear, and now you team kill the guy that was your hottest hand. An unfortunate little spell what could have been, but now you're bullying yourself through the front, and this is the moment potentially of the game. These are the types of things that set you up. You got Vancouver getting these frontline kills, and that means they should have access to the new time first. So we're going to have an effectively maybe tied up game. Heretics a 15-point lead going into new, but Vancouver going to be in a good spot.
More lovely work here on Protocol. 2 down and full hardpoint control right now for Vancouver Surge. This is what you talked about in the pre-show chants. You said if you get in there first, you get a lot of time. Will that be the case? Miami Heretics, can you show us something special?
It was a 15-point gap, and already that has been closed, effectively tied up. This is your one good break attempt for the Heretics, and that did not last. Final man standing. A bullet to the brain. Abuza for 2, and now Surge gonna run the lead up.
Oh, the fadeaway slide as well. He is the only man for his team down there now, so he's got to hurry up. 04 pounces like a vintage Batman. Is it Kilmer? Is it Clooney? Well, that's the break. 20 seconds to go. Nice stuff. Lord, Heretics, you get in there, boys. Nasty doing what you can, but that's going to be a solid amount of time to keep this game competitive.
Yeah, Surge, that is a pretty big mishap in that moment. The players that pushed out to try to take some space, unfortunately, well, the play collapsed sort of in between them. So still a nice moment. You get back in the game. It was a 15-point deficit. They come out of that hill with an 8-point lead. So still a net W, but maybe not as good as you would have wanted. And I know what Heretics want, maybe for Lucky, just to heat up a little bit. Appears in the kill feed, but 5 and 11 for the moment. But if he does kick things up, Heretics, obviously, it's already a close game.
Oh, yeah, it's really close. A good sign of things to come, though, here on the map. You need it. Whoa, 3 down on the feed. Can Metals find a 3-piece to even the odds here? And he's schmoving, but it's not going to help whatsoever. Top side of the map, full control right now for Vancouver Surge. Real on towards the hard point. Abuza Spree keeps rocking. Hixie joining him in a moment as well. And that lead's starting to get a little bit bigger. Shades of the first set chance with the map control you've got right now for Surge.
Yeah, and the Surge sophomores are starting to sing, right? You had 0-4 going on a spree earlier. This time it's Abuza that just went on a 6 before he falls. So guns heating up just a little bit. And granted, Heretics, I was going to say, happy to get the scrap time. They're not going to get gifted it. Vancouver applying the pressure. They know that they had the rotation over towards New One or Lock and Key. So why not get the 10 seconds to scrap and let Nasty be that first collector? Still, though, these important gunfights for the actual time. Hey, Nasty wins it.
Nasty wins it. Stunned or not. Forspree. The players above him taken care of as well. Teammates helping out. 0-4 at 16 and 8. He's come to life. He's come to play. And he's slaying his heart out.
That is a huge moment. And this is Surge taking the lead. What better time to go to a listening?
Bricks one shot, I see nothing mid. Bricks and P1, no, bricks and P1, there's two. 2 P1 right now, mid. One HP on mid. Yeah, 2 HP2 now. Last one, Granny.
One shot, right corner, brick. P2 ledge, and one on time.
P2 ledge on box. Yeah, I don't know where they are.
Get one
time on ledge. Time dead, nice.
Top man, right corner, dead.
Oh no, step.
Oh my god, top ammo, metal.
Easy.
We're gonna flip. Top ammo, yeah.
I'm zip. Go.
I'm stuck in the corner.
Go on the back, boys, I'm turning back there, bro.
Keep scanning, one shot, one up, P2.
Only one time. I'm on HP, bro. Let's go. Nice. One's gonna go in the back, yeah, we're gonna go here.
Watch on the back.
Play together back.
Yeah. He's under zip.
Flank in the back. Yeah. Zip. I'm going on the back. I'm going top.
Only one top.
Spiral, Renko.
Shit on. Do not chase it. Leave him in there. Leave him. Get time. Jump time. He's shine down, bro.
Bad dice. On the back, boys.
One win HP.
I get nade, bro.
20's win HP. Nice, that's it. One shot, one back door.
It is time. Yeah, it is time.
Commit to this.
It is time that we play spawners.
Slide together.
Yep. I'm tools behind you. Same tools, I'm sliding.
I'm on Gurney, bro.
Pulls up behind you as well. Two one front door. Nice, one still in on.
Think he's back up. One in you.
Big door, just
go. Be ready to go to van. I'm ready.
Go now.
On the TV, Nice. Big on me. I'm someone pinching zip.
Get out, Spiral.
When he's feet back. He's both. Last gun. Okay.
Avoid Spiral. Go. I have a true for you on time, guys. One shot, Spiral. Yeah, got it on top of it. He's really weak at top. He's on his own, I'm pretty sure. I need big top.
Dead. I'm
gonna have you deep in 2 seconds. I have you deep.
Robotic or not, the comms when they needed it most on point. 0-4 makes a massive play, winning a gunfight over towards that elevator shaft, and that opens up big door, and Surge jumped on it instantly to break this hill. Granted, a close-ish game, but the one moment Heretics really could have gotten back into it. 0-4 makes sure nothing can happen. So a 30-point lead for Vancouver as we go to our third set of rotations.
Both sets so far we've seen have ended exactly the same way, with a 20-odd second break on the final hard point going towards New. This time, though, it does look like we might have full control for the Miami Heretics. Can they get any more bodies upstairs? Time to get into the point. Over to Hixie. Gets Rancor. That's a big win over by the top window side. An immediate row over towards P2 also, as his teammates are losing the fight over the hill.
His ankle's just broken. I think he might get red. Never mind. He's got the instinct on that one. And that's 2 in the feed there for Vancouver. Now you get the final players off the hill, and 04 will just do it himself. Nice wipe, and this is fantastic time right now for Surge to be able to collect, and they're going to want to fight for this because they do not have those spawns for new.
Old Stoop heading. 04. Oh, your timing is so unfortunate. He's going to get stunned and banged up. Now his teammates are going to deal with, oh, the Heretics pressure on the hard point. Abuza brought down as well, 3 in the feed. Clean wipe. You may be over the 200 point mark, but you've lost spawns, so you lost control of B2, and it's all going up the wall.
And Heretics just cannot be put down. I mean, Vancouver have had the lead for such a long time, but Heretics have been fighting, closing that gap in it. This is the moment for 04 trying to break it. Rencor shreds him. Hixie, though, takes the timing, but doesn't finish the gunfight. And Abuza just has to walk into hell, trying to buy some time for his teammates to get back in the mix, but Heretics are not letting them breathe.
The house of cards of Vancouver has now fallen to pieces, and it's looking real bad. Can they get a break here? Abuza over the top. Coverage from Real. Not enough to get any more into the point. Here we go. Surge getting the guns up at the ready. Abuza wins another. Back over towards Lucky. Sneaks in. No, he doesn't. It's 3 down. Nearly 4 in the feed as Vancouver maintain control for a moment.
And these spawns are so far away. Real, he wants the scrap time. 15 seconds left on it. 1 gunfight to win in a stun that just defies geometry. Guns, though, bullets go straight. Handles that. 04 for the trade. So Surge get the spawns, and they get the rotation anew.
Ballistic still bless him, and now we go over to another hard point. Lucky will be the first man in. Oh, and he's been dealt with. 04 with another massive moment. Metals through spiral. Climb the stairs. Ascend it. Nasty in the tight corner. Nobody in the hard point just yet, and he's going to check it. He does, but no, Nasty's there for the kill. Here comes Real. Can he make his way through the back door? No, he can't either. Surge, survive. Surge, hold. Surge, force the game 5 in a moment.
Gotta be it. I mean, 1 final hit. The flank coming through from Metals gets red. You flood through the front door into the blender. Lucky traded. Rancor last man standing and can't get it done, and you're flooded in through double doors. That is an absurd game. And I tell you, I mean, we know why Vancouver Surge was able to win it. We'll be able to take a look on the scoreboard, but Heretics, just not a full team effort.
That was outstanding work from Surge. Full streaks there as well from 04. Didn't have a chance to call them in. The game was too quick. It's just too fast. Not an opportunity to really get it going. Heretics, tough look from them. And the bottom side, again, it's not the scoreboard, but it is an indicator of how things went there. A difficult map for the Heretics and a game 5 for our teams.
And it's going to be a fun game 5 as well. But unfortunate for Lucky, just had a tough one. Anytime we spectated him, he just couldn't get anything going. A lot of moments where he's just getting incinerated. So an uncharacteristic performance from him. Maybe he has to fix something on his end, but 10 and 30, 2,200 damage is simply unacceptable at this level. Not going to be able to get a double with that. So looking for him to bounce back in the map number 5. But Vancouver, they got that 1 respawn win that they were looking for. They're going to be happy for a game 5.
It's so strange. It almost looks like the colors of the Heretics branding, but that was a very close hard point, nearly from start to finish. Kudos again to the Heretics for keeping it so close, but Seattle, I mean, whoa, it's the first time I've done it. Vancouver, I'm so sorry. Vancouver.
Fine.
Gosh, they were great. They were very, very good. Again, a couple of major moments from 04, man. He really did make some superb plays just as the listening was popping. And again, towards the end there as well, 04, the big difference maker there on Protocol. 2 separate hard points that really made the difference. Red card, search and destroy the chance, dude. It's happening again. Is it going to be another round 11? I mean, there is a non-zero chance that happens. It's absolutely on the cards. We'll find out how that all goes, folks. A very, very exciting series here in match number 2 of the day. What a superb Sunday this is. After the break, game 5, Vancouver Surge, Miami Heretics.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Guys, welcome back. This is our prelude to Game 5. This is round 11. Yesterday, Vancouver Surge faced against Toronto Ultra, and that was the way round 11 went. That is some serious frustration. A devastating starts for them. Can they right the wrongs of yesterday? Bit of a Groundhog Day chance. They're right back here at the red card Game 5.
I mean, our bad. That's, I don't know which way we jinx them in that situation. I don't know if that's like you know, those who fail to learn from history, doomed to repeat it kind of vibe. We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out indeed. Well, serious moment of contemplation there for Hixie. No, actually his camera's broken. I thought he was just locked in. He's not. His camera's frozen. That's fine. The rest of the boys, though, have fist bumped out. That means we're ready to go. Red card. Game 5 between a red-hot Heretics and a Vancouver Surge with all the world to prove. Here we go, boys and girls. This is going to be a good one. We've seen how the B-bomb site likes to play out. The A-bomb site obviously gets a little bit more love, but B is so much harder to retake. It's close quarters engagements there. This should be an absolute treat. Early calls chance, or is it too much to ask?
I mean, we've seen Surge on it. Again, a team that's incredibly willing to make plays in S&D. Abuza willing to square up and chow with players that go in the window. And, well, you might have Abuza versus Metals here in just a moment. I think the only thing that Vancouver really faltered on is occasionally getting just baited into death. And this is a map where they had a round or two where they lost with that same theme as well. The Metals, one frag lands on his head, but the follow-up was not there, so no first blood just yet. The idea fails, and Real succeeds.
Real certainly succeeds. Another first blood. He has been extremely decisive when it comes to those. Shoulder thrown, a player spotted, and he just about stays alive. Good work as well. The bomb still unable to really make a decisive call, so it's still sat in a spawn of Surge.
And Metal's 1 HP again. They just can't root him out. I mean, no trophies in the early rounds, especially not in round number 1, but Flak Jacket lets him walk off the single frag. And you still have Rencor like spotting out for information. And he's got that line of sight. That's everybody he got the intel on, and Real snaps into position. Abuza forced off the bomb to make a play. But there's no win in this round.
No, not at all. Narcy and Abuza are in trouble. That's a plant. Why not? Or not. Rencor stops it. Rencor finds 2. Real 2 as well. Great start for the Heretics.
And this map is, I mean, destructive when it comes to the first bloods, I feel like, because there are so many things that you have to like have covered on the map to get progress, that if you're a man down, there's just going to be a ton of space that is wide open. And so Heretics, I mean, you get that first blood on 04, he's sending Real for the kill, and then Rencor is just in perfect position. In a great spot to get those players off bomb. Got to add that to my repertoire, and, well, once he finds the third guy as well, players for Vancouver turned into mincemeat, and perfect way to start that Game 5.
Indeed. Up the Eskies, out towards the right, a little bit of fresh air, eyes on Hixie, and a nice bit of engagement. Real trying to fight his way forward. The B-bomb site is the attacking point here, but it's also the defensive point there for Vancouver Surge, so this should be a real battle.
And 04 lying in wait. He's on the aggressive side of his door as well. So an atypical spot used to catch a player off guard.
I wonder
Real not going to be the player that falls into that one.
No, the angle he's at as well. Is he going to be able to react fast enough in that prone position? It might not matter, as the boys, again, they're going through the fancy seats. They're going into the owner's box. And they're not after the snacks. They're after... Oh, what a peach from Hixie. Yummy.
And I mean, on the other side of the map, Lucky hasn't taken space. Booze has been posted, so Vancouver are going to be able to spot this out. Maybe not from a mile away, but half a kilometer, let's say.
That's not terrible. Just a little different. That's going to land. Bingo. Yeah, this one's for the kill. Oh, nice work from Abuza. Metals able to get the bomb and the kill. Wow, stays alive 10 seconds. That's going to be that. Rencor, can you do something unbelievable in the next few seconds? The answer is no. Vancouver Surge draw the round out. Managed to find the win. Equalizer there.
I just love the relaxed nature of Rencor. 2 seconds left on the round. 3 players sprinting at him to try to get that final kill, and sets the controller down. Moves on with his business, but as is occasionally happens to Call of Duty. Sometimes setting your controller down the best play, but either way, on the side of Vancouver, as you pointed out, just a peach of a nade. Has the timing perfect, no flak jacket. That's an easy first blood.
There's the replay. Another round on its way. No successful bomb plants yet. We've seen plenty of plants here in Black Ops 6 already. A small sample size, admittedly, but it just seems to be one of those games. Deep stun check there from Real. Nobody homes. That means everyone's outside.
Rancor back down again, but we already know he's got the nice little angles. The A site. And he's just going right back to Old Faithful. So Vancouver have 3 players in this direction. 04 tucked himself into P2. So great positioning, all things considered, and the bomb down for Vancouver. But Heretic should be heads up about these positions, except for 04. Sneaky as he is, gets the first blood.
So sneaky. As his frag to take care of the player on the top perch. Lucky. Ah, too fast. And so furious. 25 before the bomb goes boom, and 04 finds 2 of the kills so far in the round. Nasty gets the other 2. And Vancouver surge, a wave of momentum, drives them through the last 2 rounds.
And 04 continues to be that guy in Search and Destroy. Menace of a playmaker in map number 2. Even in the 2v4s, 04 made it look believable and is just in the perfect spot inside of P2. And I think Heretics will be checking that one from now on. That freebie goes by and Vancouver happy for it to get that round.
We'll see a big adjustment here from the Heretics. You're starting to give away rounds at an alarming rate. You fought incredibly hard to stay alive and to smash them out in control as well. Can we find that same sort of flurry? Big sprees there on the side of Vancouver Surge as well. See if those can keep going also.
Aggression as well down this A lane. Real taking so much space, but players have already backed up. Abuza and Nasty, 2 AR players responsible for the A lane, and 04 active on the map. The fullest of full flanks, and Metals, the timing does not go his way. Heretics have no idea 04 is behind them. As long as no one else on Vancouver falls, 04 should just be able to win you this round.
I was going to say it's all quiet across the map until Real finds yet another first blood. And now the immediate shuffle. 04. He's right there, brother. Good shots on a Rancor. That's the bomb down as well. Abuza and Nixie now have to move in a position. Try to stop that. No hope. Metals from up high. All onto Abuza 1v3.
That's just tough, man. Again, if no one on Vancouver dies, 04 is in perfect position to make the play, but Real made the action happen a little too soon. And I mean, Abuza's attempt here for the 1v3 doesn't read the right bomb site. And I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what you do in a 1v3 to retake the bomb on A. Not a clue.
He's going to get lucky on Real and piece him as he comes up behind him. Does he hear it? No. If he heard it, that might be the start. But either way, Heretics, whew, they got the round when they needed it. Stop that Vancouver run. And that is a blessing for Real. Great work from him. His 4th kill of the map.
Yeah, and a curse maybe for Vancouver that their old full flank strat doesn't pan out, because I don't know if Heretics are going to let that one slip through again. But coverage on point, great gunfights won, and again, Real for that first blood, just finding that impact. I'm assuming he was working in tandem with Metals more than likely. Be able to take that space and find it. It's all tied up. Vancouver back on the attack. Should get a bomb plant this round.
We got trophies. That means we are having a party out by A. That nade might connect, actually. Beautiful work. Doesn't actually manage to hit anyone, though. Real, he's dipped inside towards mid. Hixie on the perfect read. Nasty there as well, but it doesn't matter whatsoever. The Jackal PDW absolutely rips him.
And look at this minimap. Real has literally just put the fear in the hearts of every Vancouver player. They remember the rewind, and they're just so scared of them. And they still haven't gotten them. In 45 seconds have gone through this round, and Vancouver have just now let their spawn. And lucky, not the speedster on the map has made it all the way across with the amount of time Real just bought.
It's so amazing, that slow and steady approach. He could hit the elevator, you name it, man. He can take his time, but he's got to do something. Vancouver are making their way across the map now. Less than 30 seconds. The A-bomb site seems like the obvious choice. Heretics now moving in a position to contest.
Lucky makes his impacts, and that's the bomb guy too. Yeah, chalk this one up. Abuz is gonna fall, and again, those nightmares Vancouver are having about Real continue to haunt them. I mean, they had the information on him. They saw him big step slide across towards the edge, and they had their entire team near him, and they turtled and played so passive. Real, aura in that round 5.
I'm enjoying the amount of in-game or post-game chat that Rencor gets. Really, really directing the troops here. Not bad for the newcomer on the roster. Again, my Duolingo app is a little dusty. My Spanish is not what it should be. Find out now if that is going to amount to much. Heretics take the lead for the first time here in Game 5.
And yeah, look at the adjustment for Metals on the minimap, by the way, right? He was playing up top third, flanks roll through, so he just gets that early information. Make sure he tries to slow those Vancouver players down who, well, have indeed slowed down. 0-4, though, going to be taking the same route, and he's able to cross, and Metals just got terrible timing again, so you're thinking maybe a curse for that play not to work out. 0-4 is doing the exact same thing, but here's Real in P2. SMG's ready to make an impact on either side.
Metals, wide FOV moment here. You can see the stairs, you can see the concourse.
Oh!
His teammates are getting bodied. Uh-oh. 0-4, you get away with your life. Not for long. Your guess is wrong. Metals now sticks to his guns. Hixie holds him accountable, brings him down. Massive advantage right now for Vancouver.
And this is just too tough of a spot. Uh-oh, Hixie just calls the round. Wow, he gives you a little bit extra. Breaking him down in the, you know, weird timing from 0-4. Don't know how he just walked across that player's screen without seeing him, but either way, all is well that ends well, and Vancouver on point in this round. Shout out to main slayer Charlie Hixie, getting it done.
Yeah. I like what Renko was trying there. A little bit of a sneaky rush across the map towards B. Not going to be the case, though. Here we go, folks. Tension setting in. 3-3 as our teams go back-to-back with each other.
The first time we've gotten a different look out of Vancouver as well. They're going to be going for this B approach, and Lucky already backed down. And he's forced number 5 Metals to wrap back, so Heretics are responding on the defensive end, but Vancouver's not here for the mind games. They're here for the B site.
First bang out of the B site we've seen all map long, and surely it should be a good one. 0-4, you got to check a lot, mate. No worries, Nasty helps take care of that problem. Next up, Metals, spotted out. Not going to take that fight. Find a better angle to work with. There's more players to deal with now. Rencor to the right, Metals to the left. And they're stuck in the middle. They get rid of 0-4. The bomb's going to go down, though. Here comes the canner. Nasty gone as well. Rencor finds his second.
And only 2 players left to defend. You can get this done, but this is not easy. Heretics, they're swarming.
Oh, that stun might have been perfect. Abuza eats it. Oh, then Real eats that. Numbers dwindling. 1v1. Rencor, you had such a good run by these doors. Can you find another? We check the stairs. It matters not. Abuza clutches up in the 1v1.
As is tradition, Abuza built different, and that is just a hell of a round. You could feel the nerves from these teams right now. Shoulders that are being thrown way too wide, players getting caught, angles being read. And the man with the ice in the end, Abuza, continues in his sophomore season to impress.
Mr. Clutch himself from MW3, and it's transitioned nicely to Black Ops 6. Wait, it was a very worthy bang out at B to give Vancouver Surge the lead. Woohoo! Game 5s, eh? What are you going to do, chat? Level 3. No first blood.
They're tired of 0-4 flanking. It's enough of that. We'll put the bomb up here. Make sure nothing weird is going to happen. And if the bomb is on the top side of the map, I think it's literally just playing for 0-4 before they wrap and go towards the A site. And 0-4, third time is not the charm.
It looks
just
like
easy reads if you're going for the same thing.
I know, it looks like he does it around the minute mark as well. So he's sort of got that clock going, and their reads were there for Real, and now he is soaring across the map alongside his teammates looking towards the A-bomb site. Abuza lying in wait. Will Lucky be there for the coverage? Oh, the timing on the shuffle was just a little bit too much. Real now has been tagged up. You've still got pressure here for Vancouver Surge, but you do not have the numbers, boys. And now Real on the pinch. This could be terrible.
And he's just waiting for his teammates to say they're both looking forward, go. Well, both players shoot, they're looking forward, go button hit, freebie kill right here. And unfortunate for Nasty, stuck in a triangle of Heretics players. And that's just easy reads. Metals has been the guy playing up top. Rancor doesn't even want to get the workout in, doesn't care about the steps. He takes the elevator. And that just means his squad is playing for that free first blood. And Vancouver did it a few times on Rewind as well. Sometimes just a little bit too aggressive. It was also their problem on Red Guard just the other day. They will occasionally be a little too aggressive. And Heretics now, I mean, you know, I would say an advantage, but it's still just tied up 4-4.
Yeah.
It's been a back and forth game.
Oof, every round a doozy. No, it's not a gigantic B. Headphone users, it's an RCXD. And it sounds like it's gone. Oh no, it's a boozer.
Zoom.
Oh, he's zooming. Where's he going though? Is he going for Rancor or is he going for the players by the bomb site? Oh, nice work. Using the trash can for coverage. He just extends a little too far. Tons of information gain though. That does give his boys clearance to make their way forward and plant the bomb.
I don't know if he's going to be able to get this down. 04's got the coverage. There you go. The nades just land on his forehead, and you know for a fact that's bombed down with the man advantage.
Yeah, that was two perfect nades. Metals being involved in that one. And what a battle this is. Real. The Jackal, right place, right time. Heretics with a big advantage. Can they put back-to-back rounds in the bank? Oh my god. No way. Man. Go on, Metals, get it. Nearly, but Real there for the pickup. Easy peasy lemon squeezy for the Heretics. 2 rounds in a row. And with that chance, match point.
And, you know, it's interesting as well, right? We talk about Vancouver, their like playmaking ability, just their willingness to make plays. It was good gas for them with the RC cars, making sure they go to get the bomb down when they're playing on Rewind, but it's the exact same thing here. So it's good IQ, but it's not 200 IQ. And I mean, Heretics just reading it. You got the strong arm there from Rancor. Just lands a perfectly placed grenade, and his teammates were there for the matchup. So they're putting the work in the private matches. Heretics on point. Around the way. Those 10 extra sweet CDL points they add to the bank.
So sweet. CDL points. You need them if you want to go to champs. Here we go, folks. The motor mouths of Miami rocking away here on match point if they can find it. They've had plenty of success, and the RC car, the 5th man on the pitch with them today as it hops its way up. That's so fun. Good job, Josh. It's so fun.
Oh my god. All right.
Zoom, zoom. Will this one have enough? War against the machines. Vancouver Surge. No funny business. No toys allowed.
Where's the F1 map when you need it?
I know, we put it down to a race to decide at round 11. Just two cars doing a lap around a circuit.
What a perfectly symmetrical mini-map, by the way. That's very artistic.
It's beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Here in the dire moments of this game for Vancouver Surge. We need to see a first blood. Wow. Thanks, Nasty. On point. He read the script. Another from 04. Oh, baby. It's looking like a round 11 unless Metals does something quite inhuman. He doesn't have a lot of time, but he does have the bomb. Abuza. That might have been it. You may have just signed your own death warrant, my friend. The answer is maybe. The answer is yes. Round 11. All right, Vancouver. You've been here before. What happens next, folks? There's no RC cars, that's what we know for certain. At least on the side of the Heretics.
That hurt the Heretics more than anything. Double RC car strat, not the best I've seen. cook something up a little bit better for the round 11.
Pull them at the same time and just overwhelm the enemy's senses. At least one of them's getting through, right? Round 11, here we go, folks. Gong's out. You know the rest. Raincore's having a banger. Can he bring some of that magic to these final moments here? Attacking round for Surge. No trophies yet. This might be ugly.
This is so much B pressure as well for Heretics on the defensive end. Real can snap in a position through the middle of the map when he needs to. And Rencore certainly feels enough pressure, hears enough noise. He's going to back down.
Boozer's going to wait for the trophy, surely. He's so close to it. Wait for the trophy before you start to commit to the plant. Or not. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now you're safe from the cars at the very least. And we're trying to bait out some action first.
No trophy up there.
Lessons learned. Retake is on. Here we go. Metals strikes first. The iron's certainly still hot. Real up close. Bide his time. Wait for the perfect moment to strike.
30 seconds left as well. Heretics, they got the man advantage, but you got to get moving.
Raincore bringing his weapon forward. Jumping onto the bomb. Able to get the defuse now. Abuza, you're in trouble. Wall banged out of his mind. 20 seconds. Lucky going for the big wrap. Nasty finding a kill of his own. You've still got pressure on the bomb. It's all down to 04. He's got to make something happen right now. 04 there for it. Finds himself one. 04 gets two. That is game. What a moment, Twin. Take a bow, baby. That's how you win a game 5.
Oh my God, and why on God's green earth is Lucky on the wrong side of the map? We saw him going top third. Vancouver's not a team that's posting for the post play. They get active. 04 makes plays, and he does so when they need him most. S&D prowess coming out of the Vancouver boys, and the ice is there as well. A 2v3 with bomb down on the B site and a 3v4 with bomb down on the A site. Their holds reign supreme. Tip it to Abuza for one, 04 and the boys for the other. That is a monstrous game 5 round 11. And a hell of a protocol hard point to set them up for it as well. Vancouver Surge feels like they almost stole that series away.
Yeah, man. So many just brilliant moments there from 04. In the protocol as well as the red card. Great stuff. Big clutches. All round though, man. Nice team effort. Really, really good. I mean, watching Abuza, I was getting nervous, man, with the countdown towards the trophy there. I was like, you better do something quick, dude. You're on the point now with this. No trophy. Let's go, dude. Look at that. What a back and forth. Superb search and destroy. What a great series. Sorry, Chris. I mean, it was close. Oh, man. It was so close.
Hey, Lucky, you and I are going to have a talk after this matchup, buddy. No, to keep it real, though, that's one you got to take on the chin, right? Guys, this is on me. I was not fragging out in the respawn. 300 damage when you have Metals going 7 and 7 with 1,400 damage is telling you he got shut down all of the search and destroy. Props to the guys who survived, but Vancouver not looking very clean against Miami. Miami not able to shut things down.
You missed such a good opportunity there. Let's be real. Oh. This series was actually a banger through and through. Very neck and neck. It is an unfortunate map number 4 if you're side Miami Heretics just because you lose that final rotation, and unfortunately you lost a lot in the slaying category. Lucky had a very unfortunate game number 4. And then you make it to the game 5 round 11 and you overstack over on the B site. You know Vancouver Surge likes to lean over towards A side in that stage, and they're waiting for the trophy. They get the bomb down and they leave the lane open for, again, 04 to abuse and hit the flank to get him off the bomb.
Yeah, I just feel like Heretics, you know, they figured him out a little bit too late, lost too many rounds early on, right? Like Heretics started to play a little bit slower, use their attacks, and that forced Vancouver Surge to adjust as well, wait for their trophy in that final round. And I just think the big critique in that round 11 is just giving up the free bomb plan early.
Yeah.
Like, I understand like the thought there, like, hey, we're just gonna play the retake. We know the positions that they can be in, but the problem is 04 had been flanking them this entire map on both sides, offense or defense, right? So there is going to be a lane on red card that is just open. Whenever the bomb bomb, the retakes are coming in, or plants are going down, a lane is going to be open simply because you're down a man. So got a little bit chaotic, and they'll learn from it.
They go to a round 11 yesterday against Toronto Ultra. Tonight, they walk away with their first dub. Vancouver finishes week 1-1. Miami also will finish 1-1 after the 3-0 over Vegas yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head when you were talking about Lucky. You just had a bad series. Like that game 4, you can't go 10-30. It's going to cost you. But shout out to Surge, man. Looking good in Search.
Allie, we got our scuff play of the game, and I know you wanted to talk about this young man. So go ahead and let's gush over the S&D prowess of 04, his sophomore season here in the CDL.
I mean, he's the reason they won both S&Ds, right? You go back to that map number 2, he goes 11-6 with 5 first bloods. And like I talked about it after that map is you just kept leaving lanes open for him to run through. And that's going to be pivotal when it comes to this game because it's so fast-paced, it's so high octane. You got to be able to keep up and make quick decisions. And that's what 04 did throughout the entirety of these search and destroys.
He was also the closer, getting the players off the bomb at the very end, and he joins us live to talk about it. 04, congratulations on a round 11 victory. You are right there with Minnesota as trying to get the most airtime in week number 1. How's it been for you out there in Vancouver?
Honestly, it's been amazing. Obviously, coming off a great win here, round 11. And this city's amazing, I'll be honest.
That's awesome. I mean, we always love Vancouver going up towards the side of, you know, it's a little bit chillier up there. I don't know about you. I prefer to be a little bit colder. But
yeah,
speaking
it's so
of
cold,
you're pretty icy in these search and destroys. And I have to ask you now, as you're heading into your sophomore year, how do you feel this game compares for you compared to last year? How comfortable are you on Black Ops 6?
Definitely way more comfortable than last year. I think it gives me a lot of more opportunity to like finesse my life, especially with the Omni movement. So this next week coming up for next matches, that's definitely what I'm gonna be trying to perfect, this movement. That's about it.
04, talk to me about your duo, Hixie. You guys duo SMG. Obviously, he's a more like cerebral player. You in the search and destroys, you're getting up close personal, trying to pop a first blood. And in the hard points, you're the first guy in. What's that dynamic like being with Hixie now?
Oh, it's great. I mean, Charlie he's known for like filling lanes, but he also like, as you seen first series, even though we lost, he could get some kills. So we also depend on him getting some kills also. So it's been a great little 2 matches with him.
04, final question for you. I got to ask about the improvements. Who is the biggest improved player from the previous title now into Black Ops 6?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not giving that to nobody.
I was going to say you, but you can say it later. 04, well done, man. You're looking great here in Surge. Congrats on the win tonight.
Thank you, guys.
That's 04 sophomore season, looking pretty clean. Vancouver finishes week 1 1-1, as does Miami. And Miami, well, they had a bit of a watch party there for the Heretics. A lot of folks looking to celebrate, unfortunately falling just short in that round 11 game 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, but you know what? You got to tip the fan base over Miami. You know, they're always here, the Spaniards, supporting their fellows. But I got to shout out to Redcore. I think he's been incredible in both series, and I think maybe was a little underhyped.
Halfway through your Sunday, we're coming back with match number 3. Don't go anywhere. It's the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
C'est ennemi encore. Le triple good. C'est bleu de Cindy, mon gars. Voilà, mets-toi en confiance. Mets-toi en confiance, mon grand. Allez.
I'm trying to chop my cut. Purpose uppercut for shot top.
Oh, we can't trouble this? Well, that's tragic. At least let him mill.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I think that's side. Nade hit one a couple times and stunned mid cut.
What am I doing, bro?
One guy's in sub mid cut. We did.
Hard point located.
Did I just get killed by a f***ing door?
My barber insisted that I try out the look, and ever since, I've been feeling pretty good. We've been playing pretty good, so I feel like I kind of got to keep it. It might be a full goatee. You never really know.
Keep your barber, my guy. LA looks good on you.
Can't win it on the point. Scrap and the boys get it done.
Back on the f***ing desk, Clay. Back on the f***ing desk.
You're f***ing dog shit, kid. How did
Double challenge. Let me vibe. Oh my god, I want to flame these kids. Oh my god, hold back, Brandon. Hold back. I'm holding back.
Four to 3 in game 5. Oh no! 4v2.
We're good.
Take it on the chin. Get ready for the next round.
Wow. Okay. Well, something to note. Never f***ing dive off that shit ever again. Wow. Okay.
Fucking go, come on.
Welcome to the 11th match of the CDL's opening week for Black Ops 6. We got two teams looking to ping pong back in action after opening losses. Let's start here with Optic Texas. This is a team that comes off winning the previous titles World Championship and then finishing a loss to Boston in their opening fight, Allie.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. The S&Ds really killed them in the match versus Boston Breach. They lost both Rewind and Red Card, and it wasn't close at all. They were just headbutting in Courtyard. Didn't seem like they had much of a game plan in that map number 2, and then an unfortunate slow map from Kenny on game number 4 that pushed them to that game 5.
Shout out to JP playing IT over there, getting everything up and running for the Optic boys. Old legend of the MLG offices, used to hook up my computer. Let's talk a little bit about the boys on Cloud9 New York. Formerly the Subliners, they filmed their intro in a subway. What do you think about this squad wearing blue now?
Well, first off, the intro was funny. People having fun with it on social media. And what I think about this roster is, you know, I like the players individually on this team, and they built their team to be a respawn squad. When I look at it, like Cramp, high, fast, octane player. Mac likes to play the objective, Sib, and attach Slayers. They got absolutely cooked yesterday in the hard points, and Sib, just a shell of himself, 13 and 30 something like this. Yeah. That is not what I'm expecting to see out of this Cloud9 team. They should be able to put people in spawn traps. They should be on point. Attach has the big brain. He's a cerebral player. Pair that up with Mac, like they should be playing hardpoint the correct way, and that is not what we saw. So they got a tall mountain to climb here up against Optic Texas.
Some people in the chat saying, what intro? We missed it. Well, don't worry. I got it for you right now. Let's take a look at New York Cloud9.
Nah, for real. They be talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your shorty, cause she tryna cop a feel. She no look chaotic, he been hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say nah for real. So I say nah for real.
Cloud9 New York loading up for their second fight here in the CDL season. Sib on a bit of a revenge tour, trying to take down the team that stole his crown back in July.
Man, this guy's on my fantasy team. I need these numbers to start popping up because he did not have a good match versus LA Thieves yesterday. But as you can see on your screen, when it comes to Optic Texas, he's able to put up the numbers. The ceiling is really high for Sib, but it's not just going to be all on his shoulders. He needs the help from his SMGs when it comes to this matchup.
What is the difference of now teaming with Attach as that fellow AR instead of Skies last year?
Yeah, I mean, I talked about this in the preseason. Like, I'm worried about the dynamic between Attach and Sib. They both like to play for kills. Like, we've known this forever. Attach last year, that's what he was. He was a slayer for their team, right? So Attach is going to have to take the back seat. He simply has to, and allow Sib to be the guy to go out there, push out the cuts, and slay out. He has to be that guy for him.
Ali, last matchup for Optic, they were able to take the first hard point convincingly, 250-136. That was Skyline. When it got to red card, though, they were handed a loss at the hands of Boston. Are you worried about Respawn at all for Optic, or is it only S&D that's in question?
Not necessarily. I'm only really worried about Search and Destroy, but that bodes well for C9 because they were able to make a 5-2 comeback versus LA Thieves in map number 2. So if they can stay consistent in the Search and Destroys, there's 3 opportunities on those respawns, and Optic Texas, as we could tell, lost that red card game 4 because one player had a slow game.
Nameless, the players are going to take an extra moment, which gives us an opportunity to revisit some of these lowlights from both teams, because we should point out they had some great games. They had some fantastic moments in both of their wins, but the losses is what we remember at the end of the series.
Yeah, I would say Optic had some good moments for sure. I mean, Satsi was going ballistic on the Skyline hardpoint, and in the Search and Destroys, just got away from him a little bit. I think Cloud9, not many great moments. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think they have a good roster. They'll figure out as time goes on. They played a tough opponent. I mean, LA Thieves could be the best team in the world as it stands right now, right? So a better test for them going up against Optic, but as it stands, Cloud9, they need to show us something.
I will say their 4-round comeback in Search and Destroy showed me they have grit. Fair. They're not going to give up until the very end of the fight. Will we get another Game 5 here in the opening week of the CDL? I don't know, Ali. Let's take a look at our maps and modes that they'll be playing this time around here. Do you think we'll see a lot of red card?
I don't think we'll see a lot of red card. Yeah, as you can see, it only made it right there in that game number 2 for Search and Destroy. Doesn't really bode well for either of these. Maybe Cloud9 an opportunity there, but as far as I'm concerned, I see Vault 3 times, and the SMGs are going to be putting in the work.
Nameless, you
I'm
look
losing
angry.
full.
You look angry.
I'm actually losing my mind though. Can somebody play Protocol Control? Like, actually, we're seeing Vault every single series. There's no way every team has gentlemen's agreed to not play Protocol Control. All right, whoever just consistently starts losing it, they're gonna start getting toasted.
Protocol Control.
Like, can we see it for a series, brother?
Why don't we like it? Why is Vault so much better?
I like Protocol. I don't even think Vault's that much better.
For Control?
I really don't even think it's that much better.
I don't know if the maps are much better than one or the other, but I do know Nameless is better than both of us in predictions. Let's get to our Scuff pick'ems. Nameless, you can kick us off here. What are we feeling? Cloud9, or are you going with Optic again?
Yeah, Cloud9 showed me nothing. I'm going with Optic Texas. I think they get it done.
Going for number 8, Ali. You can catch up to me.
Let's go. Me and Optic, we're on our redemption arc right now. I'm going to go with the green wall.
All right, I was lying. I'm also going to go Optic Texas. The fans are going to go Optic as well. They always do. The question is, Study, do you have faith in this New York lineup to take down the superstars down south?
I don't know, Chris. Did you watch them versus Thieves? I don't even know if they got more than 100 points in either one of those hard points. It was like 500 to 200 combined between both, so it's going to be a tall task because they're going up against them world champs.
Good call.
Crazy scenes. Yeah, it's one of those things, man. I mean, again, it's early days, right? I mean, for everybody, I think Optic fans, let's not sell the house yet. Yeah, it was a loss versus Boston, a team that I think a lot of people were sitting there thinking that after their EWC performance, they weren't going to make much magic happen this year. But early season COD things, that just kind of happens sometimes, Jay.
Yeah, especially with 2 teams that we have in this matchup, both in a Prove It series. Obviously, if you're Optic, this is the thing that I love about like pro esports or pro sports in general is that every single week when you're spawning in on the map or you're spawning in on the field, you have to update your resume. So even by that, I mean that Optic Texas, even winning the World Championship last year, you can't get caught slipping like the way that you did in your first match versus Boston. I know it's early into the year, but the biggest thing I took away was the fact that they lost both Search and Destroys. And we know with the green wall, they tend to take a little bit of time to improve improve in that search and destroy aspect. Hopefully they try to find a couple quick fixes, because that red card search and destroy that they played in map 5 versus Boston, that's going to be in that map number 2. And on the opposite side for Cloud9, like a proven series for Mr. Sib. We're talking about a lot of last year where he was one of the best ARs in the game. You go up against the Thieves in 3 different respawns, and you simply do not have a good time. Everybody in the coaching staffs had Cloud9 sitting around top 4, top 6, but the way that they played versus the Thieves, that's one of the top teams that we have in the game. You showed no fight. So both of these teams in the proven series, I just take that Optic with the establishment that they have as a roster, not making a roster change, they're probably going to be prepared for the bounce back here a little bit more.
And just to kind of use it as reference, you saw it there on the screen, Optic's road to get to Major 1 all of a sudden feels a little bit more arduous, because you lose to that Boston Breach team that the coaches poll had kind of down there at the bottom with Vegas. That's still on the docket for them in weeks to come, but they still have to go through a Vancouver team that looks pretty strong. They still have to play up against Thieves. And like you said, this is kind of a prove-it match. And, I don't want to throw too much weight on early matches, but in terms of Major 1, you look at that road to Major 1 for Optic, this match feels like now all of a sudden a must-win if you want to try to find yourself in some favor seeding-wise when we eventually get to Spain. Same could be said, though, of course, for Cloud9. I'm sure we'll take a look at their road down this particular best of 5, where we have a lot of vault, as no one was surprised to see, plus that red card search and destroy that you were kind of alluding towards earlier.
Yeah, neither squad has opened up on a vault hardpoint. I've so far played it in the last couple of days, so a fresh one for both of these teams, obviously scrimming it on the back end, but if you're a Cloud9, your main focus has to be keeping up with the slaying of Optic Texas as we're early on into this P1.
Indeed the case, and it's the return of the Mac. He had played, I would say, pretty darn well considering the beatdown that the Thieves had given Cloud9 for his return to pro play. And a solid start for him here, off 2-0, and already getting some early time as Pred finally finds something to work with here for Big win. And that turns into a second. Now the pinch on the way from Kenny to break the hill.
This is good stuff so far for Cloud9, though. Securing at least 15 to 16 seconds off of that P1. They're now trying to flip these spawns on their head, but Optic Texas have all their bases covered. Already 3 dead in the feed, 15 seconds, and you know exactly where Cloud9 are spawning. And this is the thing that I love about this game, is that when you see a sub getting this aggressive, the opposing sub on the opposite side, look at shots, he's just simply blocking the spawns to make the heads up play for his team.
It's like a passing of the baton, essentially. Yeah. What it feels like, where you go, I'll go back, just kind of playing on opposite ends of the field, and it's worked out nicely for Optic. Kremp does provide some ground to work with, though, for Cloud9 trying to flip spawns around the back, and that elimination on the Shotzzy very well may do it. Dashy trying to hold on wherever possible. Shotzzy will get blessed with these back umbrella spawns. Just comes down to, can they hold off this next threat? Does Cloud9 make their move? Nice challenge coming out for Optic, plus the response inside the hard point. Well received by the boys in green.
That was a great 3-2-1 call right there out of the green wall, knowing that the close spawns were going to be in for Cloud9, and even though they're still there, Optic Texas are holding down from the front end. So now Cloud9 have to find a different way to try to approach this hard point, but every single time they go from a different angle, there's a player from Optic cutting them down. Flawless so far here at the P2 with only 10 seconds still to fight for. You would take this if you're Optic. Now you start thinking about that roto to new.
Yeah, Kremp able to open up the scrap 10 seconds or so for Cloud9 to work with. Motion on the map for Attach to play over towards top Art. That's looking for the future, trying to set up to the left side of the minimap. Shotzzy is on the way to try to contest this, and he will also have Kenny spawning with him. Shots from Attach up top give away his position, and Texas will find the kills. Now it's just down to, can you move forward and collect the eliminations that you need to open up the hard point.
And look at the spawn coming in from Dashy as well. He's going to be blessed with a free pinch spawn over at Gold. That's a freebie onto Attach. It give the info to your teammates that they have to be playing around the middle of the map. But at the same time, Cloud9 have completely disregarded this hard point, trying to play for that spawn anew. Mac versus Shotzzy, a big one-on-one on the back end.
Yeah, and the shots go back and forth, and that will be won by Optic once again. So there's the spawns. Left to right they go. Optic spawning on the favored side. 23 seconds to fight for over P3. Sib moving forward. He had a slow start at 1 and 5, but has picked it up lately. Can only open with 1, though. So, again, Mac, he's got to find the kills around the back, and he does find one. That immediately flipped the spawns around completely. Shotzzy on 6 is looking for a Hellstorm and also trying to contest this back spawn.
The Shotzzy hasn't died for like the last 2 minutes. He's just been finessing around, trying to make the plays with the SMG, and might find himself in another opportunity. That makes it now 7 in a row. Make it 8. The movement king just dancing, able to secure the spawns now for Optic Texas. They didn't look good off the rip, but when you got a player of his caliber, he's able to get things done that are not supposed to happen.
Yep, and an extra tool now earned in case things do get sloppy in the future with the Hellstorm being accrued. Kenny looking to try to shut down this back marble side pinch, and he's done well for a couple. Civ on 9 HP wants the challenge, and Kenny says, get out of my face. 3 in a row for him. Mac trying to get around the back, also shut down, and Optic are all over P4.
Flawless 60 holds, because with only 20 seconds left, Cloud9 are just going to try to trap them in towards the back. But Optic Texas starting now to run away with this game. And I find ourselves going into the second half of this one. Off the rotation, it should be allowing Cloud9 to set up properly. But when you have this much of a lead and you know that they're playing super safe, Optic have already worked their way on now. A couple players approaching over towards that pool side is going to make this very difficult for Cloud9 to get any early time here.
Yeah, cooler heads need to prevail here for New York. It does feel like it's getting into the world of frustration again. A couple of these challenges just feel like they're forced. Trying to follow up his Kremp. He's also off to a slow start this year, but does at least confirm the trade. Hardpoint still in the name of New York. Follow up, though, looking okay for Optic to have a chance to contest this. And Shotzi once again around the outside, able to eliminate all of Cloud9 on the hill, leaving Sid by himself.
And now already look what Shotzi is doing. He's thinking about those spawns for next. Can he catch the timing onto Mac? Yes, he does. So now if you are Cloud9, thankfully you're able to get a couple of those kills around that middle area. So Shotzi's still going to be the lone man off the rotation. But again, he's making another play. Another one-on-one between him and Mac. This time Mac gets the better of him. So Cloud9 should secure the spawns for the next hill.
Still 10 seconds, though, until this hard point opens up. So there will be this continual battle. Who can get around the back? And Mac, you see him on the third-person perspective. He takes down Kenny around the outside. Follow up trying to come through for Sip, but not going to win the 1v1 he needed to versus Pred. Optic will own the hard point and also the spawns.
And now this just only gets more difficult for Cloud9. You have to hit a couple routes, allow Optic to soak up a lot of this P1, P2 time. But hope to God that some of these kills go in your favor. That's already a clean forward dead block in the back coming in from Pred to make sure no one's getting those fishy spawns, and you're just going to allow Shotzi to continue to roam through the front.
Just so much efficiency from the SMGs of Optic Texas, and they have an opportunity to put this well with over 100 points in the gap. So we'll take a look to listen into Optic Texas, see how they're coming through the rest of this P2.
What absolute attack? I'm playing this. I'm playing this. Okay. Oh no, close up both of me. Mac, close right door. Close right door. Go back. Lay down. Mac, after that, Mac. Love, baby. Shut up. Top out. He's gonna kill me. Top out. Alright, top out. Middle and then the these are new. He's already new. Fresh street. I'm gonna go top him. Let's just go right together. Okay. You just take it down. Shit. I'm playing this time, okay. You be chill. I'm just gonna tell him, okay. Play this time, boys. Play this time. I'm top part cramp. Lower. What is the fuck? Can I do lower? Line on me. Live, man. I'm holding her back. I have her back. Ken, look at deep right. Take long routes. Alright, I'm deep right. I think we'll catch the right. I hear him. I have it. You can have it.
Let's pick up EG.
Lower. Back right. What's up for people on me? Mac, absent on turn. I'm backing up, Ken. One speed. Yeah, deep left. I got it. Nice. Fucking shit. One could get through. Pick up right on spawn. I got you. Who we on block? You're good. I'm blocking though. Oh, deep left. One shot. Oh, not
I gave up right.
That's fine. Okay. Nice, good shit, man. Pick up right. Ball lobby.
Okay, deep left attach, one's on old.
I'll pick up right.
He's mid-con.
Okay, 2. This is not there. Nice, let's go. Make sure you block them. Make sure you back and block. Yeah, I'm backing up them. Alright. There's 20 bombs, by the way. There's 20 bombs. I'm looking at this guy. Yeah, they're palms on me. I'm living.
What could be Vol, maybe?
Help me right on the outbreak. I'm coming right. I'm going right. I'm right down.
Unreal scenes here, Jay. I mean, Optic are having it their way. Shotzi in particular. I mean, 20 and 8. It's just max efficiency, life after life, as he's on another 5 spree with a chance for more in front. Ashy steals that one away. Mac giving him something to consider, but again, the help is there, and it's Optic all over the scoreboard, over 200 points.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time before Optic able to dominate in this map. Number 1, only needing 47 seconds left. You still have a couple players contesting towards the back end. Pred and Kenny combined for 2. The rest of Cloud9, at least 2 players from Cloud9 spawning all the way across the map, and now you got to take down all 4 players from Optic Texas who are fighting for every single second at the end of this P4. But in the middle of that listening, you could just listen to the communication from Optic. That really was a turning point. They see like, okay, we're up 70 points. These guys got to either push us on the hill so we don't get any more time, but when they do that, it's easy for us to find those kills and then eventually flip those spawns. Yeah. This has been textbook so far from Optic.
Well, Cloud9 need to get another 17 points and avoid being one of the only teams in CDL history to be 100-point clubbed in 2 straight matches. Looking good to at least get over the 90-point mark here. Cramp has double. Very well may get them out of threat of the 100-point club, but still, the status of this map has been all green all the way.
Yeah, if I'm calling at this point, the comms that I'm giving, just make sure the guns are hot. Obviously, they came out ready to go in this map, number 1. We did not win a single rotation. They could potentially find themselves winning one here over towards P2, but they're still trying to fight for this final 20. And at the same time, you have Optic Texas players like Kenny who are securing those back spawns for new, just trying to call game at the next hard point.
And Pred also did see that Kremp had tried to sneak over towards gold. A little bit of resistance here from Cloud9, looking decent through P1 on the rotation to 2. You see Optic still spawning out as P1 was still active, so they are nowhere near this hard point. Shotzzy also dealt with. So, okay, now here's a chance for New York to try to give us something to at least give them some credit for. Bumping the hard point, good lockdown around the back, every route being covered, and every kill going their way.
Yeah, trying to show a little fight here. They're starting to get a read on how Optic Texas are playing this hard point, but as I say that, Brent just walks right through the front. He's able to secure 1. Now the teammates are here to assist him. All surrounding around this P2. That's a clean 4 dead. Cloud9 all the way across the map, and Optic Texas can win it here.
Yeah, it just looked like one of those moments where, again, if you take a snapshot of the setup for Cloud9, everything looked perfect, but that one player inside the hill just not able to watch the front. And you mentioned it perfectly. Pred just walks on in, finds a couple of kills, flips things around, and now Optic could win the game right here. Cramp tagged up just enough to allow assists to be tallied, and the final shots will ring out as Optic dominate map number 1, 250 to 130.
It's the second time we've seen them open up a hard point on this season, 250 to 130. They are amazing. When you talk about those opening HPs and when everything is going right, we're talking about the ARs winning their gunfights, the SMG setting pace, and the teamwork obviously there. You heard it from multiple different players in that listening. Okay, Dash, you said I'm hard blocking. Then you had one opportunity where Shotzzy was hard blocking. Everyone has that role, and when you're playing like that, when that teamwork aspect to make the game easier for everyone on the map, that's what the scoreline is going to look at the end. Dominating rotations. When you needed breaks early on, you're able to find it. And Cloud9 just on an uphill battle the entire time on that map. You know how difficult it is, Alan, because I play rank play basically every single day. When you're trying to break into that P4, spawning all the way at gold, and there's a million ARs watching every single cross, you're just simply not going to have a good time. So they did not keep up in the slaying department, but that suits to the fact that the way that Optic was playing.
Yeah, it's just, again, the frustration that's already amounted about this series, the start being slow for just about everybody from Cloud9. It's just one of those things. It's just, you need a spark. You need it badly too, because it is one of those things. Like, if you were just to evaluate the opening schedule for Cloud9 this week, doesn't get any harder. Again, based off the coaches poll, you're dealing with Thieves, you're dealing with Optic. I mean, I don't know what else to say. You throw Atlanta in the mix, and you're dealing with 3 of the hardest teams to play up against in an opening week in your CDL debut as Cloud9. But I think the thing about it here is just the formula is just not coming together. Even in moments when they do have good setups, we're allowing us to be broken by Pred running through the front of the hill. I mean, it's one of those things you just kind of look and scratch your head and say, well, what's happening?
Yeah, obviously we're early on into the season, so you still have teams trying to figure out what's the best way to play some of these hills, what proper angles you want to try to hold. But it just seems right now that Cloud9 have yet to figure it out in hardpoint. Remember, they are also a brand new roster. I know that Civ and Mac have a lot of chemistry together from teaming previously, but when you add a player like attached to this lineup, who usually in his recent years has been like that AR to play for his kills, but at the same time you have that in Civ. I think Nameless hit it perfectly on the head. One of those guys have to give up that role. One of those guys have to play for the kills. The other one has to be fundamentally sound, and so far, at least in hardpoint, they haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah, very much so the case. A couple of moments individually for a handful of players from Cloud9, but collectively, not many moments to look back on and feel very positive about how things were going. And I think just on the other side of things, like Shotzzy at 20-8 at one point in time, running around doing what he wants, when you've got a player who can essentially quote-unquote go rogue and find that much value and efficiency, it's just, there's not an answer for it. And you can see even Attach just kind of shaking that one off as we approach into the deeper depths of this best of 5 with a red card search and destroy coming up next.
Alan, Shotzzy went from P2 around 30 seconds left, right? Finds like a 2 or a 3 piece. Then he hits the rotation over towards P3. He stays alive that entire time around the middle of the map, finds a couple kills in towards Art, and now at this point, he's alive for like 2 minutes. Can you imagine trying to locate where the hell one of these SMG players, specifically like Shotzzy, for 2 minutes long? You're sitting there like, where's Shotzzy? Where's Shotzzy? And unfortunately, you couldn't find him. He just made play after play, and I think that's going to be great for him all season long, especially with this Omni movement, because he's just able to move from one side of the map to the other in basically like 5 seconds. He's the king of movement, and he continues to show it.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've seen this from a couple of SMGs so far to this point. We saw it a little bit from 04 last game. We saw it from Real last game.
Yep.
You know, these SMGs that love to thrive in these 1v multiple situations where they can finesse their lives and become one of the most difficult kills on the map. Big maps this year. I mean, flat out, for all of our respawns, outside of Skyline, every single one of our maps we currently have in the pool is quite large compared to years prior. So it just makes those players extra difficult to kill. I know Breaking Point was going through the openings of this year and saying who was the easiest kill for certain players, who was the hardest kill for certain players. I imagine everyone's hardest kill this year is going to be these rogue SMGs like Shotzzy, like Hydra, like 04, players like that nature. Throw Simp, of course, in the mix as well. But we'll talk more about that as we continue on throughout the year, because right now we need to talk about Red Card Search and Destroy. And for Optic fans, we need to see some objective focus come through on their search.
Yeah, because when we watched them versus Boston on this map, it was just very difficult for them on the attacking side, because you try to show a little bit of presence over towards B, but all the angles that you have to hold down that site, it's not very easy to do. So early into these attacks, you don't have any trophy systems. You want to try to fight for mid-map, and we are already inbound.
Prep just dives right on in through Ticket, able to find one, but it's immediately traded back. We stay 3v3. Cloud9 going to try to track back over towards A just a touch. Look at the route that Shotzzy's taking, shutting down the entire bottom side of the map, and he may actually catch Sib, depending on what the timing of this looks like. Mac going to go for the immediate plant, but we've got 3 different floors worth of areas to explore here if you're Shotzzy, and now the time starts to tick against Optic's defense.
And I don't know if Sib got a sound cue that potentially someone's coming in the elevator. I guess not, because here comes Shotzzy on the pinch. He gets the info that someone's playing towards top window, and unfortunately, Sib, you just were not ready, as now it falls into Attach's hands in a 1v3.
He better have a Kobe of all Kobe's right here.
No trophy.
A long angle, checked initially. Shotzzy's seen topside head, a couple of hit markers are in. Pred starts to defuse. Has attached. Red this saw he had an angle at it, but Dashy helps give the cover, and there's more than enough time for Pred to finish the defuse.
Yeah, it all starts with that first kill, that first trade fight in towards Ticket. But then when Shotzzy just does things that he does, hitting the super long route, catching the timing onto Sib, and at the same time his teammates catch that player that was sitting over towards stage, you turn it into a 3v1. Attach found himself in the perfect angle to potentially contest it, but too many players alive from Optic Texas as they secure the first.
Indeed the case. It's one of those moments where, again, Shotzzy getting deep behind your entire defensive setup and catching you by surprise is likely going to play some mental games on you. It's just, there's so many angles you have to be considerate of if you're going to play top third like that from both teams' perspectives. But again, 2 for Shotzzy, 2 for Dashy. And we go down to Optic's first offense. Kremp trying to play forward on this hedge staircase. Sib watching over the top of him as here comes the double chow from the subs of Optic, looking to get aggressive. They get a read that Sib's playing top cameras, but there's not much they can do about that right now. So now it's about trying to feel out what's around the A site.
Yeah, and this is a play that they did perfectly versus Boston. They realized, okay, you still don't have any trophy systems to work with, but Pred unfortunately walks right over Kremp. Thankfully, Shotzzy is going to be there for the trade, but 55 seconds still to work with. Shotzzy trying to take a little bit of ground away from the opposing team. But that bomb slowly but surely starting to edge his way on up.
The only player that Optic have not seen is Mac. And you can see what that's done. Dashy playing in the middle of the map, watching the long flank, knowing that Mac sometimes has the ability of just kind of going rogue. And you can see it, number 6 on the minimap starts to make his move. The rest of Cloud9 start to play forward now, seeing if they can maybe feel out where this Optic post plan is. Shots come through for Mac towards Sib. Did he just shoot at Sib?
It twisted, man. They are absolutely twisted, but so is Dashy. Great spot to at least back down Sib for this positioning, but Attach might have caught the timing. He's able to catch Shotzzy, but unfortunately the 2 players ready for that gunfight. Dashy plays his life perfectly on the pitch, watching so many angles, is at least able to take down one in Optic Texas. Secure the round again. This time it was the instant trade to turn it into a 3v3, but Cloud9 right there reacted a little little bit too late for me. Like, at that point, you're realizing that they're already showing presence over towards stage. They're probably pushed up on this A site. They decide to work that pinch once that bomb gets planted. And at that point, if you're Dashy, all you're doing is playing for the info, stalling out the game clock, and they just simply run out of time to try to make a play at that A site.
Yeah, I love the idea from Optic there. Again, you had the information on Sib, you had the information on Attach. You put Sib out of the world of contest because he's all the way top window, so you just push forward, force the action to be a 1v2 for Attach. He just can't hold up to it. Dash able to watch through mid-map to make sure no flank comes through. It's a very concentrated approach and 2 solid rounds for Optic. Kremp, similar route that he had hit in the opener. This time, though, it's countered immediately as you've got Shotzzy on the full wrap. Optic swarm and deal with Cloud9 in the first 15 seconds.
Now Attach another 1v3. Can he clutch up this time around? He finds the first kill. Great shots onto the second, but he gained all the info.
Trading of the nades. Attaches will land. Attach! Oh! Had Kenny right in front of him, but could not quite land the shots. Little slide from both players, and Kenny will clutch up after the early action favored Optic at the kill feed.
And that was a pace changer right there from Optic. A whole lot of aggression over towards Ticket. Thankfully, Shotzzy strikes for the first blood. It's instantly traded, but Optic put themselves early on into that numbers advantage. Now starting to run away with this search and destroy. I was thinking, you know, like Green Wall, at least last season, it took them to about, what, Major 3 to figure out S&D? Huh, how about one day? So far, these strats have been working out flawlessly on Red Guard.
Yeah, really good, confident calls, I think, is the biggest part about this. You know, the first two, you're kind of putting out your playbook, but that round right there is an immediate counter what Cloud9 had tried to do in their first offensive attempt. This time, bomb being carried very diligently and slowly through mid-ticket. There are Cloud9 defensive players nearby, but Pred may have almost broke the timing on it. Matt gets 3, and now all of a sudden, you have to back off and try to reset the 3v4.
Yeah, this is a scary situation now because usually you find Optic Texas trying to be aggressive over towards Hedge, but now at round 3, some trophy systems are going to be developed, so Cloud9 can take a little bit of map control away from them. Sib strikes for 1, Sib strikes for 2 from that top window, and now it's Dasher left in a 1v3.
Dashy going to be turned around here as, the last player on the long flank will deal with it. Okay, good response there from Cloud9, and I think most importantly, the fact that Mac, I don't know if he catches a sound cue or just some good COD timing, but he shuts down that little play from Pred through front ticket window, and from there on out, it's just the numbers advantage, plus the positioning for Cloud9, too much to overcome.
Yeah, I think it's also the early info of Optic not really investing a lot of stuns or nades over towards Hedges. So Sib, who's sitting top window, is realizing, okay, the pressure's not on this side of the map. They have to be working over towards the B or around that mid-ticket area. And thankfully, Cloud9 had 3 players ready for those engagements to strike for that first blood. Able to put their first round on the board. Optic Texas back on the defensive end. And Cloud9 now going to approach their way over towards A.
Yeah, different look for Cloud9 here after a lot of their aggression from the subs was all focused in towards Ticket. Trophy systems will keep Shotzzy safe backside of these hedges. Nades not landing in any regard. I don't even know if they got all the way to the trophy system, so that might be a very healthy support system for Shotzzy continuing to play through the middle of the map.
And now it's going to slow down the approach for Cloud9. Pred trying to use the same as Xbox. Kremp got that kill on him. To potentially open up for the first blood, but it's already been 40 seconds wiped off the game clock. You have the safety net and Dashy making sure no one's being aggressive over towards B, but Kremp again gets the better of Pred for the first blood.
Good trade from Attach over the hedges, does not allow Shotzzy to get away. Kenny also sees it's absolutely obliterated. Oh no! Max still sticking for the plant though. 2v2, still a post-plant setup here, but Attach has been seen as shots go his direction. Mac tries to escape towards the forklift, nothing there. And now the hunt is on for Dylan Price, and he will be found immediately. Wow, Optic looking clean.
And that entire time where Attach was just waiting for his teammate and Mac to get that objective down, Dashy had him trapped over towards stage. But the fact that Kenny is able to drop down and win that gunfight, not versus like someone who can't shoot. That's Sib on the other side. One of the best ARs that we had last season. Made that gunfight look easy, and then you just slide on in. Info already gained. Couple wall bangs as well coming in from Dashy. As Optic secure another defensive round. Now up 4-1.
I think the most impressive thing about this for Optic you know, comparing it to their match versus Boston on this map is that they're finding information and capitalizing on it.
Yes.
Where it felt like against Boston in particular, it was a lot of let's just try to get into gunfights and hope we win them or know that we're going to have the confidence to take them. That didn't work out. Snoopy was kind of obliterating them on this long map. Not been the case here. Much more control here as New York will actually kind of split the map 2-2. A double focus over towards B has actually gotten a good blind counter and an early 3v2 for Cloud9.
But Pred gains all that info. At least 2 players are playing over towards B, so potentially try to isolate this player at that A site, but you already have players like Slib hitting that rotation on back. Is able to take down Shotzi. Now Pred left in a 1v3. Bomb down directly in the middle of the map. And this one's not going to be easy with this SMG in hand.
Yeah, looking to see if he can maybe line up perfect shots versus Mac. Instead, just will take the info and move on to the next thing. The other part about this, there is no real good, quiet way to go about this for Pred. Mac's seen once again. Glass broken. First shots are up. Pred tries to snap over towards Mac, but does not expect the other Cloud9 defender to be behind him. So a bit of a blind counter on the Cloud9 defensive setup there. Reads the optic hit over towards B, and from there on out, numbers carry the favor.
Yeah, Mac struck for the first blood. They turned it into a 4v3, and then it instantly was responded with a trade out of optic. But then it was on Kremp. The sole man over towards that A side. He gets one and gets out with his life. And that allows his teammates to recoup their way through the middle of the map and find those final couple of kills. As Cloud9, we know that they're never out of the search and destroy. We watched them yesterday versus the Thieves. Down 5-2, fight all the way back to win it 6-5. But you just need one round at a time.
Yeah, great shout, Jay. Cloud9. Same setup as their last offense. This time, no trophy here, though, doesn't make a difference because the overwhelming presence of nades from Optic will be the ones to land, and now the SMGs are trying to get even a further step towards this Cloud9 setup, and they draw the line in the sand and they say, we got our first. We've also controlled the map. Let's not get too aggressive.
And now you think about how much time Cloud9 is going to waste.
Yeah.
Thinking that Optic Texas is still going to be aggressive over towards Hedge. So now they are slowly but surely working their way back over towards the 3-story. Someone trying to get top window, but all of Optic back up in the man advantage.
I love it. I think this is the immediately right call because there was a moment where you saw from Pred and Shotzi's POV that looked like they wanted to keep going. I don't know who holds them off, but you're going to have to get information here from Cloud9 where it's just so difficult to nuke. So you have so many corners you have to check. Shotzi's going to see the planter through the bomb itself. Attach, good trade. And hold on a second. Sib is going to surprise Kenny. So we go from a 4v3 to a 2v2. Pred next one up. He's been spotted and tagged. Can he get away? No. And now it's just down to Dashy. He's got an angle on attach. Can he stop the plant? He also sees Sib, so he's going to get the read on it. There's the shutdown. Bomb doesn't get planted. 8 seconds. Sib, he has to make the move. Caught on the slide. Opening shots are good, and Dashy clutches the 1v2.
Man, oh man. I thought Cloud9 gave him a run for their money. We're talking about a 4v2. You find every single player over towards that A site, but unfortunately you left the most clutch player in the 2024 season still alive. As Dashy with the trigger discipline just gains the info on the first player, realize that, okay, if that guy's there, the other guy's got to be planning. Takes care of the bomb carrier first, and then just isolates onto Sib to clutch up in the 1v2. Optic Texas, game point.
Loving what I'm seeing. Small moment of concern, but dealt with swiftly. It's Dashy, who was one of the kings of clutch from last year, still has it. Coming into Black Ops 6. Similar look for Optic in terms of approaching B, but this time the bomb is not with them. They may look to make noise and then recut back through mid. That's exactly the case, but Kremp is doing the same thing. He will be shot, tagged. Dashy can't initially, but still tracks down the kill. But in the same front, Optic's push through B has not amounted to too much success yet either.
Oh yeah, because look at the bomb. It's all the way in the opposite side of the map. They were just trying to pull the setup for Cloud9 over towards this B site, but Mac finding that double is basically going to call this round. Is now Pred left in the 1v2. The same situation with the same weapon. But he gets the info on both.
Yeah, he's going to have an angle here. Opening shots. Oh, no. He's got attach, but gets caught a little bit on the YY and the slide back. Attach holds his ground and pushes it off. And now all of a sudden, Cloud9 extending the map just a touch. But it's been this side of the bomb, Jay, that's been really concerning for Cloud9, the offense coming up. Yeah, it's because Optic, the way that they're playing right now is a lot more teamwork oriented.
As you see Mac on the replay, just the snap onto shots. You usually do not see him lose gunfights like that, but it would have definitely been an easier route for Optic Texas if they had the bomb carry on that side, because it was the sole man of Mac at that B site. You had full control of it, but without having that bomb, you made the Optic Texas players try to work a little bit more harder to try to retrieve it.
Yeah.
As Cloud9 keep the map alive.
A little bit of a unique look here for Cloud9. We've seen some focus through Ticket. We've seen some focus over towards the outsides at A. This time it's a bit of a split. Shotzzy looking for an off timing over through the stands. Past the B site, a little shoulder confirms that there are a couple of players nearby. Nade Cook bounced perfectly, and Sib will have to back off the angle, but will stay 4v4.
Oh, and that's got to be so annoying because you already know that Shotzzy's going to go for a pinch, and you had two players trying to focus on him, and at the same time across the map, Dashy with the AR finds that first blood, and now that avenue of attack for Shotzzy is open.
Yeah, Cloud9 knows that they have to try to push forward. They do get attached into a slippery spot, but he's been seen by Dashy. And now it's all on to Sib. First shot's clean. How does he get out of here, though, is the question, and the answer is he will not. Optic, immediate bounce back and adaptations on the red card search and destroy. So much better than yesterday, 2 days ago.
Yeah, and it was all about the teamwork, man. I think it was on full display, even though it turned into a 1v2 round when Dashy had to clutch all up. You find that first blood, everyone is aggressive over towards hedges. You see the SMGs foaming out the mouth. They are ready to rock and roll to try to get another kill, but everyone backs on up. They played the man advantages, and that's what we didn't see out of Optic Texas on day number one. It was a lot of individual gunfights here and there. Today they said, screw that, teamwork makes the dream work. And they were able to dominate in this search and destroy. Only 3 first bloods to them there compared to 5, but even in a man disadvantage, those trades were instantly right there. And then you also had the clutch cheats and a couple players on the side of the green wall as well.
Huge stuff, and for Cloud9, not a lot of success on the offensive side of the bomb. We saw maybe 3 different looks out of their playbook, none of them really finding tremendous success outside of, again, that one round that it does come down to Dashy clutching up for Optic. So concerns there, I think, for Cloud9 in terms of their fluidity across the search and destroy map pool. But we've got a vault control, which, well, Jay, I don't know how else to say this besides just to say it. Every team has gotten plenty of reps on this map to this point. It's been the only control map that we've seen. So hopefully this will be a chance for Cloud9 to kind of make up for their woes from yesterday.
Yeah, I'm with Wheeler. Like, can we please get a protocol in, please? Like, that's, tell him, Wheeler, tell him something. Give me a protocol control, man.
That's what I'm saying, bro. What are we doing?
Come on.
Unbelievable, dog.
Give Wheeler a map. Give Jay a map. I'll take one too. Protocol all the way. Let's jump into this one and break down what's going wrong for New York. They are behind. We'll just say that, Alley Cat. Starting with the search and destroy, they seem to be outworked by Optic as a whole. Optic looking cleaner in that game mode.
Yeah, I mean, it's just difficult for Cloud9 because there was so much space being taken up by Optic Texas on defense that the clock kept working against them on the offenses time and time again. And by the time they were about to get the bomb down, Optic Texas, as in Dashy, was making moves, was making clutches. So for Cloud9, just they got to change the game plan on offense a little bit, make a little bit more of a change about. They kept slamming A Street, wasn't working. Maybe try something a little bit more creative. But I do have to tip the hat to Optic Texas because their S&D looked way better today.
250 to 130 in hardpoint, though. That's what I learned in the first half. Nameless, let's draw some conclusions. What do you got for us? Hi, guys.
Hey, guys. Welcome back. Yeah, let's draw some conclusions. Shift and Study can join us. Yeah, let's talk about that vault hardpoint because it was a spectacle to watch on the side of Optic Texas. Shotzzy was absolutely dominating, and let's get into the clip. So we're going to talk about good players. When you have control, they camp. Great players, they push up and they make plays, and you impose your will on the opposing squad. So let's get into this clip.
Who's the great player?
The great player is Shotzzy, as we know. He is number 2. So everybody's spawning back here, right? We're going to clear the screen there. We're going to talk a little bit about what number 2 does. So he's going to basically be pushing out and making plays because he knows everybody's spawning back here. He's going to be getting kills as they're pushing out, and he has help from his teammate who's watching this direction as well. So as he's finding those kills, he's going to be basically behind them, in front of them, everywhere, because he's retreating to help when number 1 needs help, when somebody slips through, and he's pushing up to keep them in the spawn blender as well. So it's going to look like he's wrapping back and forth, going through their lobby, back up through hall. You have to be active if you're an SMG player. You can't just camp, otherwise players will get through behind enemy lines and make plays. So let's watch what Shotzzy does here. It's pretty wild. I mean, he's just picking up kill after kill, finds one, backs up to help number one, gets into their base. You have to be active, otherwise you let these players get close. And Shotzzy just going back and forth. He's a menace on the map.
He's so sneaky. It's like a mouse that just keeps getting away.
Oh my God. I'd be losing my mind. Could you imagine the comms right now being like, yo, Shotzi's playing our spawn, and then you're just like, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? And it's just 30 seconds of having no idea where Shotzi is.
Shot in the back again. Got shot in the back again. Shotzi's behind us. Shotzi's behind us.
Somebody please kill him.
It's because when you're spawning, you're looking forward and you're trying to find where he's at. Well, he's in gills. He's behind you, and then you got teammates that you have to deal with as well on the opposing side of Optic Texas. Not much you can do when Shotzi's running free.
Some excellent conclusions. Shotzi is very good at making your life miserable. At Hardpoint, he does it even more now in Black Ops 6. Things are not easy on New York, and they're not making it easier on themselves, I'm told by production. We have some clips of what's going wrong, Allie.
What's going wrong? Oh, no. I almost feel like this is a burgers and fries segment again. Not another one. This is so many times we've seen him nade himself.
This was during the whole Shotzi going crazy moment, by the way. He didn't even get this kill. Sib nades himself, which leads to that.
You gotta, like,
that's my fantasy AR, by the way.
You know? Don't let it roll back on you, Sib.
He should put a Semtex on.
Honestly, let's switch it up by now. Yeah. All right, we're done. Do you guys want to talk about Game 3? Because it's ready. Go ahead,
I think
fellas.
Jay and Study want to talk about it.
Yeah, go.
It's Vault, once again.
How mad are you about that?
Jay and Study.
Jay and Study. I like that, Al. Thank you, Big Al.
Yo, I just realized, by the way, I'm beating both of you in fantasy football tonight.
I'm so sorry.
No, listen, Celium hasn't played yet, all right?
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I still have 3 players left to play. So
yeah, whatever.
We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I'm Optic.
I got a bench player.
Cloud9 New York, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, these clowns. Get them off the screen. Let's go here. Let's focus in, friends.
Yeah.
Jay, just say things. Tell me what's going on right now. Because, I mean, here's the thing. Again, this is a tough opening schedule for anybody.
Yeah.
This Cloud9 team, though, right now, it doesn't really feel like there's an identity built, really, with anyone. I mean, I think you can look at it, and by the numbers, especially going into the control, hey, Mac has been one of their best respawn players to this point, and he took a year off. So, it's, you know, they just got to find something. Again, we need that spark, if you're Cloud9, to get something brewing, because it's a tough opening schedule, and nothing's really gone right for him yet.
Yeah, it's very tough, because we're talking about going up against the world champs in your second series, and in your first series, you probably go up against the best team currently in the game. So that's 1 and 2. It doesn't get any easier when you're a brand new roster form trying to figure out what kind of identity we are going to have. Is it going to be through the respawns? Is it going to be through the search? And right now they have yet to figure out in either of those categories. So now with your backs against the wall, going into a vault control once again, we've only seen it the entire time this weekend. You need to try to figure it out, at least in the slaying department, because that's always going to help you. If you can get a couple kills, you should be able to get on this point.
Absolutely the case, and well, it's going to be a full flood from top catwalk. That's good for Sib to find first blood. Optic trying to receive this hit onto A, largely through B Street. Mac is going to put a pause on the clock, step onto the A zone, get to work on the first tick of progress. Sib trying to assist, loses track of Fred, but the information is good. Mac, okay, how about it? Nice little opening double, and Mac should be able to confirm at least the first tick here.
Yeah, but now they're trying to locate where's Shotzi. We haven't seen him so far in the beginning of this map. He's going to get one and get out with his life. As that second segment is still getting worked on, but you can already see what Prep is trying to do over towards Art. You're focusing in this position to try to draw a couple players from Optic Texas on this side of the map, but when you jump out the window and give that free kill to Dashy, all progression gets shut down. As that second segment, working on the third, is about to potentially come in. No, get shut down.
Cramp able to at least keep the offensive spawn safe. Attached looking to make a mess of the Optic spawn. Ooh, good read from Dashy, but Attached survives with 9 HP. Just trying to create some separation. The rest of Cloud9 working off spawn, trying to get this third tick of progression done, and still no one's seen Shotzi. And that has to be the concern. You can see Crip is like, he could be anywhere. This is just timing, and well, there he is, found him, and then he's gone. He's out like a blink of an eye.
And I love how Optic were trying to completely disregard Attached in towards top Art. They're trying to retake over through the middle of the map, but that decision gets made for them. You have to approach over towards B because you have all of Cloud9 working their way up through B Street, but Shotzi finds a double that now allows the teammates to come off the respawn, throw a couple attacks to get him off of that B point. That's 3 seconds third for Cloud9.
Yeah, and the refocus coming off spawn is straight over towards A to get this third tick done. Kenny's double limits this approach pretty decently. Pred follows up, and that's going to be a full wipe off the Cloud9 offense. 25 seconds to play. 15 plays 15, and Cloud9 have to be thinking, we got to get to A, give ourselves an extra 60, and maybe not enough.
Yeah, that was a big first kill on the Shotzzy, an even bigger kill right there out of Kremp. That now leaves to 3, make it all 4 dead. So Cloud9 should not have an issue extending this game clock by an extra minute. And they are also currently up by 3 lives. With a lot of map control to go their way. So this is a big moment in this game. Who can come out on top in the trades?
13v9, Shotzzy around the back, make sure that the clock keeps ticking. That could be the biggest ally here for the green wall. Under 60 seconds to play. Shotzzy seems to have an idea that maybe Attach had gotten through, but instead finds Mac. Pred, I'm sure, gave the comms of, I got Attach, don't worry about him. And it's 3-0 on the exchange. Kremp trying to get through, but not going to be allowed to, as Optic have brought this back to within a 1 life gap.
Yeah, that lives remaining diminishes instantly out of the teamwork of Optic Texas. Now with 35 seconds, all of Cloud9 coming off the respawn. You are forced to hit this overextension. You do not want to work your way up through that B street. And that's only going to allow the game clock to continue to wind down.
Mac trying to get around the back, not going to be allowed to. 6v5. Cloud9 still holding a bit of an edge, but again, the clock, it keeps on ticking. Under 18 seconds. Dashy over through B Street, only finds 1. Double from Sib, allows Kremp a chance to get on, and he turns that into a kill on top of that. 2v4 situation, still on 18 seconds. Second tick of progress is on the way. Kremp follows up with an elimination, and now it's just down to Shotzzy, who will fall. Hard to say if that second tick got locked or not. It was close. Okay, and I'll take your word on that one, as Cloud9 will take the offense, though.
Yeah, 20/20 vision right there, Alan. I saw a little slither of gray at the ending of that second segment. So Cloud9 walk away with the attack, and that's great to start off the map like this, because obviously I think early into controls, what we've seen it all weekend long, is that attacks have a lot more success when trophy systems are not in their back pocket.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird, because you're thinking, okay, over towards B, all these nades as soon as we jump on the point are gonna get invested, but when you have the map control to go with it, you don't even have to worry about the frags coming over the top, as Cloud9 took advantage of the situations Optic were going to give them. I thought once Optic had a clean 4 dead, Shotzzy should have just stayed alive in towards gold, but he goes out for the chow, and at that time, 3 players dropped for Optic Texas. That allowed Cloud9 to secure the first round.
Well, trophies have been earned now. Optic going to use one to keep them safe on this initial surge in towards the A zone, and Shotzzy will just push through, delete the trophy of Cloud9, and once again, just get out of there. Attach looking to come around the backside. Not going to happen as Pred tracks him the whole way. And the first tick will surely be completed here for Optic, if not more.
First segment trying to get work done on towards A, but now you have to put your focus on what Kremp is doing behind enemy lines. He's just blocking that spawn, forcing all of Optic Texas to work that overextension up through B Street, but it's an all-out mix fest. And again, Shotzzy somehow, some way with an SMG pushes on up and already finds himself in towards Art.
Couple of shots on the cross. Stun will also place, but Sib doesn't matter. The extra help from his own nade works out nicely, and Shotzzy is a cat with 9 lives right now. Mac on the hunt, seen over through the rafters. No idea where he's gone to. I feel like we're going to be having this perspective on our screens a lot this year, Jay, because oh my goodness, he is the most impossible kill in the server right now.
Just can't keep track of him, man. He keeps getting lost. And when an SMG of his caliber is getting lost, you're just simply not going to have a good time, as that progression already working its way quickly up for that second segment. That's already 3 dead in the feed. Shotzzy on 5 in a row. B is now going to be able to be done. Time is going to be extended, and Optic now find themselves up by 7 lives.
Indeed the case. The only thing you could really wish for right now for Optic is to at least tie the tick count, because this looks like around that is pretty much a guarantee, especially with the life count being where it is. Cloud9 have a lot of work to do. Mac, at least, again, able to keep them off of A. Sib's going to step up to deplete some of the progress done here, and hold on a second. Cloud9 are starting to battle back in a pretty critical moment of this map.
Oh yeah, it's just completely disregarding the positioning out of Shotzzy, trying to put their sole focus on the rest of the players. But Shotzzy eventually realized, okay, I gotta go back and help my team. Now he finds that kill, 15-8, make it 15-7 in lives remaining. Potential double stack gonna be in towards A, as that first segment is getting worked on.
14 plays 7, Cloud9 working on the recovery of the A zone. Good opener from Sib, traded by Shotzzy. No one can track him down, so once again, the focus for Cloud9 will largely be over the top of this A zone. Shotzzy makes his presence known, jumping on the zone. A little bit of assistance with him as Kenny was stacked with him. That'll be enough for the first tick of progress, and the eliminations behind that make this a 12v3. And now it's just down to, will Cloud9 try to bum rush this and see if they could maybe just get one more heroic effort, but not gonna happen. 11v1, that'll be the final shots, but it doesn't come until after the second tick had been locked.
Yeah, and if you're Cloud9, you just cannot allow Shotzzy to do those kind of things versus you. Because when you're coming off the respawn, okay, it's cool, everybody's disregarding him, but eventually he's going to put himself back into the play. He just caused so much problem in the beginning of that round, allowed his team to go up by, what, 7 to 8 lives by just roaming around Art. And that just made it easier for them, because once you capture the more difficult point in B, you just need 1 set of kills to work your way in towards A. They did not earn that final segment. They're only going to get 5 done, but that's Optic Texas just absolutely dominating on that attacking round. Cloud9, again, just like in that first respawn, lose track of Shotzzy.
He's going to have a KD that is going to frighten people by the end of this series.
He might be in the history books, World Guinness record. Like, I'm telling you, that guy's putting on a clinic all year.
21-8 through 2 rounds to this point. Mac not going to be able to do much besides just get the first. Cramp back over towards the B zone. Looking for another
big win
snap from Cramp. Big moment for him, looking to get deeper in towards Gold and Art, but not going to happen. Kenny will respond with a double of his own, and there will be no further progress for Cloud9 on this B zone.
Yeah, that push gets shut down. Cramp with a magnificent 2-piece, with Kenny responding with 2 of his own. It's not going to force the Cloud9 to hit that reset button on their playbook. Try to work over towards that B street, and now when you're trying to wrap back over towards Pool, you got Pred sitting nice and comfy in there. He's able to catch a double. It's only 45 seconds to work with. Not a single segment earned to their name, but 3 kills go in their favor. Now you can stop that time at A.
Yeah. Mac trying to pull off his best Shotzzy impression and get lost through the map. Good for 3. Has an idea that Shotzi's playing bottom side vault and says no need to chase him. He's already gone. Dashy, after the stun comes out, slides over, finds the trade back. Again, no more progress being made, and further than that, Optic will get over towards the Cloud9 spawns. Good shutdown from Sid, but still more damage to be dealt here. It's only 25 seconds to fight for Cloud9's offense.
All right, Cloud9 do find a couple kills, though. The bad thing is, though, that they are still on their side of the spawn. So Optic Texas are going to have a little bit of time to work their way back over towards that middle map. Dashy strikes her first. He's going to put himself in a position over towards double doors, making sure no one's going over towards A, and now the pounce is here at this A point.
Zip, nice moment here from him, trying to get back towards an even stat line. 13.7 is where the clock will stop. Shotzzy, again, gets a kill, gets away. No one wants to chow him. He's going to be off the regen, and then as soon as he does, he hops right back into the point. Are we joking? This kid is a monster. And now he's all of a sudden in enemy territory. Not going to make much of a difference. There's not going to be an extra 60 seconds for Cloud9 to work with. And oh my goodness, are we kidding?
He can't keep getting away with this, Alan. What's that meme? He cannot keep getting away with this. Seriously. Shotzzy is doing anything that he wants on the map right now. We're talking about 3 players dropping on his side. He's the only player to potentially contest A from being captured and time being extended. He flies on in, gets 1. Okay, you think job done? Nope, I'm gonna wait for my health to regen a little bit, hit Sid with a stun to force him to think that I'm going right or left, and then slide my way right back on in to find that kill. Like, it's unreal, the playmaking ability of this young man, because every single time you think he stands no chance, he somehow, some way pulled something out of his behind and gets it done. As now Optic secured the defensive round, only allowed 2 segments to get away from them, so you got 1 more to make up on this attacking side, but they might just want to close it out here with the way that this young man is playing.
Yeah, it sure feels that way. 27.
Oh, Kobe!
Finally, we got a shutdown to Shotzzy. Damage mitigated before it could even happen. Cloud9, what's the next step here? They'll take care of Kenny over towards B Street. Fred looking for something cheeky over towards B, but that's also shut down, and here we go. 4 for 1, the opening exchange. Cloud9 trying to force Optic back deeper into their spawn, but it's Kenny and Shotzzy that open up space to get onto B immediately.
And now they have all their angles cut. You have it, both SMGs watching those mid lane areas, 1 through vault, 1 through double doors. That's already 2 dead. You know, at least 1 player still sitting over towards top art. And this is beautiful again out of Optic Texas. Not a trophy system in sight, but they are continuously working up this progression over towards B as first segment gets complete.
That will tie the tick count if we do go to a 5th round. New York, nice little resurgence here though on the defensive end. Still hold a bit of a life lead. Pred, AR in hand, trying to find where Kremp has gone. And he will not be able to track him down in time. So here we go. Again, Cloud9 looking much better here on their defense. Just down to, can they actually stop any more progress from happening?
Yeah, Kremp is making their life a living hell. He's just staying alive over at that P2 area, forcing all of Optic Texas continuously to spawn over towards gold. You gain the info. Now Dash is going to try to slide with the pistol to chow, but there's 2 players there. So Cloud9 doing what they need to do on the defensive end, but 3 go down at the wrong time. Now Optic have a little presence around this mid-map at A.
Yeah, a little bit of a double stack in for a moment. Pred and Shotzzy working on this first tick at A. It will be locked. That will be the defensive advantage for Optic in round 5. And they just put it away here, though. Second tick of progress lock. More elimination still coming through for the green wall.
Hello!
Let's see! Wow! 32 and 16! Just slides through and rips Mac's head off, and now he's in your spawn. He does get shut down, but the damage has been dealt as an extra 60 seconds gets added to the clock.
Yeah, thankfully Krep was able to find that trade, because if Shotzzy would have did what he did in that previous attacking round, just playing his life as beautifully as he did over towards Art, that would have been the round right there. Now Optic Texas with a minute to work with, up by 2 lives. Little bit of map control presence from their SMGs. You have Shotzzy going on another pinch. Unfortunately, does get cut down. And now if you are Cloud9, you just got to hold strong.
Maybe easier said than done. Good nade over the top from Civ as he gets over towards the balconies at Art. And he in trouble. Dealt with swiftly. The follow-up good from Mac. Again, he has really been a resurgence in terms of his ability to take a year off, come right back in and hang with the best. He's looked solid. But still, 8v7, 35 seconds on the clock. This is not done yet. New York giving themselves some advantages, but work to be done as they need to track down Dash.
5v6. Basically a round of search and destroy here. As Mac is able to get the better of Dashy. No more respawns now for the green wall. As this is going to be their last push, but Krep finds 1. Pred and Dashy combine for 2, make it 3, and this is a scary moment. Optic still got a chance.
Oh, and Max giving away his position. A couple of trail shots towards Shotzzy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's a bit of a threat. And now here comes Shotzzy around the back. He knows the defense is right in front of him. Oh, weird moment through the door, but Sip still gets shut down. It's just Attach last one left. Clock is ticking, though. Someone's got to touch. 1.3. Attach for the 1v2. Seen by Shotzzy through the doors. Has time to try to make his way back over to the zone, but Shotzzy goes unnoticed, and Optic will find the final kill and take the series.
Man, oh man. Even when you think Optic Texas with 15 seconds left, they go 3 dead. They somehow, some way work their way out of the spawn. They're able to put the kills back into their advantage. I would have loved to just see Cloud9 just take a chill pill there. There's no reason why we have positionings around that minimap area, positionings around gold, and we are challenging those gunfights with not that many to play with. You allowed Optic Texas to clutch up in those one-on-ones. No more respawns on your side, and then when you have the players coming off the respawn, you have to already worry about Shotzzy in your base. That's just not the way you want to close out that map if you're Cloud9. We probably definitely should have went to round number 5. But they're world champions for a reason. Even when you think they have no chance, they're still going to be able to pull it out. Shotzzy was the MVP of that map, but Pred with that 3rd AR also goes 36 and 20. They got the Texas already shaking off that loss versus Boston, feeling good after this one.
Yeah, huge bounce back without question. All 4 players, I think, had moments that you look at and say, very well done. I think the question mark now, you know, kind of turning to the Cloud9 side of the conversation is, you know, who's going to run what? I know Ant brought it up at the desk that all 4 of these guys in their time in the CDL were known for being the slayers in their individual roles. We saw at moments, Kremp was the SMG trying to get lost and not finding value, and then it looks like Mac is saying, well, I got a hot hand, I'll go do it. It doesn't really feel like they know who's doing what at the moment, where it's obviously very clear what Optic want to do as a 4-man squad, Jay.
Yeah, and that's issues with them being a brand new roster, man. Until they figure that out, until they figure out their identity, they're going to have a really tough time versus these top teams. But that's enough from us on this fine Sunday morning. Let's bring the desk back in for our final game of the day.
Thank you very much. Cloud9 New York not finding any footing in this one. Shotzzy making sure of it as he constantly poked him in the sides.
Yeah, that round 2 kind of solidified this game for me because Shotzzy was just literally making them miserable. He goes in their spawn, goes on a 5, allows his team to cat B first and foremost, and Attach, he's the lone man out, trying to defend A long enough for recovery, but unfortunately there was just not enough lives left. I mean, you got Pred and Shotzzy combining for 64 and 44. There's not much you can do.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hoop mixtape. I mean, you got Dashy and Gills here, Shotzzy in the back of the spawn, like pushing things all the way out. Really, the only guy who showed any semblance of like grit in this map was Mac. He was the only one that could return anything. Everybody else just seemingly like giving up. And then you see the very end of that. There's just an ultimate collapse when we get to it. I feel like somebody at Cloud9 had Optic parlay in money line at some point, like just throwing away their lives. They are not on the same page. And Optic Texas, a world champion squad that has that resilience, they know they need to get a win. They're gonna put you in the blender when you make mistakes. So
yeah,
Optic Texas is gonna W.
It's just unfortunate because you saw there, Mac found the final 3. That should have been a Cloud9 win to force the round number 5, but then it's 3v3. An unfortunate gunfight get lost up top mid, trying to take on somebody with Pool. I think it might have been Mac. I think he just had the wrong gun for the fight. He ends up dying, putting his teammate in an unfortunate situation, and Optic Texas just coming out with the slaying.
All right, Cloud9 is going to hit the books over the weekend, try and come back stronger behind the coach accuracy. Meanwhile, Optic is going to be celebrating tonight as they get out of here a little bit early. Our next one, I don't think will be a 3-0 between Atlanta and LA Thieves. But first, let's revisit the scuff play of the game from this one. We found it in the first map, right? When you go 26 and 11, 23 non-traded, we just make a montage.
I think that's all we ever do with Shotzzy is make a montage. We did a montage for drawing conclusions. We're doing it for the play of the game. All the highlights are probably just Shotzzy. I mean, he is annoying. We thought he was annoying in past years, but it just feels like it just keeps getting worse. Again, once he is lost in comms, he is one of the most frustrating players to try and get the kill on.
So far, who do you guys think has been the best performance like individually? Shotzzy or Hydra?
Hydra. He sells the kill record. So statistically, you have to say Hydra.
I think it's close, man. Shotzzy, even in both series, has been unbelievable. Right? So we'll get another look at Hydra tonight, but
Let's call a burger a burger. Cloud9 this week were a burger on the other side. My man Hydra was in some serious fights. Let's take a look here at the numbers. 71 and 38 in the 3-0, 2.36 in hardpoint. He's a monster, and he joins us live. Welcome to the show live here on the Call of Duty League. How you doing, Shotzzy?
Good, good. How are you guys?
So good, man.
Voice from
Welcome
up
to
above.
the show, right? It's like the man behind the curtain. Now we got you front and center. Shotzzy, sorry to cut you off there. Quick question.
Very good.
What happened against Boston?
What happened against Boston is lack of good practice is honestly the best way to put it. I feel like our practice the last couple weeks haven't really been, you know, to our standards, so definitely need to lock in for sure.
You know what? Forget all that. I got the question we all want to know. Who wins in a 1v1? You or Hydra?
Oh, snap.
I mean, I have to say myself because if I'm saying someone else,
say it confidently at least.
Well, of course me. But he definitely is one of the players that obviously I have a ton of respect for him. The way he plays is like somewhat similar, so yeah, nothing but good things to say to him.
Looking forward to that matchup.
And I want to ask you, first off, wow, you've been unbelievable these first 2 series, just absolutely dominating. But you said lack of practice is why you guys lost that. I think you're talking more so about the search and destroy, because in respawn, you look ridiculous. Like, you guys are aware of every single spawn, and you kind of have just like autonomous control to be able to push out as far as you want and make plays. How are you finding Black Ops 6 and how Hardpoint plays?
It's amazing. The spawns are actually really fun. Well, the game is fun because Omni movement, and then the spawns obviously are pretty good to read. So, so yeah, that's that. And then for S&D, I will agree. Well, holy shit, we don't know what to do in mid-round situations. That's one thing that we struggled last year, and this year we're obviously trying to, you know, make sure like we're actually calling out mid situations. So. Definitely something to work for going forward for sure.
Shotzzy, final question for you. Can you act out the coolest kill you've had so far in Black Ops 6?
Act out?
Yeah, show me with your hands. What did you do?
I can't show you the hands, but I can show you the Omni movement.
There we go, there we go. All right, let's check it out, let's check it out.
The chair's gonna...
Yep.
Okay.
Oh! Hit him with the side stream.
Is he gonna come back?
Yeah, hard left. That is Shotzzy.
An Omni movement.
A man with the running gun. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to let him go party with the crew. Ridiculousness, as always, here on the CDL. They're cutting me off on the desk. When we come back, more video games. Atlanta plays LA Thieves. It's a battle of 2 brutes.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
sources claiming this is going to be the best champs ever. Well, for these two, it absolutely was. Just a moment ago in the venue, the green wall and the rest of the venue, of course, giving the congratulations to that lucky couple. Heck of a way to set a proposal up, I'll say.
What a fantastic weekend, man. Like, it's all about the love, man. Congratulations to both of them. You know.
No, it was like the worst time.
Time short.
Wall bang him.
Put your head down and secure the target.
We're so back, baby!
No way!
We're so back!
Deranged Native!
baby!
Deranged Native with 100 gifted subs!
Trying to find what he can. But I think behind Sims Pink, with only one player here, they should be able to retake, but there's still a nice presence. Uh-oh. Here we go. Scrap and Envoy both able to get kills. Uh-oh is right. You're on it. It's flowing. Second tick is done. Third tick is looming. Are they able to clear it? They're not able to do it. Ultra strike, and it just takes one moment, and there you go. Unbelievable. No pressure there at all until around 5. How many times have we seen that? You're on 4 straight if you are Envoy, and now you're up against if you are FaZe. You've got a hole for 2 minutes. You're already in a 6-life hole. You're getting picked apart. Things are falling apart. Ultra hit another gear. That's going to be a streak down for Envoy. You've got 2 people on the point. The progression has started. Envoy is lighting it up as he gets 8 straight before he drops. Sidman Cells trying to shut it down, but you haven't been able to close it out. Now second bit of progress is done.
Who really stopping me? I did not come for apologies. I am not here for the politics. The confidence started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am no one, they not stopping him. No. It's a different situation. Black kids when I pull up in the latest 101, so they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Laser focus and the diamonds are canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
Yeah, honestly, we just weren't in flow, and they were just shooting, honestly. They deserved the map, obviously. They were just shooting. Like, we just had to hit a quick reset. We're switching S&D, and if you want to be the best team in the world, then you have to be able to take a loss like that and turn it around.
That was back at EWC when Atlanta FaZe bounced back after a map loss, went on to win the big tournament during the summer in Riyadh. We now take a look at Atlanta after the most recent loss on opening night against Toronto. They got to regain. Draza, Celium, Simp, and Abizi back in action. Who underperformed on day 1? Who are you looking to have a bigger day 2?
On the side of FaZe, I would say Celium. Even the map that they got closed out on, like he was 19 and 27, just not what you expect numbers-wise from them. Yeah. Obviously a product of them losing some huge rotations. Got to get better at the bedroom hill. Got to be better on P2. And then, like, this is a team that you expect to ramp up throughout the season, but in that first match versus Toronto, a brand new squad, you expect them to at least look a little better, go to a game 5. So for Atlanta FaZe, they need redemption.
And we know one player in particular is going to be trying extra hard. That is Draza, of course, on the side for Atlanta FaZe. On the other side of this fight, though, is his former team, LA Thieves, a squad that he won a ring with. Let's take a look at the current lineup, though, representing Nadeshot's crew.
I mean, from what we've seen from LA Thieves so far is that their hard point is extremely dangerous, easily the best in the league that we've seen thus far, and that's going to spell a problem for Atlanta FaZe because they split their HPs versus Toronto, and it wasn't even close when it came to that skyline. They got outslayed, and everybody on Toronto had over a minute plus. So for LA Thieves, they're feeling very comfortable in this matchup and very confident in this matchup, not only from that stance, but also because Scrap's always been on the winning end.
Yeah, and we talk about that beef. I mean, Scrap has the edge. The series count is 10-3 all time. So Draza, while he's chirped a lot, hasn't beat Scrap too many times. So big match for them.
Scrap's got different bodyguards this time, and they might be even stronger.
Yeah,
Let's take a look at the maps and modes, though, because you got Simp and Abizi and Celium. AK3 greats, probably going to end up in a Call of Duty Hall of Fame one day. Vault, Vault, Vault. Skyline and Rewind for Search, and then Hardpoint. How do we see it playing out? This seems like a pretty good map if I'm an SMG.
Well, so this will be the first time we're seeing both these teams play Vault Hardpoint, so I think that map one's going to be really pivotal when it comes to this series. But I know Simp and Abizi were having a little bit of a slow start in their first series, where on the flip side, the SMGs for LA Thieves were absolutely frying. So it really just depends which comes out hot.
It's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. The Oracle Nameless is still in first place, but I'm going to go first. I'm going with Atlanta FaZe. Surprise pick over here. Everyone's saying LA Thieves is the best.
Wow.
I think FaZe, though, has more to prove tonight.
Ooh, two red teams up against each other. I think I'm gonna go with LA Thieves. I think they're the best team in the game right now.
Going with the Thieves, okay. Nameless?
I'm going to go with the Thieves as well. I think they get this one done, man. They look terrifying, especially in HP.
How did I go against Hydra and Scrap?
Yeah.
Step in a BC. You'll all learn, fans. You'll all learn. Miles Chance, get me out of here.
We got you, Chris. Get him out of here. Wipe it away. Chris has already made his mistakes for the day. He picked the Heretics too. Oh, tough day for Mr. Bucket. Someone, though, in this lobby is going to have a real tough day after what we saw Hydra do yesterday. Chance, where are we going with this? And we talked about this briefly. I think it is the general consensus amongst most people is that, yeah, super teams are real. They're not figments of your imaginations. And no matter what you tell your therapists, they're coming to get you.
Look, this is, no one cares about the CDL points for these two squads. We know they're going to champs. We know they're in contention to win tournaments. We know they're going to be in contention to win the whole thing at the end of the year. This, to me, is just a battle of confidence, right? You have Scrap and Hydra, two of the best slayers in the game, playing with a world champ, playing with Ghosty, also a very hot gunny. These guys are on cloud 9. They're probably bouncing through scrims. Every time I see Scrap and Hydra in a player cam, they're just torching and talking smack to everyone. In Atlanta FaZe, there was a time where they had that sort of aura where they looked untouchable. LA Thieves are on the path to attaining that. Somebody's got to stop them before it gets out of control.
These guys aren't on Cloud9. Cloud9 are on Twitter. In we go to map number 1. And this should be an absolute delight, boys and girls. The opening kills are very much going the way of your boys' FaZe, as is the time over to Envoy. As of course the LA Thieves, white arrows on the mini map. Suffering succotash, it's the Thieves Hill.
And make no mistake, if Envoy is shooting, like, it genuinely might be hopeless for everybody else. Even yesterday, he was just racking up clip after clip on Rewind. And, I mean, this is the man that's supposed to be the route taker, and he's just starting off 5-0, leading the squad. But does get chopped down. Atlanta FaZe get back into the time, and they will take the lead with plenty of pressure on these spawns. Draja, not quick enough over towards P2.
A difficult one. P2, though, that fun little jacuzzi here, and it's a nice trade there. Brilliant work out of both teams to get there quick and fast. Cell not hot enough on the gun as Envoy. Dylan Hannon absolutely piecing 7-1.
Yeah, Hydra is baiting for Envoy for absolutely good reason. He's a force to be reckoned with, but now it's Ghost's responsibility. Watch the back, and he does not last long. Selling him as a pixel, but that is all he needed.
Yeah, that was a fantastic kill. Aim through the front. It is a long-range gunfight for these submachine gun players. 3 at the feet there for FaZe. That's their hard point. And look at that lead change any moment now. Ghosty's going to be up close. Real tight spawns here for the Thieves boys. They're going to make their way through the back line. There we go. Envoy bangs the door wide open. Over to Draz. Trying to enjoy himself a nice time in the hot tub alone. And here comes the Thieves. Break on through. Find a couple of kills. And Envoy again.
It's the bang out battle, man. 10 kills and 2 hills. He might try to break Hydra's record. Why not give him Cellium too? Cellium made some monster plays to go and break that hill, but they just get broken down in the end. But if we're thinking long term, Atlanta FaZe, we know, is also one of the smartest teams in the game. Draza and Abizi already responsible for the left side of the minimap, so the spawns will be good. Gotta get the hill time though, and right now, that's Ghosty's home.
Yeah, can't get all the kills. Ghosty, nice work there. He's got the hard point time as well. LA Thieves pushing it forward a little bit. Trophy's now in place as well. Happy place to be if you are a Thieves fan. The red arrows on the minimap now, making their way through the front side. A bit of a pinch. This could work out for them. Nah, not a hope in the world. Ghosty and Scrap, they put Draz to bed. Full in full of holes. And now a bit of a pinch through the middle. It's going to be a Beezy making his way through P1, but that's going to be an awkward fight to deal with Hydra now. Here, and Hydra in your gills. Okay, yeah, Beezy, good job. That's going to be FaZe back at the point.
Also twisted, but keep in mind what we were saying Atlanta FaZe is the smart team for playing rotations. LA Thieves is smarter because they can just bully their way to get it. Who has to rotate when you can slay like this in Envoy? 12 kills already. That is 3 men in the feed. Atlanta FaZe. Everybody right now is coming off spawn, and Ghosty is going to be calling them all out.
The human UAV.
Oh, look at that spawn for Draza, by the way. Just an absolute gift behind P4.
Yeah, we'll see if you can do anything with it, though, because Envoy is on the move. They haven't read it yet. They've got no idea. And now they're going to find the hard point time. Dra's waiting for reinforcements. Another classic look on Vault. Hidely. Wait a minute. What is this? Is Envoy once again gifted another brilliant kill? He can do no wrong here on Vault. Hydra with the front line covered. Now FaZe. Back to the drawing board on the attack here. God, this is such a tough map for him.
That's honest to God unbelievable. I'd want to hear the comms in that moment just to know if he got called out, because as soon as we think Draza got given a gift, Envoy just starts bringing him in the door. So that's absurdly heads-up gameplay or just a little bit lucky, but LA Thieves taking full advantage. Hydra, by the way, is starting to catch up to Envoy, who has been responsible for the hill time. Singing sweet there on P4. An incredible hill for LA Thieves.
And the voice of an angel as well. Still finding that time as FaZe. Certainly not out of this yet, but I mean, they're getting beat up pretty hard. Everyone across the board there in the red. And the wrong kind of red for FaZe. Back to P1 we now go. Anybody there to get the hard point time as Hydra once again roaming the map, finding kills all over the bloody places at 13 and 10. A lot of production there. Ghosty gets his, all down. FaZe dead, out. Trophies in place. Hydra on the front line. Oh, it's all looking good for the Thieves.
I mean, GG go next. How many times have we seen Atlanta FaZe all 4 players negative? I mean, Simp is double negative. I just like, it is an atypical performance in Celium, the walking 1.4. If he's negative, that's a horrific sign.
Oh, it's not good. Oh, damn, Daniel. Nice shots at Ghosty, too. I mean, there's the pressure, and now Hydra's coming in for the immediate pickup. I mean, this is what you really want out of the LA Thieves. This is one happy nade shot right now. He's smiling ear to ear as his boys take a victory lap over Atlanta FaZe right now.
They can't fight back. I mean, like Atlanta FaZe are trying to do all the right things, and just every single time someone on the Thieves is there to steal something. This is painful to watch.
While we compose ourselves, let's go for an LA Thieves listen in and hear how it sounds to be up this hard.
Army, watch out, Army. Pulse right, in the pool. One lobby. Pull that nice. Outer. Last guy. Outer 3. Nice. Hey, already cat. Sim cat, that's the first one, boys. You have a trophy. You didn't jump out. I need to cat academy. I'm double holding. No, same spot. Outer, yeah, double cat, I'm dead. Take our timer. No, outer in the one. I'm already on the right. I spawned out, one shot. Yo, give me time. 2 in the hill. Outer. I'm cat. One's outer still. Or T1. Or like, or back. Pressure through the back. Watch out, step on hill. One more on the hill. Weak. Back door. There's 2 on top. One's outer. They're both there. One's there. Cell there too. Rip them. They're spawning in the back. All back door. All 4 back doors. Never mind. I got you. I'm gonna be army. I just killed this first Army. First guy BZ. I'm already going towards new. BZ's the first one. To be here. Ape's mid army. You can push out ammo. Ammo cell dead. One more. Bobby. Watch me mid. You need to take ammo in mid. Outer ammo in mid. Mid in front ammo. Last one. On the pillar. Yep. I have it. Alright, on the pillar. One time. Mid doors. Pushing mid. Going mid. I'm gonna go mid with you, Paco. Bella's mid. Make sound you. One shot close. I'm gonna shrink, bro. Mid doors. Yeah, spawn out. I'm spawned out. I spawned out. Just live scrap. P1. They spawned out next to you. Next to you. No. Mid door draws. Mid door telling me. Kill me. I'll come mid doors. We gotta block, boys. Make sure we're blocking. We're mid sim. Mid sim going close. Nice, bro. You. He's going line. Line points at you. Let's at you, Cell, and you went back to mid. It's Simp. I don't know what he's doing. Nice. They're all white now. All should be white. That's me. Nice. White and mid. They're top white. Run to mid. They're top white and they spawned front white. One shot front white. I needed him. They're nice. Go. Fly. We're missing one. Cell missing one. He's gonna be the white on top. Yeah, we should have run it down towards yellow. Hey, behind me. Wait, there's one out. That's him. Everyone's one out. Yo, I'm getting right. No, give time. I heard your cop. Yo, go white. Listen, I can hold my own left cross. I have your left cross, whoever's white. Hold me in. Yo, one cross left cell, not too white yet. He's white now, front white. Outer white. 2 white, one more. In white, and 1 U. Last one. You have the back. Watch out, line. Line? Nothing on the back. Line dead. Last guy front. Look for A. White, right? No, in white. He's in white. Go to the back. Spawning mid. Nothing you. Spawning mid. This guy's a fucking bum. These guys are awful, bro. Nothing you. Low wait. I can look my own. To the back.
And your reigning MVP of the 2023 season is double negative. Hydra talking crazy, Scrap talking crazy. Thieves are out for blood, man.
Yeah, they're getting it. They're getting blood. It is nearly over, folks. Don't worry. Put FaZe out of their misery. Wow. What a map one. The player cams say it all.
Alrighty.
Oh, yeah. GG go next. Yeah. Just go next. We'll go next. Just go to S&D. Just go next. We're good.
Atlanta FaZe in the 100-point club, not remotely close. We're in the listening, and I mean, quite a few gems in there. Ghosty calling out all 4 backdoor as they line up. He shreds 2, and he just goes, never mind. It's cool. I got it. Don't worry about it. Scrap almost like desperately calling for them to block spawns, which they don't. Completely drop the ball on that, and it doesn't matter because the roaming Slayers dominated everybody. I mean, they just made Atlanta FaZe look clueless, and that's destructive. I mean, Envoy starts off 12-5. He finishes with only 19 because the rest of the team is like, hey, man, you get the hill time. We're tired of you having fun. Hydra, again, the one chirping at Sim, saying that was my MVP. Well, he's making that statement early this year. And by the way, Team A versus Team B, this was Atlanta FaZe's map pick.
Yeah, that's a screenshot there, folks. That was one hell of a vault. Highlights or the LA Thieves montage. I don't think there was a whole lot happening there for FaZe. Ghosty's lineups, sprees from Envoy, Hydra doing what he does. Just outstanding work. Really, really good looking hardpoint, man. That's just no other way to put it otherwise. That was hot. I mean, that might go on the hub. That was some good stuff. That really was a very, very impressive showing from a team that is, faces fair share of criticism. This whole idea of the super team. I mean, we're just getting more and more empirical evidence here, kids. These kids are gross.
What circle of hell is Nate Shot gonna end up in for selling his soul to get this roster?
He might have got one of those circles. That might be part of the deal. It's just like, it's just all his, baby. And he joins all the other teams who 100 Thieves bring down this year potentially, but this is a lot of gas and we are going very hard here, but with damn good reason. The listening was the perfect example of how strong this team is right now. Ghosty is one of the most efficient communicators we have in the league right now. His game sense is fantastic. He's giving you every single piece of information you need to set yourself up for success. The rest 3, they're just flying around finding kills all over the place. That really was the perfect situation to be in. As a high skilled player like Hydra, you're being told where to go, you're being fed information. Scrap's doing the same thing. Ghosty, massive difference maker in that listening, huge difference maker in the kills department as well. These boys, they
it may earn the gas too, because if I'm looking at it from like Atlanta FaZe's perspective, I don't even know if they necessarily played bad. Like, they just couldn't win a single gunfight. Like, they're getting spawns, like, they're rotating plan for spawns. They're early towards hills. It's just every single time they were making these plays, someone on LA Thieves popped a 2-piece. If you get the spawns in the back, there was always that extra pressure. Like, I don't know if I could really criticize anything on the game plan front from Atlanta at all. They literally just got handled in a way that I don't know if I've ever seen before. I don't know how many 100-point clubs Atlanta FaZe has ever been on the receiving end of, but it ain't many in the CDL era. That's it for the good old vault hardpoint, I suppose. Now we go to S&D, where if we want to talk about Atlanta FaZe, some of the best S&D players of all time have been assembled on this roster. We know it is a phenomenal game mode for them. A BZ, First Blood Reaper. I mean, everybody knows. There is no shortage of understanding of how good these guys are. But again, that's why I'm looking at this series as like, it's just a battle for confidence. Because when these guys match up on LAN, it helps so much to be 10-3 versus a guy sitting on the other side of the stage. It helps so much to say, oh, that was your hardpoint map pick, 100-point club, you can't touch us. It's when you're going to LAN environments, if these guys are meeting up in whatever type of finals, the champs finals, winners finals, losers finals, whatever, you want that extra edge. This is the series to claim it.
Yeah, a nice start, a really nice clean start with a heavy, heavy stamp. The wax wasn't even melted. By the time a major rolls around and you're reminded that this was the kind of beatdown you got. Skyline S&D, again, a fast one, folks. Should be pretty decisive. We'll get to the vault control in a moment. Rewind hardpoint if we have to. But the way things are going in the respawns, This is a must-win for FaZe.
That's just a bang out on the A site. You don't have to necessarily plant right away, but Sent straight away going to be going for it. Hydra full send into the squad, and that's Scott's Envoys here for the backup 3v3, and here's the pace you were talking about.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Scrap's in there. He just goes for it. Sends it. 1, 2, 3. All three of those players, they got a bit of damage, and then they move in for the kill. Scrap trying to hold a BZ down. Here comes a pickup from Envoy in the back. If you can get there in time. There we go. Forward go the Thieves. It is ruthless aggression.
I think Scrap has done more damage to LA Thieves players than Atlanta FaZe has in this round.
I would absolutely agree with that. And now he's got Draza dead to rights. The last bullet not going to land. And 40-odd seconds here for Draza to move. But it just feels like the Thieves are everywhere.
Because they quite literally are. Hydra full sends it in between 3 players, drags so much attention, and Envoy is there for the instant follow-up. Then people are looking at Envoy, and then Scrap is there for the instant follow-up. Every single player on Atlanta FaZe, at best, was fighting 2 players at any given time.
Nice routes as well. The Hydra route at the start where he jumps just onto the little exercise bike there in gym. He doesn't give away his position or the fact that he's fallen there, you know, from the guys who are watching from bed and AC, which is quite cool. So little things, all the little difference makers, folks. Round 2. Thieves on attack this time. See if we can get ourselves a FaZe round just to make things spicy. What is Envoy doing behind that couch?
He's sitting on the wrong side and getting blooded.
There you go. That's exactly that. Answers that question pretty quick. I swear from Scrap that to immediately take care of Sim. That wall not nearly as strong as he thought it was. Down low the boys now go.
This is a bomb plant on A, by the way.
Yeah, and a fast wrap. But no one's going to be on this side of the map. FaZe are completely vacated. Scrap on the deep wrap once again. Nobody home. Hydra's going to find his, and now it's a 2v2.
They're going to spend so much time looking for him as well. Draza just took a route, and Selim started moving towards the bomb, and this would be a 2v3 clutch. Granted, a 3v3 with Ghost getting the bomb down, but nothing you can do. Not a moment of hope there for Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, very, very comfortable post-plant position there. The 2-man route through vents. It took a while to pay off there for Scrap, but in the end of the day, he gets his kill. That's all that matters. Hydra in the close range position here on bomb. He knows it's Draz. He knows he has an AR. He wants that close fight.
It's never chalked. Are we sure?
Early days, bro.
Science.
I might DM Hydra and say, hey, man, do you want to carry me in rank tonight? He'd do it. He's great like that. Although I probably can't. Oh, we
They're just having too much fun here.
I think we might have had a game crash.
We absolutely did. Couldn't handle it.
Well, either way, 2 starts, 2 fantastic rounds there to start things off for the LA Thieves, as they are indeed happy about that. That's been a very, again, like, yeah, confirmed server crash. Okay, we'll get that back up and running ASAP, folks. But yeah, very, very nice start for the LA Thieves, as they are feeling, again, very, very slick. Exciting start there to the Search and Destroy. We can talk again about the way that hardpoint went, Chance. I mean, it's one thing. We saw the way Optic were playing it against C9, that sort of shot-seek play where he's constantly running around, being a problem in the back lines. I felt like it was almost the opposite for the Thieves. They were in your face. They came at you directly. There was no opportunity for you to flank, or no opportunity for them to even have to flank. They just kept slamming in front, and I felt like that was even more difficult to deal with in a way.
They are quite literally playing like it's ranked. Like, it's an interesting thing, because again, LA Thieves had like a few little mishaps like in that hard point, but they're just so good individually, like, and as a unit, that they can just make up for it. And I mean, yeah, Atlanta FaZe, they're gonna have to start solving some problems. I would want to be a fly on the wall for all of these teams, like in scrims. Just very curious as to how it goes, because I mean, at least everything I've seen out of the Thieves camps, it has just been endless smiles, endless trash talk. Scrap and Hydra just enjoying their duo ship thus far. It's nonstop. Server crash, don't care, talking about weird stuff, drawing circles with their fingers. I have no idea, but
it is a stark contrast to the FaZe lineup. There has not been a single word uttered since the BZ left the cameras there. Again, a loss like that, you want to just forget about it immediately. You want to think straight away about how you're going to approach round 3 here in the Skyline S&D. And again, I just feel like Thieves, man, confidence is key. Confidence is so important, and the way they play as well. As soon as someone takes damage, especially in that kitchen fight we saw, someone hits it. anyone whoever's closest hits it, and then someone's going to get your trade. Because as soon as you win, if you initiate the trade fight, you are going to win the trade fight. As long as you've got that one man extra, as long as you get that first kill, you're all good. And the way the Thieves play, again, with that blistering pace, super confident, clear comms, that is a recipe for success in scenarios like that every single time.
And just like absolute trust in one another as well. You're a very complete team. Everybody has good comms. I mean, I don't know who has the worst comms on the team, but like it's, you know. The point is that it doesn't matter who's the worst because it's still going to be amongst the best in the league. Like any type of category that you want to have of who's the worst at X, it's still just going to be like, you know, a team can only be as strong or the weakest link on the chain, whatever the metaphor is.
Yeah.
Team's obviously going to be good.
Oh, yeah, and let's face it, one of the weakest links on the team is obviously incredible. But there we go. Scrap and Draws have got a fantastic history against one another in the CDL. This is their all-time series wins, 10-3. Scrap way ahead in that head-to-head. Plenty of time for Draza to catch up, but after this one, it might be looking like 11-3 because, wow, again, Thieves have come out very, very strong. FaZe, a team you can certainly never count out, but at some point, there will be a straw that breaks one of those camels' backs. FaZe, let's see what they're made of here as they get back into the search and destroy. Fist bumps rock in there. Here we go. Thieves up 2-0 at the server down. Let's see how FaZe can survive this Skyline search and destrizzle. I did say that.
It happens. Nothing wrong with that. Got an LA squad in the mix. Throw a little lingo, I suppose. But just to touch on the confidence thing again and how LA Thieves have been playing this game as if they were playing ranked play, it is a different experience when you're playing against a team with zero fear. Like there's just an extra level of pressure on the map that's just like atypical to the experience that you have. And these guys are just playing at a certain speed that like you can't replicate it. Like the only team you're going to get this in practice against is them. And ain't nothing like a match, but a BZ at his absolute best. First Blood Reaper, but Envoy gives you 2 to even up the odds. But all of a sudden, Scrap versus the world rounds over. Welcome to Skyline.
What? It's still just two dudes. And Scrap? What's he saying? Oh, we snaked
Tell him you're an absolute beast. Nice pistol shots, dude. You got me.
Okay, that was gross. Exactly what you wanted to see, though, when it comes to that kind of like trade battle. Who has the initial aggression? Who initiates the fight? That's the way things are going in BO6, especially at this level. If you initiate, if you have that advantage, you take it every single time. You just take it. You don't look back. You don't show any kind of fear, no hesitation. Scrap's having an episode, though. What's going on here?
It's going to be all year, man.
It's a Scrap, yep, for sure, boys and girls. Here we go. Hydra or Earn. Okay, I was going to say 1-2, but there's no hope of that. Draws, Cell, back to back, baby. We're about to tie things up. Or the Envoy. Oof, what a kill that was. Ghosty. Saw Cell's feet. The 3, by the way. Oh, sugar. Here comes the boys. Run, Dan, run. Great moves. Envoy might be able to get in a position to help out here, boys. Quickly down into the safe room where you'll be safe.
Well, they absolutely got spotted. I feel like at least for the door close. I think BZ got the intel, so now it's about the reposition. Draza looks like he's just getting plat control. Selim's there with him. There's going to be a retake. Everybody's in the hall.
Oh, man. All right, Ghosty's dead. Yeah. Okay. Envoy? Okay. 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 All right. FaZe took that last one real personal. That is a ridiculous retake.
No, that was great. Poor Ghosty. Just the sacrifice at the end there. And I got to say, I don't know what that, like the Hydra spot off the start looked like from Atlanta's perspective, but like watching Hydra get in it, I was like, that looks like such a smart play. Absolutely slammed. Yeah, Draza has probably seen every possible, variation of this game, the absolute grinder. So nice confidence strats coming out of Atlanta. Back-to-back rounds where they are just running it down, picking a lane, and making sure they are playing together. Let a BZ lead that charge, and whatever he feels, just be there for the follow-up. But tied up 2-2. Atlanta FaZe on the attack, and mid-map is the call. Where's BZ go, and how can we follow?
Oh, man, he's real far forward. Doesn't break any glass. He's making it quietly, and he wins the fight. That's huge. Get out, son. Quick regen, buy some time. His teammates are in fights all across the board, but the re-engagement there from Hydra. Oh, they don't kill Hydra. Hydra so sneaky, slippery, so dangerous, and so alive. Holy got him, son.
Wow.
Nah, you gotta keep your gun up, man. It's every time you think there's a fight, there is. They are coming. They are endlessly coming. all of the thieves at all times. They're coming.
Omni movement on point as well. I mean, just for Hydra to hit that little slide after the trade, Sadraza can't quite finish that kill. In case anyone confused, Jackal OP, ARs are nerfed in this game. It's tough out here in ranked. That's why I'm complaining, but any other gun, Draza finishes that kill, but Hydra, smooth moves. Be able to get in that elevator.
Just hits the zip instant. All right, here we go. Big hit in kitchen. Envoy, first blood. Damage. Oh, nice two-piece from Simp. Any more out of this life? Nah, that's the round. See you later, guys. Thieves win.
Oh my God. Yeah, the bang outs on the A site are nutty as well, and everybody prepared for it. I mean, Envoy, I think, is the one that really sort of, as you pointed out, kicked off that sort of trade engagement, and that's what was taking place over by the bomb site. What was taking place over here was the AR duel, and Scrap handled them in that round. But that is Skyline at its absolute fastest.
12 seconds production, I think, confirmed that one. Wow. Okay. 12 and a half seconds, folks. 12 and a half. 4-2 right now for the LA Thieves. Not going to beat that record, I don't think. Draza's is hurt. Thieves all over the kitchen. Here they come. Hydra first in. Ghosty finds his. Hydra. Simp alone. Simp! Can't get it. Another bang out.
Oh my, yeah. Hey guys, let's just 4-stack down low. We'll just win. Like, the trade's on point. Simp, absolutely a player that can make a highlight reel play, but Envoy, absolutely a player that is not going to let that one slip through. I mean, that's just devastating. We are playing a nice little game of TDM here on Skyline, and again, two of the best, if not the two best slayers in the game on the same squad. They will feast in that environment.
Whew. Good place for a feast, that kitchen. Nice little kitchen, that island. Do appreciate that. Lovely view either side. What a place to live this is. Into the panic room we go, Hydra. Down low. Bad news, though. There's somebody down here with you. The good news is neither of you are moving, which is interesting, but we'll see if Scrap pokes out a little too far, because, yeah, problem, Abizi. Noise, bait, tagged, and he's safe for now. Beautiful work in the movement department. Coverage now from Draz. There we go from FaZe. The trap set and the most delicate of dances. They know the moves. It was a great round.
Yeah, it's great reads too. Simp responsible for that down low gunfight, taking care of Hydra. And Abizi doing exactly what Abizi does best. Gets the first blood. Or doesn't get the first blood, but gets the intel and plays with the food. Not too shabby on the movement front either. So Atlanta FaZe, a little bit of fight in the S&D, but still a round away from another L and going down 2-0 in the series. And they're going to have to win 3 more in a row.
Like a crazy anime with these two characters like hitting each other with their strongest moves, and every single time it's a success. But the other team counters. 5-3. That's the way these rounds are rolling. Uh-oh, that's a double stun. That's a lot of information passed over, and Scrap trying to pick up anything on this side. Cell's first blood helps though, Chance.
Absolutely. I thought Abizi just slid over a player for a second. The air chasing Ghost, making sure you clear out your spawn before you get this bomb down, but they've taken enough space that it's only in the depths as Ghosty. Worried about the right side, and Envoy just made a move on Draza, but Simp, quick with the trades. Got a 3v2.
An advantage right now. It's going to make the trade battle very, very difficult. This might change things though. Ah, you've been red, Hydra. Now you're dead. Last man up, Ghosty. 1v3. Sheesh, son. That was a lot of damage. FaZe. Pounce. Like a tiger.
And Skyline is a map that can be impossible to predict. I don't even know how Celian got that first blood, but he got it in the first maybe 6 seconds of the round, and things collapsed after that. And fantastic coverage by Simp down low. I don't know if he was the one that sort of let Draza die or if Envoy just found a beautiful moment, but either way, Simp is there for the trades and sent in for the kill. So Atlanta FaZe 2 rounds in a row, and they will need 2 more to tie this series up. If I'm LA Thieves, I might go back to the old group up strat. Ghosty up top, everybody else down low, roaming together.
Well, I mean, it might work. This is what a search this has proven to be. The down low standoff, I love it. I mean, Simp's down there in the bottom side of fence. Cell again, another first blood out of nowhere. Scrap's been getting pounded.
On point with that one, and Still going to go for the bomb plant in the 3v4. It is a clutchable situation. There are no flanks rolling through. And Envoy going for a cheeky spot, looking for a freebie.
He's got the aims out. Stun helps. They want to capitalize. Oh, nice angle. Beautiful shots from Draz. The retake is certainly on. Hydra and Ghosty from the depths. Oh, they line up. Draz takes a lot of damage. Send in Hydra. Can't get the cleanup kill, and that is a big one from Sim. Yeah, you dirty nerds shooting through stairs. I can't lie. I think that has been there since closed alpha.
Is that, you knew about that?
Yep, closed alpha. It's a minute. I didn't tell that many people.
You could have told me. I'm your co-caster.
What a round.
That's interesting. All right, well, Ghosty showing off the goods. And maybe that's LA Thieves feeling the heat a little bit. This has been a pretty nice comeback Atlanta FaZe has made. Got to be 4 rounds in a row to win. A round 11, 2 top-notch squads.
Oh, man. Here we go, folks. What a game of search this is. FaZe won it. Respawns haven't been ideal for them. Thieves keep riding that momentum. Is it going to be a kitchen bang out towards A? Surely. FaZe spread out across the map. 2-2 for the Thieves.
Oh, here comes the car as well. Someone's going to be steering and 2 players down low right now. So this car is not going to find too much information. Sint going for routes. It's Ghosty that they find in spawn, but here's the players that were underground, and here's a Beezy getting the first blood.
Gets the first. Oh, crazy trades. 2v2. Bomb recovered as well, though. There's going to be a moment to take a breath, because Sint was in the RC car. Continues his spree. We're going to B.
And Sint, the only man with the jackal in hand, wants the close range of the B-bomb site.
It's an open B-bomb site. Nobody home just yet. Got to watch out. 5 ways into this location. Plant. And the 2 ARs of the Thieves now on the retake. Scrap strikes first, and oh my god, they literally fall into the lap of the Thieves. They had to do so little to make that right. What a quite ridiculous anticlimax for that brilliant round 11.
Oh, that was beautiful. That's perfect from Atlanta FaZe. You had Celium that had Scrap's number multiple times when Atlanta FaZe starts making the comeback. Who shows up in the round 11? Scrap got him. And unfortunate on the team kill there from Draza, but you're just trading out the players down low. So Atlanta FaZe did everything right, but Scrap is the one that finds the opener, and that 2 versus 2, and effectively calls game.
Unreal.
LA Thieves up 2-0 in the series, and we're about to go to Old Faithful.
I mean, as far as the series are concerned, that is a brilliant, brilliant map. That was a great round 11. The whole series so far has been a treat. Vault coming up next year. I mean, it's anyone's game. Both these teams know what they're doing. Both these teams are disgusting. This is going to be a very exciting turnaround point. And again, man, just look at that FaZe. First Blood Demons didn't seem to make much of a difference their chance. Only really towards the end. But even then, Thieves just so damn good.
Was it really that bad? 9-2 on the First Blood count, and they still... That's insane.
That's tough. Don't take it just from me. Take it from the desk.
It looked good for a minute. It's 5-4. Things were going to be tied up at halftime.
Yep. And then
it's 5-2 again. What do you mean?
Underground route.
LA Thieves, let's get out of here early on a Sunday night, shall we? Let's talk a little bit about what they brought out in those rounds 10 and 11. How do they seal the deal to go up 2-0, Alley Cat?
Well, what's crazy is Atlanta was almost set up for success in that round 11 because LA Thieves, the whole majority of the start of the search and destroy was playing as Chance said. One person up top, everybody else grouping and being aggressive bottom. They started to pull back on that. Atlanta FaZe was able to capitalize with their SMGs. Abizi and Simp at one point basically 2v4'd a round. And then we push it all the way to a round 11. They go back to the default. They send 2 up through mid to over pushing Atlanta FaZe's base. They get the kills. Now it's a 2v2. And B's free. We get the bomb plant, and we're giving up kills for free, just falling off the side of the ledge Man,
we had a bad time,
Atlanta.
It just took them a bit to catch their breath from that hard point. They got cooked in the HP.
Yeah, let's go to that, Nameless. Let's draw some conclusions on how LA Thieves is amazing at holding people to 100-point clubs.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Listen, when you make mistakes and we make good plays, I call it compound interest. We're going to run away with the game. So let's talk a little bit about this. Look at the mini-map 2 and 3. That's Abizi and Simp. At the moment right now, they just got control. There's 53 seconds here on P1. They are sitting ducks. These are the tiny terrors that we're talking about, not being active, not making plays. And keep in mind, on P1, what you want to control is the hallway, because there's a window where you can get kills onto the point, right? So you want to have hallway control, and you can never give up your lobby, because if somebody gets there, they're going to be cutting you off, as the 2 spawn points are back here and here. You cannot give up hallway positioning, especially the lobby. So what happens is LA Thieves, they know how they want to play this. They're going to converge through hallway, find the kills. They're going to send a player into their lobby, find the kills, and then they're going to pick up 50 seconds on P1. It is unacceptable. So we're going to go back. We're going to watch how this plays out. But this is just mistakes on the side of Atlanta FaZe. You cannot camp inside of this hill. You have to be active. We just watched a vault where Shotzi was the guy being active, pushing through, flanking through the hallways. So we see they get lobby control, and then once again, they're going to get into the perfect setup here. You have a player right here looking through your spawns. You have a window. You can retreat back to hallway. You have one watching lobby. There is nothing that Atlanta can do against LA Thieves in this situation.
Nothing. I mean, the fact that you even get the 4-wipe in the first place, but P1 is supposed to be like your mixiest point throughout the entirety of any of these maps. And the fact that they're able to hold 50, I don't know if we've ever seen that.
Yeah.
Somebody call a stats guy.
Atlanta making mistakes, and LA Thieves have clear objectives on what they want to control, how they want to break and hold, why they're better than Atlanta at this point in time.
But you know what this reminds me of as we come to the end of drawing conclusions? This reminds me of not last year, but the year before, when Atlanta's biggest struggle was in hardpoint. Like the entirety of the first half of the year, they were really bad at the fundamentals in hardpoint, and it was something I constantly talked about. And then by the end of the year, they cleaned it up, and that led them to run on and place top 4 at every single major. So, you know what? History repeats itself.
I don't think we need to worry about Atlanta FaZe. No. Everyone's like, yo, Abizi got up. They're not talking. Oh, be worried about them. They go to round 11. They were up 5-4 in that game. We were supposed to be worried about this squad. These guys just won EWC, maybe a slow start, but I won't even be mad if LA Thieves finishes week 1 in a dominant fashion as the official best team in the league.
But technically, LA Thieves did this yesterday versus Cloud9 2, and they were up 5-2.
Okay.
They're currently the best
team. So it might be an LA Thieves problem.
They look like they're the best team in the game.
Yeah.
But listen, reverse sweep, it's not out of the realm of possibility at this time. I mean, we know who Atlanta FaZe is, the players on that roster. They can come back into the series. Do not count them out.
Sim, drop 32 kills for me. Abizi, 36.
32.
Let's get it going.
Fantasy.
Let's get it going.
Make it 42.
Let's get it going. Certain numbers for certain people. Take it away, Miles.
Please.
I'm loving the fantasy hit today. All of you are having a great time. Who's not having a great time right now? FaZe, Chance. We go to Vault Control again. Both teams solid at it. We're going to see a fantastic showing either way. Thieves looking pretty hot though.
Yeah, and something I saw like a little bit of chatter about on the, I think the subreddit maybe, was the idea that like Scrap and Envoy together last year playing with Ultra, they started their year off on just a godlike hardpoint run. I think a 15-1 start to the year. Yes. They had either tied or nearly broke the record for a hardpoint win streak. LA Thieves seems like they have that sauce and then some in the game mode. I mean, they're just consistently 100-point clubbing. I know it's super early. They've only played 3 of them, but I mean, they do it to Atlanta FaZe. Like, I'm sold. Like, I'm putting my chips in on them being the best hardpoint team in the game right now. So I'm thinking you might have the 2, 3, 5 of them. And if you can't beat them in S&D, I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Are you going to get 3-0'd, or are you going to get 3-1 every single series you play against them? It's not going to be great. Not going to be ideal. Full control, folks. You know how it plays. You know the areas of the map to really keep an eye on. Strap in. This one should be fantastic. Here we go, folks. Thieves on offense first. A little bit of love towards B here from Hydra. The rest of the boys through the middle of the map. That's where most of FaZe are. We'll see how this line develops as the gunshots start to ring out.
You're just having battles all over the place. Hydra opens up the B zone and is already applying flank pressure and making his name, showing up in the kill feed a little bit extra there for the trades. And God, Hydra wins 1 gunfight and it just turns into 3 kills in full zone control.
Yeah, full zone control. 2-man stack at the moment as well. Going to get that B or the A zone taken care of. Over to B immediately after that one. Here comes a two-man hit through the front door. Scraps down, so that's the bodyguard out of the way. Over towards the zone. It's Envoy. The pinch is on. Sama gets one. Whoa! It's the dive for the second. No kill. 3 players down and a single segment remaining there on A.
I think that wall just saved a life. That is not an easy gunfight for Scrap to win. That is going to be 2, make it 3 down in the feed. Envoy killing like he has a shotgun in his hand, and now he's got arrows chasing him all over the place, and by the time Cell can catch him, Envoy's killed 2 more.
Unbelievable. And now Hydra, unable to catch out those players. Draza finds 2 on the way out. Over to Scrap. They line up for a moment. I think Draza took a tag there. He's beat up, but Scrap not one to over-engage. Going to wait for the boys to show up. He can't get too much done alone from that position. Thieves now on the tactical retreat phase. Push forward.
He's just taking a route. Look over the middle of the map. Yeah, I mean, he has 3 players sort of in his sight line there, but ends up tagged up 1 shot. Now Scrap is showing off the moves. The disappearing act, and Envoy has his boys back.
He does indeed. Hydra has Envoys back as the Thieves all working so well together. Immaculate chemistry now as they get on towards B. 2-man stack for a moment there. Ghosty, the lone survivor, as he does what he can to stay alive. That's a stun hitting him as well. Massive expenditure of ordnance there from FaZe. And great work from Simp on the final kill as well. Good job from FaZe. They hold the line.
That is really bold to hop that zone without any trophies, especially when that van hasn't yet exploded. Draws it his 2nd knife kill of the year. I think he might be topping that chart.
Very, very possible. Trophy down and in position here for Draz. Toe-to-toe with Scrap. Long fight. Gets a couple of shots in again. Waiting for the rest of the boys to fight forward. Hydra making that very difficult for them. Here come the Thieves through the inside. Simp's got to go grande here. He only gets 1. And now pressure onto the B zone.
He's landing. Hydra's got to be tagged up. And Cell got baited by that comm, and everybody is falling. Easy win there for Ghosty. It is a triple stack, and Simp can't even flank in time. Just like that.
Perfect coverage, and again, 3 down at the worst possible time there for FaZe. The Thieves getting it done. The palm tree coverage. I think it was Scrap laying supine, managing to stay alive. Just the perfect timing there on that approach to B. They get so much damage in Draws in the top window. It looks like both teams there on the opening round, but ultimately you take that 1 window of opportunity, you get it. Thieves, good job.
Yeah, an offensive win. Again, we don't, the data is not fully collected. Frankly, actually, we've played so many vaults. Maybe we do have good data on offense versus defensive rounds, but very few reps for any individual team. I'm expecting the map to be defensive sided, but I don't know what the ratio, maybe a 65-35 in that ballpark. So an offensive win, certainly nice.
It feels quite even at the moment in time, but yeah, we are collecting a lot of data. Honest Abe, into the feed he goes. Ghosty was up next, but very much ready for that fight. Simp looking for the trade. FaZe managed to get on towards A. And again, now the jostle for control over the inside of this palace. In and out hits from Simp. Mid-map wide open now. Thieves break in.
Atlanta just not really able to get any sort of stack going. They're having to check every single corner. Simp spent so much time in the hallway. Well, now he's made it to the other one. That is 3 in the feed. Envoy last man standing. You got Draza pushing up for the spawners, but unfortunately for him, Envoy killed his team. And Draza can't even get 1 before he gets sniffed out. Everybody on Atlanta back in spawn.
It's a great job counting those players. One thing we keep hearing from Ghosty, this is the first guy, calls them out by name. You can do the math then and figure out exactly who's going to be the last player to look for and exactly where they might be. Great stuff. Out of the Thieves once again, and Envoy continues to be the hardest player to kill on the planet.
Yeah, main slayer Envoy. Don't trust the top right. He's got 14, making 15 to his name. Pretty confident he is leading the lobby. And again, if Envoy is your main slayer, that is a horrific sign for the other team.
Yeah, that's good looks. Paused on A. 3-man stack right now for FaZe. Might be 2. Hard to tell from this angle. Envoy's pinch taken care of. That's been the absolute name of the game. Making sure the A zone's safe. Simp can't get 3. His 2 will do for now. Scrap trying to make sure that the front door is all good. Don't let FaZe get out on towards B. That's Ghosty on the top side of the minimap as well. A lovely setup right now for the Thieves on defense.
Well, simple in the big one, but does get traded out. But Atlanta FaZe have opened up different sections of the map. Draza opening up line. Hydra having to wrap back. So you're giving up all the B Street control. But playing for the center, Celium gets caught with elite shots coming out of Hydra. Ooh, these guys, yeah, they're built different.
Yeah, really, really great gunfight wins. Envoy again, knowing full well that someone's behind it. It's a BZ on the wrap. Which direction he takes, though, which exit from that building he takes. Found. Caught. Soon to be dead.
Okay.
No meat shields yet, by the way. We haven't seen a single one yet. I thought we'd see more in the opening weekend, but alas, a long season ahead of us. Fred, I know you're listening. Give the people what they want. 30 seconds to go on the round. 8 lives left here for FaZe.
Yeah, and they're going to make it to the zone. I don't see any trophies just yet, so tough to get on it. You're going to have to dodge some nades, and that would be the car bomb that you got to be worried about. Okay. Sure, why not?
Okay, that is that, folks. 3 down for FaZe. Envoy in your spawn. He's going to be able to push that line out perfectly. I don't know, mate. This could be the one final chance for FaZe to get in, or will be a lineup for Hydra. Catches one. Immediate pistol swap. The second kill is definitely here for him. Still an opportunity. Gone. Thieves. Ruthless.
Just another day in the office. Take a sip of water. Get on to the next round.
19 and 11 there for Envoy. Closes out second round here of Control. And it's a hot vault, man. It's a really fast one. This was the start of the round. Really disgusting. Because Envoy is feeling very good indeed after that kind of performance.
Yeah.
A world champion and a true demon.
I want his perspective on this. He's played on a world champion roster. He played with some of the best Call of Duty players of all time, playing for, like, you know, the Huntsman back in the day. He's played with everybody. He's seen it all, and he's a very smart guy. So I'd be curious as his perspective on this team, because right now he is absolutely slamming and having fun while doing it. Attacking round for LA Thieves, Atlanta FaZe. Again, I'm thinking defense is gonna be favored on this map. Looking to clutch up in this round.
Look at him go. Vying for catwalk control. Nobody home because of BZ just so quick to immediately make it towards the other team's spawn as well. So Envoy able to cause a bit of a problem here. Help out Hydra. B-zone, a little bit of love. Perfect reads. Lice snaps out a scrap, trying to maintain that B Street presence. You got a lot of damage being dealt now, middle of the map. FaZe on defense. They're scrambling. This is a wild round from the Thieves.
Hey, Van explodes early in the round. Better than when you need it desperately towards the end. So maybe a small win in a sea of losses. Atlanta FaZe handling on defense thus far. If you're flooding up the left side of the map, that means things are not going well. Hydra gets red. Nice gunfight win by Draza. Yes, the trades roll through, but Atlanta FaZe, for the moment, controlling the zone.
Yeah, FaZe doing a good job again. This is match point for FaZe. This is for the Swift. One of the most deft 3-0s I think the organization may have ever received, if it happens. Capture now on. 2-man stack. FaZe. Wipe the middle of the map clean. Envoy looking to pick up a flank.
Yeah, someone was on point in that moment, but the constant left flood is a little bit too quick. Simp a little too slow on that pickup, and Envoy turning heads. A cheeky spot by Draza, though. That's the spot that Envoy used, but it does get traded out. Trades all over the place, and Thieves, for the first time in this round, maybe have the man advantage, but only 13 seconds left on the game clock and 0 ticks of progression. This is their only moment.
FaZe, one good break is all it takes. Second seg done. A little bit of pressure now. Even Stevens in the kills department. Last man up for the Thieves. Hydra, and he's been pushed off. 10 seconds. This round is not over yet. He's got to find 2 kills. Get back on the zone. Done. I do declare FaZe may have survived. Oh, no. Oh, yes. 0.5. We're still in this.
You just don't have any trophies. I don't see any trophies, and Atlanta FaZe are swarming. You got Sullen going on the flank, Simp able to strike, and there is the point cleaned out. Atlanta FaZe, cool, calm, and collected. Get the defensive win they needed. Now got to string something together on the attack, and I think the way it's shaping up against squads that are on point on defense with LA Thieves certainly is, you're going to have a strong opening break. You need to be good from the jump.
It was an incredibly heads-up play. I don't know who exactly it was. It might have been Hydra. It could have been Scrap number 5. He was running down through Vault to the hop-up, trying to get back to A while all that was going over on at B, just to give his team as many chances as possible in that sort of flood desperation moment to keep the round going. But FaZe, quick enough on the kills. Good work from them. 2-1, still match point for the Thieves. What a map.
You get a trophy out for the mid hit. Maybe you can make something happen. And yeah, 2 players sort through mid to get hallway control. Trades out and about, and Abizi going to be taking a route because most of his team is fallen. It's the Tears left alive. You got Scrap playing for cuts, but he loses the gunfight. So Atlanta FaZe, that is the opening break you need. You clear everybody out. No flanks rolling through. All guns forward.
I get a lot of information passed over by the stuns and nades. Ghosty still stunned. Ghosty with a shoulder, son. Hard to kill. Pick up there from Envoy. Flanks are no in. You got problems with the catwalk side of the map now for FaZe.
That's such a good play by Ghosty. I love it. Just to sort of set things up. A shoulder like that, just knowing Envoy will be there for the free kills. That is 10 out of 10 awareness. And Atlanta FaZe had a decent opening break, but now they are back to square one. Only a single tick of progression on that A zone.
Yeah, it's great teamwork, man. Trust. Fantastic mechanical skill. You cannot ask for any more than that. Even Steven in the lives. Now FaZe take a slight advantage. Still back on A. We now go. Big opportunity for a stack here. I think they might just commit to it. Guarantee the capture. A minute 48 would be lovely to play with. That's all 4 players on it.
Gonna be able to get it as well. There you go. Secure plenty of time and the life advantage. And Abizi's able to pick up 2. You force these players back in spawn. You might be able to make something happen. Number 3, Simp on the map. Looking for the spawners. Scrap there for the pickup. But Atlanta FaZe have cleared out their base as well. So again, no funny business going on. Make sure you pick up the lanes. Cover everything. But LA Thieves maybe now back in the driver's seat. They even have the man advantage.
Well, great fight out of Envoy once again as well. He fights forward. He buys time in that previous life. Now he's clearing up his spawn. Thieves. You got a minute 15 to defend here. Fighting forward. Mid-map covered. But watch out for that Draza flank. Wide open street. He's got 2 arrows now looking for him. Oh, they find it. Okay, big moment here. FaZe have the opportunity to get in. Scrap picks up Draz. That hurts a big one. Fight now on the zone.
That's great comms too. Scrap knowing to jump out the window and get that hunt on a player that's 1 shot. And because Scrap stays alive, he does damage, but it does not matter. That is a 3-man wipe. 2 players on the zone. Atlanta FaZe might be able to force this round 5.
This could be it. The round 5 is the comeback on. Abizi bangs out the door. The feed is all red. Ghosty's up next. Beautiful work on the kills, but the round is done. FaZe, decisive final attack. And a final round now in control.
And how about that hot hand? Abizi going on a tear towards the end. Finishes on a 5 spree before he finally falls. And that is the right moment to do it. And it's always the sticks with the best plays. But you'll take that too. Not too shabby.
That man you screen there, the last player there for FaZe, takes that initiative, pushes the spawners out. If the timing is good, you're looking at 2 to 3 kills nearly every life. We saw Shotzzy do it in the previous match. I know you were all paying attention, class. School is now in session and these teams are teaching. Here we go. Final round. FaZe get defense. Here we go.
And I mean, look, round 1, when he was on offense, he just hits down the right lane. He just mixes up lanes. And he's taking routes. How many kills can he turn 1 into? Well, just the 1. Selim has been a force to be reckoned with down low. Finally dealt with. Trades all over the place, but he's having a little bit of pressure on this zone.
Quick mag, not enough luck with a hip fire there as Simp gets the better of Envoy. Hydra manages to get the better of the pair of them. And now Cell might have caught the stick. We'll see. Defensive hold though is now the A zone starting to dwindle. Second segment on this way out. Ghosty with a quick reposition. Good luck, have fun taking care of those players from upstairs. Anyone able to get there on the point quick enough and stop the capture? No. LA Thieves secure A. Over to B now they go with numbers.
So much time to work with to get this B zone, and Hydra trying to stay alive. How much can he slow these players down? Enough to get his boys to the zone.
Yeah, that kill on the Sim, this looks very possible, but now great crossfire there from Atlanta FaZe. Interlocking fields of fire, pluck the Thieves from life and send them back to spawn.
And I say great news, at least for Thieves, that van has already exploded. So one less thing to worry about, but one more thing to worry about is Draza picking up 2 in the feed. Simp, he's going to be in your spawn. Damn. Sick gunfight win, smooth moves, and the Terrors have struck in the feed. Atlanta FaZe right now on defense. They are applying some serious pressure.
They know they really need that real estate here. On Vault, super important. Celium caught out and about. He's got no cover there to play with. Draza caught sprinting as well. This is a huge opportunity for the Thieves to push forward. Simp with a 2. That helps.
That's huge.
Oh, to Abizi. He finds 1. In and out. No problem. Got to get rid of the trophy as well. His teammates are there for the cover. FaZe survive.
That is a big moment. Simp to bail out. The second 2 players falls. He slows the pace down, just picks a corner. And you see his responsibility in the middle of the map. And Abizi's was poolside, but extra players out that direction. Simp trying to make moves on different sections, but LA Thieves, that's 2 in the feed. They are pushed up on the map now.
Draws. If you get any more of this life, huge. Abizi now in position behind him at gold. Settle up close here with the aims. Not the weapon he wants in this situation, but he's going to have to make do of intel passed over. Thieves trying to clean up mid. There we go. Simp. Like a lion in game, cleans up the lion side of the map. Now to catwalk.
At 96 down to a 7v5. LA Thieves have to be very delicate. You cannot afford too many deaths.
Awkward moves there. Lives are done for the Thieves. 20 seconds to go. Scrap's going to catch that one right on the dome. As Abizi with the arms. It's Simp up close, and it's now all over to Hydra. And that is the comeback. 3 straight rounds from Atlanta FaZe in control.
And I'm sure it is not a title he necessarily cares about, but Simp for a long time has been the best control player in the world, and he pops off in the game 3. And you just get to see the level of intelligence that Simp brings to the table. Just those moments. Your teammates die, you can't push the place, you can't make a play, pick a corner, find a way to play for 2. Little things like that, he always delivers. An incredibly calculated player, but Atlanta FaZe battling there on Vault. Nice little 2-1 comeback they pulled off after suffering in round number 1, but started making plays all over the place. Celium, an absolute menace in the center of the map. Draza able to push out on some flanks as well. Abizi at one point just pops a 5 spree and win 2 a round. Atlanta FaZe starting to take turns teeing off on LAT.
Yeah, man. And look, Rewind Hardpoint coming up next. We get ahead of ourselves a little bit here as we look across the highlights, but Rewind was where we really saw the kind of debut of the LA Thieves here in the league. Hydra's 41 kills. It's a good look on the map. FaZe as well, though, I can't count them out now. They've just managed to find that 1 win. Nameless called it. I don't exactly remember which basketball star this is a quote from, but sometimes you just have to see the ball go through the net. That's all you have to see, and then you're out of that slump. Is that enough for FaZe? As we know, these boys are all capable of it. That control just goes to show, man. What a fantastic year we are in for. I had my doubts about Vault and control in this game, but after seeing these matches, like, I don't care. It's so exciting.
Just such high-level Call of Duty. I think watching these 2 teams in this type of environment as well, I'm just worried about a lot of the other squads in the league of, like, man, steel start sharpens steel, and right now these 2 teams might just continue to get even better. Again, an absolute battle. I wish I could remember that quote. It's such a good quote. I know it's a 3-point shooter.
Yeah.
Kevin Love, maybe? I have no idea.
Yeah, maybe. I might be able to pick it up for us and send us a text, but I don't know. It's a great idea. I mean, it's the notion that when the whistle blows, you're about to, you're walking back, you just let one go. Just let one go. Get it in the net, and that's all you had to do. You had to see it then and there, and that was all it takes, folks. Ooh, okay. Rewind Hardpoint, though, Chance. First time we saw the Thieves, absolutely mixtape a team. Hydra, this is his playground. This is a map he loves to play. Obviously, long lines of sight. The other variable that is coming into play today is Envoy. His hand incredibly hot. Obviously, a very good thing for the Thieves. What are you looking for here on the map?
Well, as you said, Envoy as well, a player to look out for because he was destructive off the rip on this map. But I think the talk of the town is that this is Scrap's playground, and this is LA Thieves' map pick for the hardpoint. So if the idea is that they're the best hardpoint team in the game, you got to deliver on your own map picks. Right now, they have just, I mean, their average win is by like 160 points or something along those lines. So these guys have been utterly dominant. So we know we're going to get the goods out of LA Thieves, and we know they love Rewind if it's going to be their map pick. The question in my mind is can Atlanta FaZe rise to the occasion? Battled in the control, and as you said, they have seen that ball go through the net. You can wash away that skyline, put it behind you, but I just know if they crank up the heat on this hard point, Atlanta FaZe might feel the burn. So cheesy, so corny. That's what I do.
That was good and corny. I rather enjoyed that. Good stuff. Thieves a moment of contemplation before we get into this hard point, put their skills to the test as the hard point team of the league right now. FaZe, a thing or two to say about that. Man, what a way to start off the year. These two juggernauts going at it. We find out if this series goes the distance here on Rewind. Very, very strong showing on Vault. A nearly impeccable showing, actually, I think is one way of putting it. But can Envoy replicate that performance? Or does he even need to? Alongside Hydra and Scrap as the Slayers here for the team. We'll find out. FaZe, have we awoken the beast? This is the last chance for them to stay alive in the series and at least push that Vault. Because as we've seen from Search and Destroy, relatively evenly matched. This is going to be good.
All what I know is I saw a poster on the wall that said never bring a knife to a gunfight, and I know the observers are rubbing their hands together, being like, we're waiting for our moment.
Here we go. Hydra in onto the point. Finds his first. As the rest of his team kills all dead for FaZe. Bad looks, that's all up for the LA Thieves, and that's the time, and now full awareness of spawns.
Yeah, not even a moment of hesitation for Envoy to snap in position, and Abizi has to take a long route to take him down. And you saw the stat, Atlanta FaZe in CDL history has only been a 100-point club, well, now 3 times. So that's the level of pressure that LA Thieves have in the game mode, but Envoy feeling that pressure now. He is being hunted down. Does get some nice help from Scrap, but ultimately Simp has flipped the spawns. Atlanta FaZe, well, they're in the driver's seat for the rotation, but they might be behind as well because those 2 players just spawned out.
Yeah, long journey now. If Draz can find a kill,
nice.
That certainly helps. Hey, Cell gets this as well. So left-hand side of the minimap, a little more dangerous. Do they account for Envoy? The answer right now is not yet. You know he's here now. Envoy finds his. Ghosty gets the kill as well. And now the dance is on. Simp gets it.
For how long, though? He is going to get hunted. Simp does give you an extra one, but Envoy eventually there for the trades. And keep in mind, this is Atlanta FaZe that put all that extra attention to going for this rotation. And it's 25 seconds in before they're able to stabilize. But they do, in fact, stabilize. Able to get some of that time. LA Thieves working through the front.
Nice shots from Scrap there. Cell and Draz from the back line. The aims ringing. 3 dead once again. Taking turns at wiping each other off the face of Rewind.
Oh, look at that spawn, though. They're not even going to go for it. They don't want to fight for the 15 seconds. LA Thieves, they're going to be playing for this rotation. And you can already see guys like number 2 on the minimap, Abizi, fighting Scrap potentially for these spawns. And Scrap is going to depths to make sure that they stay ahead of the game. But Scrap, well, he's going to have Draza and Abizi to deal with.
There's just Abizi now. They're a lot closer than he expected. Here comes the counter-attack from FaZe. Can they get an early break and manage to secure some time? The answer is possibly. How are the nades looking? Trophy in place finally. Draza v Scrap. Over by Trash. And Draza managed to walk over the win here. And what a turn, but no! Thieves come out on top.
This is how you know it's high-level Call of Duty, though, where, like, every single fight for rotation takes 20 seconds before things get stable and you really get into action. And Atlanta FaZe were the ones that fought so hard for the spawns, and it took them this long to really get firm control of the hill. Now the kill's starting to flow their way, and they're set up long-term. Honestly, ridiculous IQ to shoot the card and make it explode to get the kills in those moments. Atlanta FaZe now barely have the lead.
This is as good as it gets. Yeah, barely the lead. Over to Beepers. FaZe are in first. The Thieves on the prowl, though. 2 through the front, 1 through the side door. Might be a 3-man front door situation. Might have to form a line, lads. I'm not sure how many folks we can fit in this place. And that is it. Cleaned up. You have bopped FaZe out.
And how bitterly painful when at the start of P3 they spent 20 seconds fighting for the spawns, and Thieves on the top of the hill just walked straight in. Granted, Atlanta FaZe, because those 2 players did such a smart thing, stay alive in the back, wait for your teammates to get back in the mix. They get that control of the hill again, but this is quite literally, I mean, this is the best hardpoint map already that we have seen this year. These 2 teams are getting after it.
Simp 2 in the feed, getting after it. Set kills with his own. Scrap now with the coverage, and he's got to go toe-to-toe with Selling behind a nice piece of cover. That's ideal. Draz as well. 50 seconds left on Beepers, and we're looking at the row already. Mid-map, folks. That's where we're going.
And the biggest breath either of these teams can take in this moment, trying to wrap around and go towards Gens. Couple trades rolling through over towards Zig. Seeing Draws on the minimap, trying to hunt down Hydra. Hydra hyper prepared, but does get traded out. It is Envoy in between an Atlanta FaZe sandwich. And he just delivers.
No way. That is sensational. Envoy again. The timing, the skill, it's all there, man. He's having one hell of a day. Hardpoint firmly in the hands of the Thieves now.
Look at that. You try to mess with the timing on that battle, and Hydra more patient than Simp. Simp forced to try to make a move, wants to do it with his team, but Thieves found a little bit of flow here on this Jens Hill. Envoy kicks him off, and look at the follow-up from the boys. Ghosty for 2 in the feed. Envoy, that is 5 in a row, and gets the stamp on the 4-man wipe. LA Thieves taking the lead.
Yeah, timing is just sensational. Look at the moves, man. He's still alive. He's still fighting for this one. His teammates picking up the kills he cannot. Unbelievable work out of the Thieves. Starting to pull away somewhat here. Oh, dear. Could be looking at Hellstorm soon for Envoy. P1, back to it we go.
Number 4 in the minimap, still looking for him. You're just so concerned about Envoy behind you, and Simp finally there to take him down. But LA Thieves, long-term, left side spawns. So Atlanta, a little bit more pressure on, and you want to get the P1 time if you can. Scrap and Hydra, not going to give it to you.
Oh, my God.
And they're there they know the spawns as well. I mean, this is suffocating. This is a good run.
Every single time you think you're in a 1v1, no, you're in a 1v4. The entirety of the Thieves, it feels like there truly are 100 of them. Back over to P1, and we are soaking away. Halfway done now. Counter-attack from FaZe looks good. They've got the break, they've got the kills, but can they account for Hydra? Here he comes, straight into the feed, and the immediate dive, the Omni movement. Ladies and gentlemen, toe-to-toe with the Phenom. Pressure now on for Scrap, trying to stay alive and keep the spree going. Thieves in the hard point, shoulder to shoulder, thinking about P2, but also just so many players everywhere.
Well, the 5 spree is about to extend. There's number 6. Gets the help for number 7, but doesn't actually finish the kill, but who does? Envoy. Gets you the back spawns as well. Envoy is basically like the controller of the map for his team. Trying to set you up, but Atlanta FaZe, maybe there's their hot hand. Win 2 big gunfights to get Thieves out of the time. That does not last for too long.
Oh, look at this movement from Hydra. Trapping FaZe into the smallest of boxes, not letting them move. How did he win that first fight? The teammates are there to try to pick up the second, but Draz is holding onto the point as best he can. Reinforcements from FaZe now in. Nobody home. Good nades, though, across the board. An explosive hard point coming to a close in 20 seconds.
And Atlanta FaZe, I mean, they're fighting through the front right now. Scrap, very patient over towards the back God spot, but Atlanta FaZe have just been destruction on the inside lanes. And now you're looking for the final 15 seconds of Scrap. Atlanta FaZe have already rotated towards New, and they're still controlling you in the back spawn over towards P2. So a moment of life here for Atlanta, looking for the comeback. And Envoy, well, he's going to be looking for a route. 2 players effectively responsible for trying to find him, but he's just pierced the setup. He's just pierced the setup. He's already through. He is handling them and setting his team up. This man is a god.
He's doing everything, absolutely everything. Now feeds the next kills to his teammates. That is the LA Thieves. Just when you thought the comeback was on for FaZe, Envoy with the god play. Still good to go, though. FaZe not giving up just yet. Nice kills there from Self. Draz pushing forward as well. Couple in the feed. Thieves from spawn, desperately trying to get another point. Couple of nades up. I don't see any trophies for Atlanta either, so this is going to get ugly fast.
This map is ridiculous. So much so that it's even killing the players and getting involved. Final 20 seconds, Atlanta FaZe looking to take it. And one player for LA Thieves have been forced to spawn out, so all these trades are going to be interesting. Look at the minimap, and where do the dominoes end up falling? It's parallels and maybe a base race to get to this new time.
And Scrap just creeping forward, trying to catch out Simp. No problem. Ghosty's there for it as well. Beaker's now ready to rock, and the Thieves, they are behind the counter. Ready for action, here we go. FaZe trying to attack in from the outside, but they've got so many members of the Thieves here. Hydra causing problems in the middle of the map, slowing down the reinforcements. Ghosty at the front door, Envoy on the back door. FaZe trying to peel them apart.
You need this to work, though. You are down by 30, and that is not the start.
Oh, it works if your name's Envoy. Backdoor now is going to be an issue. Not for Ghosty. Perfect comms. Celium finally gets the break through the front, and that's 30 seconds you'd give your life for.
That is an unbelievably difficult break as well. Celium and Draza go crazy to make that happen. And to be easy, 14 and 20, he is the standout player in the lobby in terms of struggling, and it's because he's taking long-range gunfights against Scrap like that. Atlanta FaZe had a battle to try to get this Scrap time, and Celium will shut that door. That is a 5 spree when you need him the most.
An unbelievable moment and a turning point here potentially for FaZe. Let's go through listening on the break.
Dylan on time. I'm playing this side, bro. Heard that? Well, yo, RV, guys, RV. I'm trying to challenge. RV team, Dylan. Got time, Dylan. More time, one shot, Paco. Their side. Right side, nice. Alright, Dan's on time too. He's inside. I'm taking mid. You're tower side. Yeah. Stun it again. Dude. Come on. I don't see Mark court. I just want that, bro. Chris. Time on me. 20. One shot. Nice. 4-4. I got time. 18 court side. 18 side. 18 side. 18 side, bro. That. I have a trophy on now. Nice. One day new. I have left. They're all okay, glass. I'm trying to push. Thank you, PC. Stage. Left side, time. Then one shot. Left side, one shot. On time. Have some time. Switch street. On your street. Street. Nice. What's switching court? Dead. We're dead.
Breaks on breaks in what continues to be one of the most unbelievable hard points we've seen yet, Chance.
I mean, how about this battle? Atlanta FaZe get a 4-man wipe. They get control. Thieves take it right back, bouncing back and forth on P1. But look at the feed now. 2-2 split on either side. But look who has the spawns for new. Atlanta with that advantage. But the time, the game, Thieves can win it on P1.
Oh, not anymore. Just managing to stop it. But the problem is, you got to get real close with Scrap shooting like this. Dangerous moment right now. Time essential. Envoy sneaks in, grabs a moment here or there. Rotation to P2 done. FaZe now in position. Have they accounted for Hydra? They could not. The flank is now open. I've got no idea how he found that kill.
On the minimap, that makes no sense, but Celium, he's been a hero once. He's got to be a hero again. LA Thieves on the time, but that is the 4-man wipe. 243 to 210 in that moment. Thieves on the prowl.
A perfect swap of placement. Here we go. Once again, another pinch from Hydra. Through the front, we now go. Time ticking away for FaZe. Hydra's pinch. Will it work out? No, he's been spotted. Has he been dealt with? He's in.
What?
To get the kills.
Okay.
Doesn't get enough. His teammates lose the front, so we're looking at a lead change momentarily. My God, what a hard point.
Thieves have to contest for about 4 seconds, or you're gonna get him off the time, and Scrap with the nade gets him off the time. You're still gonna have to contest for at least 2 more to force the rotation. Atlanta FaZe can still win it here, and Celium wants it.
Oh boy, can he get it done? No, he can't get close enough. The game is going to keep going. No one's close. No nades. No nothing. Game 5. Atlanta FaZe. What a comeback.
Black Ops 6, baby. It's going to be a good year.
My kid knows the deal as well. Oh boy. What a matchup this is. It was all smiles, all fun and games to start things off, and then life comes at you real fast. Game 5 between these two teams. To close out this opening weekend, you could not have written it better, COD Gods.
And I tell you, I don't know what the community sentiment is, but for me, I mean, you know, on a non-LAN match, one of the best hard points I've ever seen. Like the implications, it's only 10 CDL points technically, like whatever on that front, but like for just sheer litness, one of the best hard points I've ever seen.
It's a different kind of litness test. This litness off the charts right now. Look at that turn. Wow, man. Who's the best hardpoint team in the game? It's one of these two, especially after matchups like that. I mean, the last few moments of that game, the last turn, Hydra somehow winning that kill on the flank, allowing both teams to break each other in identical scenarios either side. Just preposterous. The damage, the kills, the assists, the non-traded, everyone bringing their A game just north of 12 minutes. One of the best rewind hardpoints we've seen, and we've only seen a few.
And the way things were shaping up for me, if Thieves had won it, would have given the MVP to Envoy because he was doing masterful things. But Celium just turned into God on some of those hills, defeating the allegations. He's one of the more heavily criticized players on one of the top teams, and was he answering questions on that rewind? I mean, a 5 spree to break into P4 and just goes crazy inside of beepers, picking up a 3-piece somehow, some way on P2 as well. So, I mean, Stellium, I will bow down all criticism on the ice front and hard point. He had it in spades. Unbelievable performance.
We're going to a break. On the other side of the break, Game 5, FaZe taking on the Thieves. 2 of the best teams you've ever seen do it. We'll see you after this. Always clap and applaud the homies while they defuse the bombs. That's what emotes are there for, boys and girls. And we'll see if we catch any emotes, highly doubt it. In this Game 5, Atlanta FaZe on the reverse sweep of all reverse sweeps against a team that was seemingly unbeatable. But yes, the gods bleed. And boy, do they bleed, man. These last 2 maps, Charles, have been absolutely spellbinding. FaZe, Thieves, Game 5. Let's go.
And I tell you, man, this is a matchup we are going to see many times this year, and confidence is everything in Call of Duty. The way this series started, and Thieves went up 2-0 in the control. If they close it out there, we saw the player cams. Atlanta FaZe looked like they were dead inside, and Scrap and Hydra just falling in love with each other in the cams before our eyes. We saw them go into the Game 5. No smiles on anywhere on these 2 teams. It is all about the business of Vault S&D. How well do you plant the bomb on A?
I don't know. Okay, bomb site. If you played ranked, you know what we're talking about. It is very, very close quarters indeed in there. A little bit of water just to add to the effect of a bit of splish splash. No one's taking baths in there though. They're all getting showered by nades right now. as our opening hit comes to a quiet close.
And they're just letting Envoy work. Letting him work, but he gets caught first blood. Of course, it's Tyler Abizi.
Yeah, he put in the work, but sadly, he takes a big old hit. Still moving in towards A, though, for the Thieves. Even a man down. You're hoping for a good trade scenario right now on the inside of the A-bomb site. Double nade over towards A. Gone. Beautiful shot. Simp. Does he know?
This might... No, an A plant. Okay.
And how's the 3v3? Planted for the door. Dra's trying to take the fight from the outside. Does not want to get in there with those jackals because they are hungry. Oh, the timing there from Scrap. Pops up. Gives his boys the advantage.
That is beautiful timing. Now for the 2v3. What can you do when Scrap is making a play like that?
Oh, he's
nothing.
An army.
3 in the round. Yeah, and a thing of beauty as well. He's just sitting in the middle of the map, waiting for the players to cross, and as soon as the bomb goes down, just gives it a few seconds, ends up getting the perfect flank on Simp. And of course, once his teammates down low, we're calling out, hey, everybody's outer palms. Let's go and make that move. So great timing on a few, and then just easy cleanup kills after the fact. Couldn't ask for a better round.
Yeah, man, as soon as he identifies where Sim was, like, cool, this is where they're coming from. I'll just cut them in half. If they turn, I've at least got my boys the advantage. Round 2. FaZe on attack, expecting the A hit once again.
How about that?
Right back at you. Happened to Abizi in the last round. Hydra. Ripped to pieces by the double frag. A stun check from Envoy. Nobody home though. So now on the big wrap, sell him at the back. He has the hit point advantage, but he does have the man advantage. Dra's managing to somehow get this one. Scrap takes the fight at the right time. 2v2.
Rare moment. Draza didn't know what to do, but still, you got the tears in the 2v2, and Abizi still has his life. They got intel on Scrap, but they haven't seen an Envoy. An Envoy in the back door, playing with his life, playing with his food. That's a world champ too. Dylan Envoy has had a monstrous series. A shining light on a team that is already so bright.
And that felt like a sort of a moment of miscommunication, maybe, between FaZe. Abizi's reaction, the player cam, the fact that his back was turned there for so long, an awkward moment as Envoy handles the terrors one after the other.
And that is, I mean, perfect Omni movement as well. Little slide right, get out of the way. Little slide left, get on the heady. I mean, a perfect movement in a perfect moment in the perfect situation. God, Envoy so good.
Oh, he's so good, man. What a series he's had so far. Can he close out strong? 4-0 from Scrap. Is that 2-1 there from Envoy? No frags this time over toward Catwalk. But Envoy gets the bomb down ASAP. Look at that stack from FaZe.
I wonder, at some point, we're going to see a round 1 because of the glitched out bomb. He plants in the water, it just goes to the other side, and it's like, it's tricky to find it when you hit the defuse. But right now, Atlanta FaZe are swarming around, waiting for their moment to make this break.
There's the shoulders, there's the back and forth shoulders. Someone's going to have to win this fight. Ghosty starting proceedings on the other side of the map. Abe's going to back up. Worried about the flank. I love this. Can he get a kill though? No, he can't. Ghosty's there. Oh man, that might be the death knell. 20 seconds left for Selly, and it's going to be 3-0. The Thieves. What a brilliant opener.
That ladder's gonna get you. You know, sometimes I worry that Ghosty's brain might be too big. I mean, he's just such an intelligent player, very consistent, human UAV in the comps. He's twisted when he plays. It has to be an advantage to blink one eye at a time. You can never catch him off guard. Always has his iron up.
A little bit back and forth now from the Thieves. Quick game plan adjustment here. Not that anything has to change, but what do you want to do this round to try to catch FaZe off guard? I'm just thinking now, like, every round has got to be that double frag grenade over towards Catwalk. You have to eliminate the player in that far side. So helpful in the approach towards A. Almost essential. Trophy's down on the outside of pool. And it sounds like something happened over there by Catwalk.
By the way, Celium just gets a nasty first blood, super long range, and that is the RC card of doom. That will stop you in your tracks, but you already got the first blood. Celium has been a menace in that category as well, and a bomb down.
It's the intel. There are 2 players down low now as well. So there we go. FaZe getting ready for the big fight. That's a nice win from Draz. 2 players left for the Thieves.
Not too much you can do in this situation. Ghosty in the thick of it. In between every single arrow, he does give you 1, but unfortunately he's going to have to run away and try to heal. Well, they give you 2. 20 seconds left.
Wait. Yeah, Simp and Ape down low. Here comes Scrap. Last man up. No time to get that defuse in the bomb that's planted in the middle of the ball. Such a weird bug, man. It's off-putting indeed, but FaZe on the board. 3-1.
Yeah, you know, they might have turned that into a 2 versus 2, but ultimately your 2 AR players trying to run into the tiny tears with Jackals down low. Not going to happen, but Scrap doing the thing, playing his life. He is on a 6 spree, so he's getting close to that cruise missile, and any plant defuse score he gets as well, going to be a massive benefit to him. And a cruise missile in S&D on this map does open up a world of possibilities. It'll be a long time before we get there. Atlanta FaZe completely controlling the middle of the map, and Scrap, he's taking the space. He doesn't see anybody, doesn't hear nothing. He's making moves.
I got all the B. Celium has all of Scrap. Still making the way towards the A-bomb site, though. You just want a little bit of that. Only man in there, though, is Abizi. He's got to win a big fight now against Hydra. Here we go. Hydra only does 1 better. He nearly gets both of them. That's ridiculous.
And you had to get that trade. No matter what happened, you had to get that trade. 2v4. An impossible situation, seemingly against Atlanta, and if it wasn't before, it will be now. If there is a nerdy thing on the map to be done, Celium will be doing it. Looking through the windows, a cheeky spot by line to pick up the flank. Scrap a little too aggressive. All that space being given, but it was but a trap.
And that's such a nice round from FaZe from start to finish. You know, you make a great call there from Scrap to get out there and have a look towards the B Street. Celium, just playing the lion statue, has eyes on it, wins that gunfight, changes the shape of things. And Abizi, again, just a heroic victory in the inside of the bomb site. Got the numbers there to trade out regardless, but you put yourself in a very, very strong spot early on. Good job there. 3-2.
Standard stuff. Celium just responsible for the top side of the map. And Scrap going to be tickling each other from range. In an A plant again. Beezy just clearing some space, making sure nothing cheeky is going to happen, and Simp playing a nice angle as well. Might be able to catch a freebie.
This is a filthy angle. The Envoy has clearly seen before. Beezy just jumped out of the pool. That might be the wrong time to do so, mate. No, he gets 1. Traded out immediately. The battle's on the outside of the bomb site for now, but I do believe the Thieves know that. They've overtaken it. They're on the inside. You may as well jump on it, boys. Anyone going to check this? Cell gets his, technically, 1v1. Hydra, down and out. FaZe equalize.
That's the comeback. That is what you're looking for. I'm going to be honest. I don't know how Envoy does it. He can't throw concussions, but by God, can he read you? But doesn't make a single bit of difference. Atlanta FaZe clutch up. Draza icy in his ones, and obviously has a massive advantage in that situation. But that is why he grinds to deliver in those moments. And a fight in this S&D. It was a round 11 in map 2. Maybe shaping up for a round 11 in map 5.
3-3 all square. Attacking round for the Thieves. I wonder if Ghosty, I mean not Ghosty, sorry, Envoy. I know he's wearing his headset, but maybe it's actually Cerebro, because he just seems to know, bro. Here we go. RC. What will he find in the middle of the map, aside from loads of FaZe players, but eagle eyes and even better shots from FaZe take care of that toy.
Well, that's a no intel RC card. You get absolutely nothing off of it, except that you haven't really taken space on the map. Scrap's pushed up a little bit B Street, but he might be running into a blender again, or maybe he found the perfect timing to slip the net. Atlanta has no idea that he's here.
That's the one.
Actually, I say that Celium's watching his flank. They're so heads up.
He's spinning, man. Crack of the door. Cell moves. Guns at the ready for MC. Oh, but he's down. First blood for Scrap.
That's unbelievable. I don't even know how Cell knew he was there. This is a wild start in a 3v4 for Atlanta. Bomb not planted just yet. Ghosty getting in position. And this is 3 players underground right now. And, well, that'll pretty much decide it.
Oh, that's it. Good luck, Sim.
Scrap giving them that round, man. That first blood against Cell. Kick things off.
Seems to be the deciding factor of who wins out of this Scrap and Cellian battle. Basically get the round. 25 seconds. Enjoying Sim. Just taking a little tour of Vault here. Trying to pick up these errant kills. All of them welcome. Unlikely to get too many more. Nothing like keeping the gun hot, though. Woohoo! Nice effort.
I just don't understand Cellium. I don't know how Envoy knows where Simp is. I don't know how Cellium knows that he's going to get flanked in these moments. I don't have answers for you. The IQ, the COD IQ is off the charts, man.
It's the comms and it's the clearance of like, yeah, okay, we don't know where that last guy is. Check it. So what do you do? He just turns around, pre-aims the stairs. Unfortunately, I think he'd already taken damage at that point. That's why Cell died so fast. The crazy, crazy stuff either way. Truly the top tier of Call of Duty between these two teams. A slight advantage here for the Thieves. Can they run the momentum here in this defensive round?
Well, looking like a potential another standard one. BZ might have gotten spotted on this route. I don't know how big of a difference it actually makes, but he's got 3 players patrolling this area, and it doesn't make a difference because it's a BZ in a first blood battle. You know he wins.
And that's the bomb plant as well. Hydra upstairs. Scrap on the other side, a hole. Scrap's trying to make entry through the backside of the palace. And I wonder... FaZe are giving them nothing to work with.
That'll do it, man. Offense is just ridiculous on this map, and these two teams are calculated. And those were some of the fastest fist bumps I've seen from that, Miles.
Oh, yeah. The chem is there, and the fire is back in their bellies. They just had to get their asses kicked. And that first map, and the second map, admittedly, it was a great round 11 either way. Woo, boy, here we go. All tied up, 4-4 in this monstrous Game 5.
And it was, what, 9-2 on the first blood front, if I remember correctly, in favor of Atlanta FaZe for the map 2 that they lost. Right now, it's been a very balanced effort on the first blood front and has been fairly consistent. Whoever gets that first blood ends up winning the round. These two teams playing at their absolute best, and there's the first blood you're looking for. Driving skills not good enough. That just means Sims back in spawn, and Abizi falls as well. 4v2 with bomb down. How about an offensive round?
Oh, Ghosty's got himself such a sweet position here. Wait a minute. You've got to deal the death blow to Sim, though. Somehow gets it. Instant trades. That's a big one. Match point, Thieves.
They got the advantage, but they're going to be going into a defensive round. Maybe trying to cook up some late idea, looking for a counter. Scrap. You see him. Motor mouth there in the comms. LA Thieves. They can taste this victory.
How sweet this one would be. Can't count out FaZe yet, though. What wicked dark magic does that team on the top side of your screen have left in them in this round 10? Here we go.
Well, this is what these were cooking up, by the way. Doubling up underground, going from Vol to Beezy. Is he ready for it? That stun, it's going to tell him there's 2.
Frag's going to hit Envoy. That's going to deal damage. Oh, it actually doesn't. Either way, bomb plant, empty pockets. The Thieves running shoulder to shoulder. Here comes the hit. Oh, bad timing from Sim. They've overwhelmed the bomb site. They're inside now. You've got to do a lap. We might be sticking the defuse soon.
They've just gone on a world tour.
Scraps on the defuse. It's nearly done. Envoy in the coverage. Ah, that's it. Can still going? Done. No, Cell's here. Cell trying to stay alive. It's a 1v3. 1v2. Envoy puts him down, and the Thieves find victory. The super team continues to live up to the name. And hopefully, the first of many great battles between these two teams.
Unbelievable series. And Hydra, left on an island, just finds the route. In Atlanta FaZe, the second Hydra got that kill, they made the call, turn tail, and run. Get out of Dodge. We don't want to fight inside this site anymore. And taking down 2 S&D losses for Atlanta, a near monstrous comeback. What might end up just being the best hard point of the year, honestly. Like, that's going to be in contention all year long. Unbelievable series. So much fun. Black Ops 6, we are in for a year.
Are we in for a year? Well, between these guys, Optic, and whoever else wants to step up to the upper echelons of the league right now, we're starting to get a baseline for brilliance here in the 2025 season. Wow. Well, there you go. Looking at the stats, Ghosty, the man. A lot of damage dealt across the board there from everyone. Celium there for FaZe. On plants across the board there. Sim getting 4 all on the A-bomb site as well. Abe gets himself 1 as well. We're going to see that a lot this year. I mean, the B-bomb site doesn't get a whole lot of love, you know, but either way, we'll see if that changes. Maybe a positional change, change the site. Who knows, man? I mean, yeah, all I know is that was a great game. A great game, folks. More of those, please, Chance. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? More of those,
absolutely
please.
down for that. Dude, I could watch hard points like that all day. Just a clear-cut, higher level of Call of Duty with 2 squads like that getting after it. So much fun. And I know the map 2 wasn't balanced on the First Blood front, but that game was a near, symmetrical scoreboard between the 2 teams. It is all about who can make the bigger plays in the bigger moments. And in that series, it was LA Thieves.
Well, that's opening weekend for your casters, guys. Take it back to the desk. Team, how are we feeling after that one?
Good. Feeling a lot smarter than I did at halftime, I'll tell you that. Atlanta coming to play in the second half. A much better performance out of the entire squad, but that came 4. I think the casters nailed it. Highlight of week 1 for us?
Oh, yeah. I think the series as a whole was highlighted week 1. Like, game 4 was a treat, but even game 5, like, edge of your seat the whole time.
All right, Nameless. Now, at the end of it all, we clearly have LA Thieves 2-0. We've got Carolina, Toronto, Minnesota sitting at 2-0. Did you see in any world that Gentlemates and Atlanta FaZe would be starting 0-2?
No, I mean, those are 2 of the teams we thought were top 4 coming into this weekend. And like you said, we were feeling crazy at halftime because we're like, Atlanta FaZe is getting beat this bad. How is it possible? Well, they battled back games 3 and 4 and gave us a hell of a game 5 where they had some great rounds and almost could have closed it out with the offense. So Atlanta FaZe, they're here. They're getting better and growing with every single map.
Let's take a look at those maps they got better on. And, of course, the closing from LA Thieves. Nade shots, boys, finishing a perfect 2-0 on opening week.
And I think this map taught us a lot about the way LA Thieves is struggling a little bit in Search and Destroy, because they stick to what works, but then once it stops working, they struggle to kind of make that adjustment. We saw it for about the first 6 rounds of the Search and Destroy, but that round 7 was literally everything, because Scrap pushes up to the B site, finds that kill on Decelium in the back, while his team just sits in vault and waits. So what does that do? It makes the Atlanta FaZe players think, as we're watching it right now, that they're gonna hit the roto, that they're trying to make a move towards B. They get faked out, they get the plant down, and this was a big shift for the LA Thieves.
Yeah, you know, and as we're watching these highlights, like, this is kind of what I want to look out for is, like, you have to be willing to take risks in this game just because of how it plays. You see Abizi gets pushed up and gets the first blood on the offense. We get to that final round, and they're on the offense once again. Abizi elects to go down low and kind of, like, traps themselves, and then Hydra makes the play. So which playmaker can get through and get that first blood and, like, impact the round determines who wins in these games. It's a game of inches, and in this one, LA Thieves, they take it.
Do want to give Dan Ghosty his flowers as well. Nice double-digit bomb to finish things out. Atlanta FaZe pushing Thieves in a game 5, but after 10 rounds, it's LAT finishing on top. Let's revisit some of the best moments from this one in our Scuff play of the game. It's game 1.
Okay.
200-point clubs to open up your series. They know how to set the tone. This man in particular. What is different about LA Thieves at the start of the series? They're different than everyone else we've seen in that opening.
Yeah, I mean, it's the hardpoint, it's the energy. You know how bad they dominated Cloud9 yesterday. They brought that same energy into this one, and honestly, Atlanta FaZe look like they're sleeping the wheel a little bit, making some mistakes, and you cannot make mistakes in hardpoint against the LA Thieves. We're seeing in every single clip here them taking space. Hydra is a menace, and when after dealing with Hydra, you have to run into Scrap, that's a lot to work with. So I think they're just going to overwhelm teams early.
And I mean, respectfully, how many times are we seeing Simp go 10 and 23, right? So, like, you have to tip the hats to LA Thieves players that they are coming out. I don't know what they're eating before map 1. I don't know who they're scrimming before map 1. But whatever it is, it's working.
10 and 23 for Simp. On the other side, it was Hydra 31 and 17. Dominant performance, silencing the MVP from last year. We have Hydra joining us in just a moment. I'm told he's getting fired up. Hopefully he'll be getting his monitor working. If not, let's just take a look at some of the matches from earlier in the day. We'll get back to Hydra in a moment. Can we start the day with my pick, Miami? Falling just short. Carolina also impressing once again. Let's start there, Nameless.
Yeah, we start with Carolina. I think a big surprise for a lot of people, not me. I picked them both their series, just being honest. I like this roster. I think TJ, coming off of a fantastic year last year, plays the game the right way. And he's the guy who gets them the win on this vault with some huge plays. And then Slasher showing that, like, hey, I'm still a Slayer. When I got guys around me making the correct plays that want to play in my system, I'm going to fry. And that's kind of what he explained. Like, got his passion back for Call of Duty, and he's been putting up bombs with Carolina.
Slasher in MVP mode right now. On the other side, Allie, how concerned are we for LAG?
I'm really concerned. Honestly, I'm really disappointed with the showing. I think a lot of people were pretty disappointed with the showing from LA Guerrillas, mate. But as anything is, the CDL is a marathon, not a sprint. So they've got some time to work on it. I mean, this is a very stacked roster. I have no doubt that they will end up figuring it out. But they just don't look comfortable on this game just
Going to a Game 5 round 11, which they fell in against Minnesota, now falling to Carolina. An 0-2 start for LAG. Carolina is going to fly high going into week number 2. Let's take a look at Vancouver. After falling in a round 11 of their own, Vancouver coming out and pulling out a dub. This time, it was against Miami. A hard-fought series on both sides.
Yeah, you know, looking at this one, I think Vancouver and Miami are going to be very close to each other by the time we get to the major. I think both these teams have great players on either side, seeming like they're going to be good search and destroy rosters as well. We saw some high-level S&D in this matchup. Got all the way to that Game 5 on red card, and it's 0-4 who is the guy that makes the massive plays, gets up behind enemy lines, and closes it out for them. So if you're looking to get better at S&D, these are the teams you want to watch.
And I believe it was Scrap that we were talking to that said that he doesn't think it's going to be a top-heavy league this year. And I think this series really proved that to me because both these teams, again, they have been pushing each other to the distance. We've gone to so many Game 5s already in week 1 alone. So I'm really excited to see what the rest of the season has in store for us.
Nameless, I'm loving red card. You still hating it?
I hate red card.
I love it.
I mean, search and destroy, I like it, but in hardpoint, please, Hacienda.
All right, Hacienda's on her way. Don't you worry. Here's a look at Dashy doing Dashy-like things. Optic Texas bouncing back after a Game 5 loss to Boston today. Cloud9 New York got the hands.
Yeah, I mean, just like knocking on the door, like, are the world champs there? Hello, you guys still sleeping? They woke up today, and Shotzi sort of like willing them to victory. Like, guys, we're so much better than everybody else, and he's put that on full display today. Just active right out the get-go in the hard points, and then they roll that over the next 2 games.
Yeah, this is what we expected from Optic Texas from their first matchup. This is what we wanted to see. So to see the quick turnaround is great. We both got our redemption in the win. On the flip side, though, for Cloud9, I do want to say, like, if we take anything positive out of their games right now, it's the fact that Mac doesn't look like he's really missed a step from his year off. He's the one putting up the most damage right now on this squad. So I got to tip my hat to Mackenzie Meltz. A year off, you can't even tell.
Yeah, welcome back, Mackenzie Meltz. Congrats on the dub, Optic Texas. Let's take a look at the big picture, though. How are they squaring up across the league? Shotzi, a 1.43, 185 kills in his opening 2 matches. Not bad there at the top, and Real's right behind him.
I'm going to be honest, I'm so glad you shouted out Real because I'm really excited to see them go up against Hydra and Shotzi. I want to see kind of where he stands right now among the rest of the SMGs.
We should shout out our 2 rookies on the list. We got Kick sitting at number 4, 1.24, 2 series series, he has been the standout player for the Falcons. Look out for him. And then Rencor coming in as sitting at number 8. That's good news for the Miami Heretics.
Great stuff here in week 1, and this is just the beginning of the new season. Week 2 kicks off next week on Friday, December 13th. LA Thieves, LAG. For some reason, LAG always wins this matchup, regardless of the roster. Cloud9 New York, Minnesota. We got Miami versus Boston, and we close it out. Vancouver Surge versus Optic Texas. Do we get another Game 5, Round 11 from Vancouver, Alley Cat?
That could be a Game 5. Is it going to be around 11? I don't know. Optics, S&D looked way better today, but
3-0.
Could be an upset. 3-0 is crazy.
Nameless, we got about a minute left here in the show before we get moving on with an interview. I want to ask you, what did you learn from the pro teams that you can actually implement into your own gameplay? Or are they just copycatting your stream?
No, I mean, I think playing more aggressive in hardpoint.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I mean, what we learned from some of these teams, like you look at LA Thieves, you look at Optic, who found the most success in HP, is the sub players. You have to be up in gills making plays. You can salvage plays so easily in this game, and the spawns are very predictable. So I think it's going to evolve, and people are going to start to get punished in HP.
Alley Cat, I want to know the most impressive SMG, most impressive AR from week 1.
Most impressive SMG? That one's easy. You got to pick Hydra. I mean, he's got the kill record. He's been doing...
Shotsy look good.
Shotsy did look good. That's why I asked who was going to be better in the 1v1, but I still have to go with Hydra. And the best AR, and you want to take this one? Slasher. Wait, Slasher might have been the best AR. That's Thanos.
He had an unbelievable weekend.
He did.
No interview, it feels like, but I do have some standings for y'all.
I did have
You
a
ready for
prize,
this
dude.
heat? Here is the updated look after 2 matches. Carolina Royal Ravens 2-0, Toronto Ultra 2-0, LA Thieves 2-0, and who's that? Yeah, Minnesota Rocker. For now, sitting in your top 4
Adding
at
for
2-0.
now is crazy. My bad, Minnesota.
You know what's concerning when you look at this list, though? It's like the Gentlemates. A lot of people had them like top 5 in their power rankings. They're sitting at 0-2, and they lost the Carolina Royal Ravens and they lost the Minnesota Rocker, right? So their schedule's going to get tougher. They're going to have the top teams, right? So you can't be in a situation where you're like that roster, you're starting in losers bracket. That's not a good look for them.
Their schedule's going to get tougher, but this show just got way better. Do you know why?
I do know why.
The best SMG in the game, according to Alley Cat, joins us live via the internet. Hydra, all the way from LA. Congrats on the win.
Yo, chill out.
How we feeling about being one of the best teams, if not the best team in opening week?
I mean, that feels good. Feels good. I'm used to start 0-2 during the season. Now I'm starting 2-0.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm happy, man.
We're happy for you.
My God, Hydra, I don't know how you keep doing it. Best SMG in the game by far. I have to ask about that last Game 5 S&D, if you can remember for me. It was round number 7. Scrap. He pushes all the way up B Street. He gets a kill. You guys are sitting in vault waiting for the drop to plant A. Who made that play call? Because that was literally the change you guys needed to win that S&D.
Yeah, Deal made the play call. I mean, we just followed Deal right here.
That's
and
crazy.
Ernie made a good play, getting in for B, getting a kill. So we just...
Listen, that's a perfect shot for the question that I'm going to ask you, Paco. You're an absolute beast. It's phenomenal watching you in these games. Playing with Scrap, what has that been like? Obviously, he's an insane AR. You're an insane SMG. Talk to me about that dynamic and the energy you guys have in these matches.
I mean, Ernie's a beast. I mean, there's nothing like I can say bad about him. He's just like a monster on the map. I mean, I don't even know. Like, he's just a fucking beast.
I love that.
Paco, I got a good friend that I met over in Riyadh. He goes by the name of Jamil, and he has been making my back pocket buzz this entire interview. So Jamil says hi from Lebanon, but he wants to know...
Hi, Jamil.
Are there potential worries in the LA Thieves camp? Do you guys argue after a loss? Are egos going to be a problem moving forward?
We definitely argue. I mean, we're humans and we love like winning. So if we lose, everybody's gonna argue. That's not only our team, that's every team in the league. Or I guess I would hope so. Yeah, there is no ego. Everybody just like playing with each other. When we lose, we're gonna have some arguments. When we win, we're just gonna enjoy it.
Love it.
Love that answer.
Anything else?
Oh, I was just going to ask, Paco, is this your favorite team that you've been a part of so far? I know it's early.
It's only 2 matches.
I know.
I mean, I'm not
scrimming for a while.
I definitely love my team. I love my past team too. They were great.
definitely, I really enjoy playing with those kids. Yeah.
Paco, 2-0, dominant in the stats. But you got plenty more to come. Anyone you're looking forward to playing here at the CDL before we let you go?
Yeah, Optic, I need 2 wins. The 5-1 last chance, still in my mind. I need Optic.
Love that call out. Hydra, we'll let you go celebrate with the team. Shout out to Nade for us.
Thank you. You guys have a good one.
Cheers, buddy. That's Hydra, feeling good. We got the interview in and a perfect end to an opening week of action. Name what's the one thing you'll remember from our first 3 days?
The interview with Paco, absolutely phenomenal. He's gotten so much better at it, and the guy is just vibing.
Right? It's good to see him happy, Allie.
The fact that I went home for predictions on day 1. I don't think I'm ever going to live that one down.
0-4 on day 1 as a crew felt pretty brutal. I had a rough day 3, but I did beat Study and I hold shift in fantasy. We'll see you guys week 2 for Friday. It kicks off around 2:45 Eastern. See you then.
We back for another one. Here we go. Come on like that. We back for another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it. Nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm for another one. Let's win. Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power to turn on the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got that energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. I got the city behind me, yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man. Hold up. They know we done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Oh, I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Who ready? Tell them let's do it again. Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power to turn on the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got that energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. I got the city behind me, yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man. They know we done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Oh, I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Who ready? Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm here for another one. Tell them let's do it again.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
77.
I'm on pinch. Caesar spawn. Caesar, one shot on the truck. There you go. Caesar dead. I'm streaking, bro. Just rid of mine. I couldn't. This one going. Playing lens. He was done too.
Nice, bro.
Oh, no. Man.
Good try.
I couldn't even see the fucking streak in there still, bro. God damn it.
I get it. Oh my god, let's go, Isaiah.
Get it.
You Isaiah. was gonna jump peek, but I don't know if you insta-hopped it, bro.
Oui, il attend ou pas? Oui, il attend. 5 secondes, non? Non, c'est 7-5. Non, il a pas le temps. Pas le temps, putain, dommage.
Aïe 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 aïe.